Вообще, да, было бы странно, если бы ты начал сам себя слушать без моего 8 запущенного.
Ну, такое
Так,
возможно, если ты там через колонки бы сидел, например.
ну не, я на наушничках.
Так, сейчас. Так, экран тебе показывать, да? Так,
Угу.
сейчас я запущу тогда. М, м. You can't hear anything though. Well, I cannot really be bothered to do
Yeah,
the same shit with voice meter as you're doing.
I will not say that I have the game's music like completely stuck in my head, but I remember it well enough to know what every moment should be feeling like and whatnot.
Okay, can you see it?
I see green. Let's see,
Green.
maybe it'll. Oh, now okay, now I see the screen on both the stream and the scope. Alright. Hello, Mike.
Oh, so now you see the chat earlier than I do. Okay.
Get a taste of this. Now
Well,
I have
yeah,
more.
I guess in case anyone will be watching this in the future, I should reiterate what I know about this game, which is not much, because I managed to not spoil myself in like 3 years or however long ago this came out. I know that the game is fucked up. I don't know how. The game doesn't even hide this fact, because when you start it, it goes like, oh, like if you are a child, don't play this, or if you have mental issues,
Or if you're a little bitch.
yeah, don't play that. Well, I am a crazy person, as you all know, so like I probably shouldn't be playing this. But well, what's the worst that could happen, right? Right?
Well,
Okay.
I have not played this myself, but I've seen playthroughs, and the first time I seen a playthrough, this fucked me up hard. And I'm just gonna tell you, no spoilers, no nothing ahead of time. But if you actually like extend an effort to care about things, this might be kind of like the Conqueror's ending or something like that emotionally. There might be parts.
Well,
So
Conker's ending fucking destroyed me, so like looking forward to that. But
on the
that
other
that
hand,
was a
it
while
very well
ago.
might be, yeah, it might very well be that you'll just find it cheesy and boring. So who knows?
Oh, you want Android to be louder? Okay.
Hey, touchdown. Sorry, I will. I promise I will get to answering and listening to your music. The whole isolation thing completely destroyed my schedule and everything, and now I'm slowly restoring it. So
Okay. Hey, touchdown. Hey, Mike.
yeah, I have not like forgotten, and I'm still alive. So
Let me make music a little quieter now that I made the overall volume louder. Okay, also the one thing I think I spoiled to myself, like you can see the mouse probably, yeah, you can see the mouse. I think one of these girls may have a penis. I'm not sure about this, but I have a suspicion that it might be the case. I don't remember which one, but they could have penises, so
well,
that's something
I
I'm somewhat expecting.
this I think you should not let the memes color like you will be just expecting it, and it's literally just memes for. I guess someone's like doing headcanon. I'm pretty sure like there is absolutely no notes towards such a possibility in this game itself.
Oh,
They
okay then.
also touchdown. If you, of course, you're not. If you were to hold your breath until the moment I reply, you would probably have died like years ago. Well, not years, but months. So, but no, I'm like I have a very long backlog because like 2 months of the self isolation, it's building up things I used to do regularly. I have not been doing, and now I need to get like caught up on everything in my life.
So Android, did you
Anyway,
like really wanna voice all the characters or what?
well, not all, but some at least. So like evenly split. There's
Well,
the main character, and he's in a narration, and pretty much these four girls, and that's kind of it.
okay. Well, I guess we can figure it out as we go.
Yeah.
Let's
So,
just
what are your first impression of the characters here from just looking at this menu here?
Well, I don't know. I guess this girl, I guess that's Monica, right? The everyone
Right.
memes about. I guess she's like a Genki type.
Uh,
Like
well, you learn
cheerful,
who is who.
happy, like super friendly, like that type of character.
I think you learn who's like what, because they're all really tropes as far as I understand. And you learn, it's better if you learn throughout the game who is like what. But don't have like pre-ideas of them going in, I think.
Well, this girl, like, I have no idea. I don't think I have ever seen her, like, in any pictures or art or, like, even mentioned anywhere, but she looks like a shy kind of girl. So that's a thing. This girl kind of looks like tsundere, maybe. And about this one, I'm not sure. Well, anyway, let's...
Monica.
Let...
Alright, you'll be voicing Monica then. Mike says so.
Oh, okay. Well, probably he means like that I'm gonna like choose her as my wife or something. I think that's what he means.
Or maybe that.
Hello, Deb. Okay.
Yes, hi.
Let's start. Oh, my name. My name. Well, okay. You all know my real name, but I guess let's just use this instead.
Yeah, it's also better to have not your real name. Okay, so I guess one of the girls here. Alright, I'll start. This is gonna be my... Oh, what am I getting myself into? Alright. Hey!
You know, you don't really have to try to make your voice harder.
Okay.
I mean higher.
Alright.
I think you'll just like it's pretty exhausting. When I was memeing about voice acting Celeste when I was playing it, it just got really annoying really fast, and my throat got fucked because of like fucking.
Okay. Yeah, I remember when I was. You remember those videos from like Gary's Mod or whatever, where a friend was making, and I voiced like what's his name, the priest guy from Half-Life 2.
Gregory, or what's his name?
Yeah. And just like doing the gravelly voice for a couple minutes broke my throat back in the day.
I see an annoying girl running toward me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. Okay, good to know. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. I can't relate, I don't have friends.
Yeah.
We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I would get tired of waiting up. But if she's going to chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let Sayori catch up to me.
I overstepped again. Everyone's gonna hate me. But I caught you this time.
Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. You know, I wish the interface kinda, I don't know, changed color or something so it would be easier to see who's speaking, but whatever.
Yeah, I guess it's obvious to me by now because I know the game by heart almost. Hey! You said it like you were thinking about ignoring me. That's mean, Hippocat.
Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple or something.
Fine. But you did wait for me after all. I guess you don't have it in you to be mean even if you want to.
Whatever you say, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute.
By the way, Hippocat, have you decided on a club to join yet?
A club? I told you already, I'm not really interested in joining any clubs. I haven't been looking either.
That's not true. You told me you would join a club this year.
Did I? I'm sure it's possible that I did, in one of our many conversations where I dismissively go along with whatever she's going on about. Sayori likes to worry a little too much about me, when I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. This I can relate to. Okay. This is literally me! The game is literally about me! Holy shit.
Immersive. I was talking about I'm worried that you won't learn how to socialize or have any skills before college.
Shit, that hits hard.
Your happiness is really important to me, you know? And I know you're happy now, but I died the thought of you becoming a NEET in a few years because you're not used to real world. We all know what a NEET is, right?
Yeah.
The anagram, not anagram, whatever. I found that some people just don't know somehow.
Well, it's kind of like a hikikomori kind of nerd, that sort
Yeah,
of thing.
it translates as not an employment, education, or training, or education, employment, or training, something like that. You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you.
Alright, alright. I'll look at few clubs if it makes you happy. No promises though.
Will you at least promise me you'll try a little?
Yeah, I guess I'll promise you that.
Yay!
Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to ease her mind at least a little bit, even if she does exaggerate everything inside of her head. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation.
Ounce? Ounce. Ounce.
Oh,
Ounce.
how do you say
Ounce.
it? Ounce? Okay.
Also touch down. Don't just like rub it in immediately. Come on. We're all aware of our situations.
Yeah, like I mean, let's be honest here. Like, if any of us had like cute childhood friends, like none of us would be here today in this stream. So
We are here today to honor the lack of our childhood or whatever. Damn it, let's go.
clubs. Sayori wants me to check out some clubs. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club.
Hello?
Sayori. Sayori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realize that I'm the only one left in the classroom.
I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're even worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed.
You don't need to wait up for me if it's going to make you late to your own club.
Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, you know.
Know what?
Well, that you could come to my club.
Sayori,
Yeah?
there is no way I'm going to your club.
Minnie.
Sayori is vice president of the literature club. Not that I was ever aware that she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to help start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title Vice President. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Like, what the fuck is even a literature club? Do people just like...
Books?
Well, I don't know, that sounds
I
like...
have no idea what activities clubs even do. Like, is it a Japanese traditional thing, or is it all over the world? Just didn't happen in my school, or what? I don't know.
It just sounds like dumb as fuck. Like, why would you want a club for that?
Well, I mean, literature is fun in this way. I've mostly warmed up to it after school ended, of course, because it stopped being forced upon me. But books can be fun in reading and discussing and, you know, analyzing the things you read, sharing, and like exchanging interests. If you are only really narrowly interested in something, you might meet some people who share the overall passion, but then you will talk and, you know, get interested in what you each other like and stuff like that. But I think it's like, what's the point of clubs even in a Japanese school? I think it's like a bonus thing that helps with maybe like some points somewhere, or like elsewhere no one's gonna do it, like, right?
Well, I don't know.
If it wasn't
Well,
beneficial
Japanese
to
people, they are just like kind of weird.
education.
I don't think
Well,
it
I mean,
actually affects your grades or anything, but I think like you are required to join some club for
Well, I
something.
guess, yeah. Either it's required or it's like helpful in some way, because otherwise I was kind of like having a air outtake when I was trying to say it, but you know, otherwise no one would ever probably, like, most people wouldn't have to join any clubs at all, or wouldn't do it.
Also, this game is not a Japanese game, right?
Yeah.
So it's
It
like what Western people think how Japan works, so that's
Yeah,
basically
and
what this is.
there are a few small errors here and there that like people who are more experienced with Japan. For example, there's a, I guess there, I don't remember if it happens all the time. There's a little scene I'll point out that just like there's a little detail that someone pointed out who has more experience that wouldn't happen exactly that way, but it's kind of curious. I'll point it out when it happens. But mostly it's kind of a whip game, a tribute to Japanese games, and it was translated into Japanese only later, and kind of like not very well apparently. And there's at least one line in it that they just forgot to translate, so that's funny, but you know.
Alright, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to the anime club.
Come on, please.
Why do you care so much anyway?
Well, I kind of told the club yesterday I would bring in a new member. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything.
Don't make promises you can't keep. I can't tell if Sayori is really that much of an airhead, or if she is so cunning as to have planned all of this out.
Bitch, I'm very cunning.
I let out a long sigh. Ugh. Fine. I'll stop by for a cupcake, okay? Yeah, you can bribe me with cupcakes.
Yay, let's go. I guess it's yes, not yay.
And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. That sounds ominous. Should I take this literally or something? Like, I don't even know.
Nah.
I dejectedly follow Sayori across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, being generally used for third-year classes and activities. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door.
Everyone, the new member is here.
I told you, don't call me a new member. Eh? I glance around the room.
Okay, I think we should distribute. Now I will be Natsuki and you be this girl and Monica.
Okay. Welcome to the Literature Club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sayori always says nice things about you.
Seriously, you brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere.
Ah, Hippocat, what a nice surprise. Welcome to the club. All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls.
What are you looking at? If you want to say something, say it.
Sorry. Natsuki. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is the one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes me think she's probably a first year. She's also the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori.
You can just ignore her when she gets moody.
Sayori says that quietly into my ear, then turns back towards the other girls.
Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club.
That's a nice name.
Yes.
Don't say things like that. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Ah, well, it's nice to meet both of you.
And it sounds like you already know Monica, is that right?
That's right. It's great to see you again, Hippocat. Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class, smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically, completely out of my league. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... you too, Monica.
Come sit down, Hippocat. Wait room for you at the table so you can sit next to me or Monica.
Oh, fucking choices, fucking choices.
Yeah, there's way less choice in this.
Yeah, Mike, I have a thing for tsundere characters, that's true, but like, I don't know, anything can happen.
I'll get the cupcakes. Hey, I made them, I'll get them. Sorry, I got a little too excited.
Then, how about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As Sayori mentioned, it's been widened, so there is one space next to Monika and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room, where Natsuki grabs a wrapped tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand.
Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Hello, Mini Spider. Whoa!
Hey, Mini Spider. Natsuki lifts the foil of the tray to reveal a dozen white, fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Cannibalism, this is why this game is horror.
The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolate were used to make ears.
Every copy of the game is specialized, so for you it was decorated like cats. So cute!
I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki.
Well, you know. Just hurry and take one.
Sayori grabs one first, then Monika. I follow.
It's delicious.
Sayori talks with her mouth full and has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around in my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. Okay, now I'm kind of... I want a fucking cupcake now. I have
like
tea,
I
have tea, but I don't have anything sweet to go with it. God damn it, game. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki.
By the end of the game, you'll want nothing. Why are they thanking me? It's not like I
Haven't I heard this somewhere before?
made them for you or anything.
Oh boy, she said it. She said it.
Well, the guy recognized the problem immediately. The Boka?
I thought you technically did. Sayori said.
Well, maybe. But not for, you, dummy.
Alright, alright. I give up on Natsuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not. Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know. I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief.
You meant Mike then. Because I think over all the times I've seen people play through this game, Yuri's become my personal least favorite out of all of them. But I think when I started off learning about this game, I liked her the most as well. It's kind of interesting.
I think Mike likes Monika because she even has like a painting of Monika in his apartment on stream.
Oh, well, that would make sense.
Oh shit, I forgot to link you the moments from his stream. Just remind me later to link you.
Okay, yeah. Also, I'm guessing by now you probably realized a little bit more about the characters, that Monika is not really how you pictured her, and that's probably more Sayori style, right? So Monika is more of this like elite, unreachable, just like good at everything, calm and professional, but friendly type thing.
Yeah. Monika raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me. So, what made you consider the literature club? I was afraid of that question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monika that I was practically dragged here by Sayori. Well, I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Sayori seemed really happy here, so... That's okay, don't be embarrassed. Well, we'll make sure you'll feel right at home, okay? As president of the literature club, it is my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. Monika, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. Weren't you a leader of the debate club last year? Well, you know, to be honest, I can't stand all of the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream.
Monica really is a great leader.
Yuri also nods in agreement. And I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new.
By the way, this like hand movement she's doing is actually incredibly hard to do. I tried once, I think. It's like, how would you ever like naturally make this kind of, doesn't even bend that far that way, at least for me. Like backwards and with a straight finger. Try to do that, it's fucking impossible. Unrealistic.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess,
No.
yeah, it is kind of tricky. Like, I can, like,
Yeah.
sorta make it, but not exactly how she does it. That's for certain. Well, you know, different people have different agility in
Yeah,
their
that's
fingers.
fair.
Like, maybe she plays
Flexibility.
guitar or something, I don't know. Whatever.
Maybe.
Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, everyone?
Yeah!
We'll do our best.
You know it!
Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monica must have worked really hard just to find these three. Maybe that's why they were all so delighted by the idea of a new member joining. Though I still don't really know if I can keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature. So, Hippocat, what kinds of things do you like to read? Hentai manga. Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that.
Fanfics.
Manga! I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seemed so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people. But you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Is this like some kind of like foreshadowing or fourth wall breaking or what?
Eh. Take it or leave it, it could be for all we know.
Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. Oh god. I read a horror book once. I desperately grasped something I can relate to at the minimal level.
Scary stories to tell in the dark. Yes, I did read a horror book once. Yeah, totally.
At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock. Really, I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you, I guess you could say that. But if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment.
No, I hate horror.
Oh, why is that?
Well, I just...
Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second.
Never mind.
That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki?
What? What gives you that idea?
You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called...
Don't say it out loud! And give that back!
Fine, fine.
Hey, your cupcakes, your poems... Everything you do is just as cute as you are.
Sayori sidles up behind Natsuki and puts her hands on her shoulders. Sidle, that's a word?
I think yeah, probably.
Okay.
I'm not cute!
Natsuki, you write your own poems.
Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care?
I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime?
No!
Natsuki averts her eyes.
You wouldn't like them.
Not a very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for Yuri.
Oh, I wanted to read everyone's poems.
We all sit in silence for a moment. Okay, I have an idea, everyone. Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then, next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even.
Man, with the stuff that I've been watching lately, people's playthroughs of Witcher 3 Hearts of Stone, when she says like, let's all meet in some, my brain just auto-completes it to, we'll all three meet some and thank each other for the voyage we shared, which like the little key phrase that Gunther Jim said in there, and it's like, oh what? This is a dangerous mix-up. Yeah, let's do it.
Plus, now that we have a new member, I think it will help us all get a little more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right, Hippocat? Monika smiles warmly at me once again. Hold on, there's still one problem. What's that? Now that we're back to the original topic of me joining the club, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I would join this club. Sayori may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All four girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. But... I'm sorry, I thought...
Keep a cat.
You all... I am defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? That is, if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls. Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up.
Yes, I'm so happy.
Sayori rubs her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey! You really did scare me for a moment.
If you really just came for the cupcakes, I would be super pissed.
Then that makes it official. Welcome to the literature club.
Stuffing her hair in Natsuki's face. She keeps doing this like hair whip move that all the time, if you look at how it like overlaps with other people, it always looks funny.
Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monika looks over at me once more. Hippocat, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monika with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food.
Hey, Hippocat, since we're already here, do you want to walk home together?
That's right, Sayori and I never walk home together anymore because she always stayed after school for clubs. Sure, might as well.
Yay!
With that, the two of us depart the club room and make our way home. The whole way my mind wanders back and forth between the four girls. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course Monika. That's in case we've forgotten their names. Thank you very much, game, for reintroducing them. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright, I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. It's time to write a poem. Pick words you think your favorite club member will like. Something good might happen with whoever likes your poem the most.
So, do you want me to tell you what words they want, or do you just want to go with like whatever you feel like?
I'm just gonna go with whatever I feel like.
Alright.
Are there like
First,
more pages or something? Well, that says one of 20.
20, yeah. You pick one and then they give you a whole another set to choose from. 10 more.
To be honest, I just don't really kind of give a shit about any of them so far. So even if I tried to guess, like what kind of poem like any particular girl would like I don't know, I just don't really care, like, whatever. I would personally just write some, like, I don't know, generic poem or something. Or maybe something for myself that I would personally like.
Well, try to write a poem from the words you will go for. We'll see how it like it's your 20-word poem, what it will be like. And we'll see who ends up going for.
I need to think about it. I need to write the most fucking metal poem ever. Well, not really metal. I don't want to freak them out. I don't want them to think that I'm weird or anything.
Well, I think if you write the most metal poem ever, it's definitely gonna go for one specific one of them in particular. So if you're like gonna write like death, torture, suffering, ugh, one of them's gonna like it.
Damn, it's hard
Mike,
to choose.
I think I'm pretty much the opposite by now. I don't remember how I perceived the game and characters at first, but at this point, Yuri is the one that I don't really like overall. But Natsuki I like, and I like Sayori, and I like Monika, of course. Yuri is like kind of the most boring to me, though. But like the first time through this game, I think she made quite an impression as well. It's just all kind of changed over the years. But yeah, let's write down the poem. I think I'm gonna write down the words in chat and then I'll post the like 20 words that you end up with.
Damn. Okay.
Also, yeah, Monika is not apparently here available as a choice. She's more like kind of like, you know, the guiding like tutorial character or something, NPC. I guess they're all NPCs in that sense, but anyway. She's too out of your league.
Man, like, I'm probably gonna sit here for like the next 2 hours or something, just choosing fucking words. Man, I don't know. Let's go for, fuck, I don't know. God damn it. It's like, you see, I'm not even trying to please any of them, I just don't know what I wanna fucking pick for myself, because I'm dumb like that. Okay, whatever, fuck, daydream. I don't know. Now what?
I actually didn't notice who jumped.
Lazy.
Lazy poop. Lazy contamination.
Man, I don't like any of these words, honestly.
Lazy, incapable. Let's see what this will mount up to.
Fuck it, let's go with promise. Now what?
Yeah, they don't really string together into anything coherent, it's just keywords. And I keep not paying attention to who reacts to the words.
Let's go with friends. Oh. Man, I'm writing some like cheesy fucking shitty happy poem, am I not? God damn it. Oh well.
Not very metal at all. Why didn't you pick death, destruction,
Because I
contamination?
don't want to. I have a feeling we will have a lot of death and destruction and contamination in the end. I don't really
You're
want.
gonna be like, oh, let's pick puppy. Ah, damn it, I'm not writing anything metal, fuck.
Okay, let's go with peace. And
Misery.
no.
Horror.
Time.
Cry. Pain.
Melody.
Fester.
Shut up and try.
Fester.
I don't know, whistle.
Scars. Anger. Fluffy.
Man, I don't want any words of this. Infinite, whatever.
Rainbow.
Music.
Grave.
Summer.
Wow. Not a metal word amongst them.
Let me think about it. Whatever. Ocean.
Bonuses. I keep forgetting to put spaces. Dark. Agonizing depression.
Sunset.
Empty broken email.
Universe.
Right
No,
button,
universe is too pompous. I don't want universe.
Fuck the universe.
Pure.
Entropy. Mouse.
No, adventure is probably the best of these.
Wrath.
Sunny.
Frightening. God damn it. You disappoint me. Actually, you don't, because I have no idea who you're writing for.
Well, how much of a nerd do I have to be to write a poem about fucking anime? No thanks. Let's see, special.
Special suicide.
Fuck you, Android. Landscape. And the now what?
Inferno! Creams will explode!
Their passion.
Wow.
And
Disaster, tragedy, graveyard, tears.
nature,
Sticky.
whatever. I guess Sayuri is gonna like the fuck out of this
Okay,
poem.
so your poem is Daydream, a lazy promise, friends, peacetime, melody, whistle, infinite music, summer, ocean, sunset, pure adventure, sun, special landscape, passion, nature.
Well, it's not too terrible, probably.
It could have been worse. Could have been like Doki Doki anime, boop, cruel, terrible, suicide, email. I don't know. I don't remember all the words there, but email and suicide and Doki Doki and boop and stuff like that. Fluffy, suicide, email, anime.
Hi again, Hippocat. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. Hahaha. Nah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but at least I keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Thanks for keeping your promise, Hippocat. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it.
No, come on, like he deserves any slack. Sayori told me you didn't even want to join any clubs this year. And last year too. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. But if you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it, bitch.
Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in the club room. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga.
I have a question. How the fuck do you know that? Manga is literature.
Hentai is art, manga is literature. Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back into her seat.
Don't worry, guys. Cat always gives it his best as long as he's having fun.
The problem is that I never have fun.
God, this is like the Hulk moment. The thing is, I never have fun. He helps me with his busy work. With busy work without me even asking. Like cooking, cleaning my room, building my PC. Oh.
How dependable. Sayori, that's because your room is so messy it's distracting. And you almost set your house on fire once.
Is that so?
You two are really good friends, aren't you? I might be a little jealous. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yes. How come? You and Kid can become good friends too?
Sayori. As usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the weird situation she just put me into.
Oh, Yuri even brought you something today, you know?
Wait, Sayori? Me? Not really.
Get fucked. Don't be shy.
It's really nothing. What is it? Never mind. Sayori made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What do I do?
I'm sorry, Yuri, I wasn't thinking.
I guess that means it's up to me to rescue this situation. Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place, so any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It will make me happy no matter what. Is that so? Yeah, I won't make it a big deal if you don't want it to be. Alright. Well, here. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, discuss it if you wanted. This is... How's this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you, I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Phew. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Sayori and Monica are having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet.
Let's see.
Man, it looks like no one wants to be bothered today. I slam down into the nearest desk. How am I supposed to occupy myself with something literature-related by myself like this? I guess I could always read some of the book Yuri gave me, but I'm feeling a little too tired to read. I could probably fall asleep right now. I close my eyes and then end up listening in on Sayori's conversation with Monica.
We're probably going to seem really lame compared to all the other clubs, though.
Well, we can't give up. The festival is our chance to show everyone what literature is all about. The problem is that the idea of a literature club sounds too dense and intellectual. But it's not like that at all, you know? We just need a way of showing that to everyone. Something that speaks to their creative minds.
That doesn't solve the problem, though.
What do you mean?
Even if we come up with the most fun thing ever, nobody will come in the first place if it's a literature event. So it's more important to figure out how to get people to show up in the first place, you know? And after they come, we can do the thing to speak to their creative minds.
What's this? Sayori is taking this really seriously. It's rare to hear her deliberating like this. That's a good point. In that case, do you think food will do the trick?
What kind?
Well, I guess we could.
Cupcakes!
Shut up, Pinkie Pie. Hahaha, good thinking. Natsuki would love to do that.
Ah, you're right. Natsuki makes the best cupcakes. That works out perfectly.
That wasn't why you suggested it.
Cupcakes speak to my creative tummy.
Cupcakes it is then.
I'm hungry.
Anyway, we still need to work out the details of the event itself. I find myself smiling. In the end, Sayori is still her usual self. But therein lies the unexpected reason I admire her. Unlike me, who has trouble finding any motivation at all, Sayori can put her mind to things and make them come to life. I suppose that's why I end up letting her get on my case about things. I can't help but wonder what it would be like to see the world through her eyes. Ooh-ah! Who the fuck makes a sound like that?
What?
I open my eyes to find Sayori's face filling my vision. I nearly fall out of my chair.
Yeah, sorry. Wait. Actually, I'm not sorry at all. It's your fault for sleeping like that. This isn't the napping club.
Does our school have a napping club?
You're staying up late again, aren't you? Now that you're in the club, you're gonna have less time for anime, you know?
Shit.
You'll need to get used to it, bitch.
Don't say that so loud.
Bitch!
I glance over my shoulder to see if Monica overheard.
It's true though. You are a bitch.
Yeah. Fuck Android. Like, you wanted me to play this so much, now you're just gonna make a meme out of it. I know. You're always looking out for me, Sayori.
It's what I do best.
That's a problem. What about you? You look out for me better than you look out for yourself. You're still oversleeping every day, aren't you?
Eh? Not every day.
That's not very convincing. How many days this past week have you gotten up on time?
It's a secret.
I knew it.
Come on. At least give me the benefit of the doubt.
I can't even do that. Look, Sayori, it's written all over you.
Eh?
Sayori glances around at herself.
How is it written all over me?
You were clearly in a rush this morning. Look, your hair is sticking out all around here.
Ah,
I ran my fingertips down the side of Sayori's hair, trying to straighten it out. Man, you really need a brush for this.
my hair is just really hard to get right.
I won't fall for that. There is more than just your hair. Look, your bow isn't straight either. And there is a toothpaste stain on your collar right here. I tried to wipe off the stain with my finger.
But nobody would ever notice that.
Of course they would. Nobody's gonna tell you about it because they don't want to embarrass you. Fortunately, I really don't care about that.
Hey, you meanie.
And you don't even keep your blazer buttoned up. Seriously, Sayori. Why do you think you don't have a boyfriend yet?
Eh? That's super mean.
Sorry, but you'll thank me later. I start to button her blazer from the bottom. Once you see how much better it looks, you'll change your mind.
This is so funny.
What is?
Well, I was just thinking how weird it is to have a friend who does these kinds of things.
Eh? Don't say that. You'll make me feel weird about it, stupid.
It's okay though. I'm happy we're like this. Aren't you?
I guess.
Hey, be careful. The button might come off.
Why is this one so hard to close? I struggle to fully close the button near her chest. Does this thing even fit you properly?
It did when I bought it.
If you ever buttoned it, you would have noticed sooner that it doesn't fit you anymore. What are you smiling about?
It means my boobs got bigger again.
Damn.
I don't know why
F's,
it says this.
F's in chat for Android for having to read this.
Damn it.
Don't say that out loud.
Ooh.
Anyway, you look much better now, so... why does it feel strange to see Sayori's blazer buttoned up like that?
But it's so stuffy. Ooh. It's not worth it at all.
Sayori hastily unbuttons her blazer once more.
Phew. That's so much better.
Sayori puts her arms out and twirls around.
So if I keep it unbuttoned, then I won't get a boyfriend, right?
Yeah, that's how it works. What kind of logic is that? And why are you saying that like it's a good thing?
Because if I had a boyfriend, then he wouldn't even let you do the things like this. Even, not even, whatever I said. And you take care of me better than anyone else would anyway. So that's why I'm keeping it unbuttoned.
Stop saying all these embarrassing things.
Yeah. I didn't say anything embarrassing.
Jeez. Well, anyway, just focus on trying to wake up a little earlier.
Only if you focus on going to bed earlier.
Fine. It's a deal.
Yeah? I guess we really are better at taking care of each other than we are at taking care of ourselves.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
So maybe you should come wake me up in the morning.
This is like a weird thing to say, but okay. You're doing it again, Sayori.
Oh, but I was joking that time. See, it's all fine.
Man, it's impossible to tell with you sometimes. Okay, everyone. Eh? Monica suddenly calls out. Why don't we share the poems we wrote now?
Yay! Yeah, because I can't wait to read yours.
Yeah, same. Can't wait to read mine. I fail to sound enthusiastic, but Sayori still trots away to retrieve her poem. Oh, she trots away, huh? Does she totally fucking Pinkie Pie? By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night? Yeah. My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. Couldn't really find much inspiration, since I've never really done this before. Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with?
I can't wait.
Sayori and Monica enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sayori is on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monica wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monica's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. Who should I show my poem to first? Well, Sayori, I guess, why not?
Yay!
I'm definitely most comfortable sharing it with Sayori first. She's my good friend after all.
Oh my goodness! This is so good, Hippocat.
Eh?
I love it. I had no idea you were such a good writer.
Sayori, you must be seriously overreacting. I'm not a good writer at all. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, maybe that's why. Because I have no idea what I like either. Yeah?
Jeez. I'm sure Yuri's opinion has to be a little more constructive than this. Maybe even Natsuki's. Are you sure you don't like it just because I wrote it?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that's part of it. I think I understand you better than a lot of other people, you know? So when I read your poem, it's not just a poem, it's a Hippocat poem. And it makes it feel extra special. Like I can feel your feelings in it.
Sayori hugs the sheet against her chest. You're so weird, Sayori.
I'm really happy just that you wrote one. It just reminds me of how you're really a part of the club now.
Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Well, of course. I'm not really into it yet, but that doesn't mean I'll break my promise.
See? It's like I said before, Hippocat. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people. That's something that only really good people do.
Thanks, Sayori. I'm not sure if Sayori sees the full picture of my motive here. Then again, I can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined. Knowing how much this means to her and all.
Yeah. And I'm gonna make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? That'll be my way of thanking you.
Alright, I'm going to hold you to that then.
Yay! Now you'll read my poem too, right? Don't worry, I'm really bad at this.
We'll see about that.
Alright. Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning, it makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? I look above, the sky's blue. It's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever. But I'm not mad. I want breakfast.
Okay. Sayori. This is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this?
No. Just a little bit.
You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question.
I forgot to do it last night.
Well, at least that makes me feel a little better about myself.
Don't be mean. I still tried my best.
Yeah. I didn't mean to say that it was a bad poem. It came out nice, or how should I put it? It sounds just like you.
Really?
Yeah. Especially that last line.
I made eggs and toast.
Even though you were late to school.
It's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky. Kill everyone.
Well, I guess there is no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me.
This was so much fun. Monica's the best.
Yeah.
But next time I won't forget. And I'm gonna write the best poem ever.
Well, I guess I'll look forward to it. Who should I show my poem to next? Let's show the president, I guess. Hi, Hippocat. Having a good time so far? Yeah. Good, glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay?
I'm always listening.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course, I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, want to share your poem with me? It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, Hippocat. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon. Yeah, that's true. I hand Monica my poem. I like this one. It makes me think of something Sayori would like. Is that so? You and Sayori are really good friends, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you had these sorts of things in common. Ah, well, we may be good friends, but Sayori and I are actually really different. Well, that may be the case. But maybe there are also some similarities that you wouldn't expect. The way she talks about you. It sounds like the two of you really care about each other's well-being. Even if you show it in different ways, it ends up being more similar than you'd think. So I think that's the kind of vibe I get when reading your poem. You sure you're not reading into it too much? Haha, I could be. Oh gosh, I sound like Yuri. But in any case, Sayori's writing has kind of a gentle feel to it. I can tell that she likes exploring with emotions like happiness and sadness. Who knew that someone so happy would enjoy sad things too? Yeah, that's totally unexpected. Well, to each their own. And you shouldn't be afraid to experiment a little bit either.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure I'll end up trying different things a lot. It could take a while before I feel comfortable doing this. That's okay. I'd love to see you try new things.
Oh yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Android. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a little bit biased toward their own kinds of styles, but I'll always help you find what suits you the most. So don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. It's not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Really. That's a fucking visual novel! What are you talking? Haha. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, that's because I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know? I see. Well, let's read it then. Hole in wall. Glory hole. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay, that was my fault. It couldn't have been me. See the direction, the spackle protrudes. A noisy neighbor, an angry boyfriend. I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel, blind, like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retinas, already scorched with a permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep, stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in, I was looking out, and he, on the other side, was looking in. What the fuck is this?
It's a poem. Slightly better than yours. Mrs. Daydream, Lazy Promised Friends, Peacetime Melody, with one from Music, Summer Ocean, Sun's Appearance. Just studying special landscape park.
No, it's like, it's too, I don't know, tries to be too philosophical or something. It tries to be too deep for its own good or something.
It was too deep.
Yes,
forever into everything.
It was too deep. That's about this poem. It's too deep. So, what do you think? It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. It's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyway, here is Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Okay, give me a moment. I have to take a short break.
Alright. I took care of all my break things before this stream. Aren't I professional? Alright, well, cannot discuss anything with anyone, even without Hippocat, because he'll see chat, he might hear what we're talking about. So how's your day been, Mr. Wrong Taste in Anime Girls and other people? Yeah, possible, very possible. He's halfway through it though, so you know, we'd think that by now he would be used to it. I think I'm gonna take over Monica or something after halfway through the game, because it's gonna be like Hippocat reading 3 or 4 lines in the whole thing. You all know why. Already it's a lot of like Yuri and Monica dialogues mostly with Hippocat, and I'm just like feeling, oh man, I hoist all the most talking people onto Hippocat here. So to keep it more balanced, I think I will be Monica in the future. I don't know though if he plans to do it all in one sitting. It's like 7-8 hours, possibly. Probably 2 streams, if I would say. I think if he asks for advice, that's what I will advise him.
Yeah, just Android's giggles are so fucking sexy, I just had to have a quick wank in the toilet. I'm gonna cream my pants. Stop, Android, please, please.
Okay.
Now, I don't really know who to go to next. Let's go for Yuri, I guess.
Alright, more reading with yourself.
Oh shit, I wanted to switch it around, but I don't want to leave Yuri for last. So let's go for Yuri.
You might say you don't want to leave Yuri on ice. No, that doesn't make any sense.
Man, I haven't even watched that. Maybe I should.
I have no idea what it even is, I'll be honest. I just know the phrase, the name of something. I guess it's like a spectacle, whatever it's called, like a... In English, what's the word? Spectacle, that means different things in English. Play or something? Or is it like a cartoon, or what is it even?
I don't even know.
Alright, mister, yes, so sure.
Screw you. Yuri stares at the poem. A minute passes, more than enough time for her to finish reading. Oh! Sorry! I forgot to start speaking. It's fine, don't force yourself. I'm not. I just need to put my thoughts into words. Hold on. Okay. This is your first time writing a poem, right? Yeah. Why do you ask? I'm just making sure. I guess that it might be after reading through it. Ah, so it's that bad. No! Did I just raise my voice? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yuri buries her face in her hands. I couldn't help but notice that it's been several minutes and we haven't really gotten anywhere. It might take Yuri a while to get used to new people. It's fine, I really didn't notice. What were you saying? Right, it's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form-fit the two together. What?
Well, like you're deciding, okay, I'm gonna be like all epic or funny or like quirky, but what shall I write about? Because like, you know, the style should come either naturally from how you write or from what you're writing about in this particular situation. Probably like, if you want to say like, hey, I'm writing based on, like, inspired by this work, I'm gonna try to imitate the style of the author, stuff like that.
Okay, I'm gonna trust an experienced fanfic writer on this.
Yep.
The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little bit biased, though. Biased? How? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry. It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Yuri smiles dreamily, as if that's a rare opportunity for her, which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? Ghost under the light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing, it must be this one. The last remaining street light to have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe. Calm, breathing air of the present, but living in the past.
I
The light...
think it's calm, and then like the...
comma, calm, breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back.
I kind of like her poems the least, I'll be honest. Even Natsuki's I like better than hers. But it's not to say that they're bad, it's just like... I think maybe I'm just biased against her by this point, but it's like some of the wording and language she has is kind of annoying to me. Like here, that like the sickening blue-green hue of the future, it's like just awkward, slightly awkward.
Yeah, I guess it is, but I still kind of like it more than Monica's. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Monica's just weird. Of course, Sayuri is the best.
Yeah, that breakfast line kind of won me over completely.
Now you're firmly on the Sayuri route.
Well, perhaps. I don't know. I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting. What? I wasn't thinking about that at all. But it took you a long time to read. Well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty. Eh? That's a relief. Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive. It wasn't too short. I usually write longer poems. Not at all. I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest, since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. No, Hazamati, I'm not gonna do that, I'm sorry. Like, I already feel that my throat is being, like, slightly disturbed by all this speaking.
Ah, so that's what they mean when they say the game is disturbing.
Yes, exactly.
My throat is slightly disturbed by this game. Ooh.
Since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri?
My god, he's an idiot.
Uh,
Oh yes, that was about ghosts and a ghost story.
Isn't like Yuri, doesn't it like mean a ghost or something? No?
I know only one meaning of that word. I'm not sure if it's ghost.
I think the ghost in Japanese sounds something similar to this. I'm not sure.
I heard something close, like her name is close to some word at the very least, but I don't know. I didn't really like store it in my memory when I might have heard that, but I don't know.
Hoo-hoo! Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Hippocat. Really. I must have totally missed the point. Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost. Lingering in her last remaining place of comfort and able to let go of the past, and soon to be left with nothing. That's a lot more solemn putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive.
It's still a cool image when you just like remember. I think they say it. I don't remember if it's an unavoidable phrase or someone later says that like Yuri's poems specifically just paint a picture more than tell a story. And that's kind of true. Like I appreciate the atmosphere of like the image in your head that that little poem of hers creates, but I just like the language is kind of awkward in places. But it's pretty cool. I like all their poems honestly in this game. I feel like they did a good job. Just like you can tell the writer was actually gave a shit and picked the literature theme probably because he knew he could talk a bunch, say a bunch about it and stuff like that. So it's interesting. It's well done.
It's nothing really. Well, it makes me happy that you think that. Just remember that it won't be long before you pick up on these things too. Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I'll have to keep trying. I'm counting on you. Who should I show my poem to next? Damn. Should I pick Natsuki, or maybe should I pick Natsuki?
Natsuki.
I know, I should pick this red cross in the upper corner of the window. That's who I'm gonna show my poem to. Okay.
Well, it's about what I expected from someone like you.
That's a little blunt.
Well, excuse me. It's not like I said it was bad. I just didn't evoke, it just didn't evoke any emotions.
So basically it's not cute enough for your tastes.
Do you want to get smacked?
Why don't you spank me instead?
This is the
That's a
FBI
quote from No One Lives Forever.
Too late. FBI has opened up. No, we've opened up for the FBI. I'll pass. Oh, that's you. Fuck it. I'll pass as well. Just for the record.
I'll pass.
Sigh. Well, anyway, I guess I need to show you mine. Ooh. Not that you'll like it. I care about Natsuki, Mike. Eagles I love this poem, by the way. Eagles can fly. Monkeys can climb. Crickets can leap. Horses can race. Owls can seek. Cheetahs can run. Eagles can fly. People can try, but that's about it.
I kinda like it.
I fucking love Natsuki's poems. I guess this one's my favorite, but no, actually that is probably my favorite of hers, but she does longer and like more involved stuff later, more elaborate. This is like a very like simple. That's it. But I fucking love. People can try, but that's about it. Mike, I like to see you write a poem better than this, bitch.
I actually like it.
Right?
Like
it's
legitimately like it.
It's short and exactly like she is, short and to the point.
And it actually kind of rhymes, unlike the previous ones.
Yeah, there is not a lot of rhyming for what's supposed to be poems, but when people play this game, no one's ever seemed surprised that nothing rhymes. So I guess it's.
Well, I mean, it's not that uncommon because apparently, just nowadays poetry is just about writing whatever the fuck you want, and it doesn't have to rhyme or make any sense. Not that I know much about it, but apparently that's the thing.
I guess it's kind of evolved into something that just kind of has a flow of some sort, intended flow when you like read it out loud or perform it or something, or even read it in your mind. Like, wasn't Greek or whatever Roman poetry more about just like being rhythmic than rhyming or something like that? I remember learning about it.
I'm not sure.
There was like never any rhymes, but it was like do or something. I don't know.
Android.
Oh yes, I was reading Mike's message. Also, no, it's not Mike. You wrote Wars and Hippocat. Yeah. That was Natsuki's line, by the way. Yeah.
Okay.
I told you they weren't gonna like it.
I like it.
What? Just be honest.
I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it?
Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. People don't even take my writing seriously.
That isn't the point of poems, for people to express themselves. Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid.
Yes, exactly. I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it.
Yeah, I understand.
But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line.
So you did. I guess more went into it than I realized.
That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you?
Yeah, I guess not. I decided to humor her with that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki is feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her.
The law cares.
Phew. I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It is as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they are just being nice, there is no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monika are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly.
What's with this language?
Eh? Did you say something?
Oh, it's nothing.
Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand.
I guess I could say it's fancy.
Thanks. Yours is cute.
Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? See here, Yuri sucks. She didn't even get that simple ass poem that Hippocat and I got. She's like, oh, I'm too deep for this shit. And does the same thing that Hippocat did with like, is it about stories? I mean, is it about ghosts? And a story about ghosts, Yuri. Completely missing the point, and it's just like, oh, I guess it's supposed to be cute. Anyway, it's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? You dumb broad.
I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice.
Eh? You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all.
Well, I do have a couple suggestions.
If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. And here I kind of disagree with her, because you kind of want suggestions from people who don't like it as well.
Yeah, like people who like it, they already like it. They don't want to change anything.
Yeah. I think she more means like people who care enough to understand it, at least, because Yuri clearly didn't. But people who care enough to understand would still probably have like a, hey, I would like it even better if it was this and this. Which people did, by the way. Exactly, Mike, we're explaining how Yuri is dumb. Sayori liked it. And Hippocat did too. So based on that, I would gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all...
Excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet.
Oof.
And Hippocat liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. Man, I don't like that the music stopped. Shit's about to go down.
Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri.
Eh? That's not what I... You're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Hippocat appreciates my advice more than he appreciates yours.
Huh. And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more, bitch? Are you that full of yourself? She is pretty full of herself.
No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy.
Oh. gonna cut a bit. Is everyone okay? Well, you know what? I was the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Hippogate started showing up. Man, I just keep to have reading the word boobs here. I didn't particularly specifically pick the right.
I have the magic breast enlargement spell.
Yep. Passive aura.
Natsuki! Oh, Natsuki, that's a little...
This doesn't involve you.
This doesn't involve you!
I don't like fighting, guys.
Suddenly, both girls run towards me as if they just noticed I was standing there. Hippocat! She's just trying to make me look bad.
That's not true. She started it. If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate that simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point of making your poems all convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out at the reader, not force them to have to figure it out. Help me explain that to her, Hippocat. I'm just distracted because the way Hippocat showed me his screen in Discord, I keep seeing these team pop-ups. And I was like, what the fuck, here's some 3 there.
Wait! There's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meaning the most effectively. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, Hippocat? Well... How did I get dragged into this in the first place? It's not like I know anything about writing, but whomever I agree with, they'll probably think more highly of me. So of course that's going to be... Well, it's not like I disagree, like... Fuck, well, I liked Natsuki's poems more, but that's... I'm not gonna just like agree with her just because of that, because this entire fucking argument is just fucking dumb.
Yeah, they both had like stupid things and good points as well in there.
I'm gonna ask for Sayori's help. Fuck them, I don't care.
Good. Sayori is a good mediator.
Natsuki glares at me, drying up any words I had in my mouth. So instead I turn to Yuri. Yuri! But Yuri's expression is so defenseless that I can't bring myself to say anything to her. Shit. Sayori!
Eh?
Yeah! Everyone's fighting is making Sayori uncomfortable. How can the two of you keep fighting when you know you're making your friend feel like this?
Hippocat. Well, that's her problem. This isn't about her.
I agree. It's unfair for others to interject their own feelings into our conflict.
Yeah, unless Sayori wants to tell Yuri what a stuck-up jerk she's being.
She would never? It's your immaturity that's made her upset in the first place.
Excuse me? Are you listening to yourself? This is exactly why nobody likes...
Stop! Ah, that's you. Okay, sorry.
It's me? Come on now. Natsuki, Yuri. You guys are my friends. I just want everyone to get along and be happy. My friends are wonderful people. And I love them because of their differences. Natsuki's poems, they're amazing because they give you so many feelings with just a few words. Oh, I think this is where they actually said that thing. And Yuri's poems are amazing because they paint beautiful pictures in your head. Exactly. Everyone's so talented. So why are we fighting? Because...
Well...
Also... Natsuki's cute and there's nothing wrong with that. And Yuri's boobs are the same as they always were. Big and beautiful.
Nice one, Sayori. Sayori stands triumphantly. Monica stands behind her with a bewildered expression. I'll make some tea. Yuri rushes off. Natsuki sits down with a blank expression on her face, staring at nothing. So this is why Sayori is vice president? I whisper to Monica. She nods in return. To be honest, I might come off as a good leader and I can organize things. But I'm not very good with people. I couldn't even bring myself to interject. As president, that's kind of embarrassing of me. Nah, it's not like I can blame you. I wasn't able to say anything either. Well, I guess that just means Sayori is amazing in her own ways, isn't she? You could say that. She might be an airhead, but sometimes it's weirdly suspicious that she knows exactly what she's doing. I see. Take good care of her, okay? I would hate to see her get herself hurt. That makes two of us. You can count on me. Monica smiles sweetly at me, causing my stomach to knot. Such a genuine person really does make a good president, regardless of what she says. If only I could get the chance to talk to her a little more.
But the game will not allow you. Too bad.
So, she's like not an option or something, or is this like one of those things that visual novels do, like you have to get all the routes and then you get a secret route that you can take?
Nah, well, I mean, for now, you might have noticed in the poem composing bit, she was not there amongst the like little figurines. It was only the other three.
Well, yeah.
As I said, she's like the tutorial exposition kind of character here more.
Okay, everyone. It's just about time for us to leave. How did you all feel about sharing poems?
It was a lot of fun.
Well, I'd say it was worth it.
It was alright. Well, mostly.
Hippocat, how about you? Yeah, I'd say the same. It was a neat thing to talk about with everyone. Awesome! In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. And maybe you learned something from your friends, too. So your poems will turn out even better. I think to myself. I did learn a little more about the kinds of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination.
Hippocat! Ready to walk home?
Sure, let's go.
Yeah.
Sayori beams at me. It really has been a while since Sayori and I have spent this much time together. I can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. Sayori, about what happened earlier.
Yeah? What do you mean?
You know, between Yuri and Natsuki. Does that kind of thing happen often?
No. That's really the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you?
No, I don't hate them. I just wanted your opinion, that's all. I can see why they'd make good friends with you.
Phew. You know, Hippocat, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club. But I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. And I think everyone really likes you too.
That's...
Every day is going to be so much fun.
It looks like Sayori still hasn't caught on to the kind of situation I'm in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but does it really need to stop there? We'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayori. I pat Sayori on the shoulder. I said that more to myself than to her, but it's easy to use Sayori as an internal monologue sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do this. Oh god. Okay.
I'm ready.
I'm gonna be back in a minute.
Oh. Gathering his inspiration. I'm gonna have to be careful, because I want to point stuff out to Hippocat as it happens. But I don't want to really make light of any foreshadowing more than he notices or realizes ahead of time. So I don't even want to say like, hey, remember this for the future. So I'm gonna bring stuff up later and hope he remembers some of it. Because like this is definitely the kind of game where reading everything the second time, you like catch so many more things, like not just foreshadowing, but the characters, and now that you know the true personalities after the end of the game and like what they are like in the poems and the little bits of dialogue there and little details. And no one really, I don't think a lot of people who play this game play it twice, so they don't really realize that how much deeper it goes. Well, I mean, it doesn't really, like, it goes deeper, but you know, there's a lot of little things. I usually love when you can reread or re-watch or re-experience something, and you just like catch a lot of everything with the knowledge that you've gathered from the first time experiencing the thing.
All right.
There you
Well,
go.
I guess we're gonna try to keep impressing Sayori with our fucking poetry and shit. But
She's kind of like the least obvious to pick the words for, but I think if you just do your thing, naturally might happen. Because Yuri does all the like long, smart, and also all the like metal, depressing words, and a couple that are just like overly intelligent. And of course, Natsuki is all like cute things and silly things. And then Sayori is more about like the genuine words about emotions and stuff, and like friendship and stuff like that.
Alright.
So it's kind of like her words mix up with both Yuri's and Natsuki's sometimes, and if you don't know exactly which will go for whom, it might be like not entirely reliable. But
Well, I guess I'm just gonna pick like the words in the same style that I was speaking previously, and hopefully
yeah,
that will work.
It could work.
Okay, if you wanna write this down, then go fucking ahead.
I am.
Okay, imagination. Doom, 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 doom. Happiness. Doom, 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 doom. Clouds. Doom, doom, doom.
I actually would expect the clouds to be Sayori's word. Oh well.
Let's see. Peace. Oh no, Natsuki's liking it too much. Shit.
Well,
shit.
I mean, Natsuki's cool. Unlike a certain other one, Natsuki's cool, so might as well get some Natsuki.
Let's see. Breathe.
Actually, they're all cool, so whatever.
Mm. Pure.
Not very Sayori so far.
Yeah, I guess so.
But yeah, she's more challenging, I think.
Well, whatever. I bet, like, if you don't get like a 100% one character, then you get the bad ending, and like everyone just dies, and you feel terrible or something. But I'm prepared to face that, whatever. Let's see, raindrops. Summer. Vibrant. God, I'm gonna write some shit and nobody's gonna like it. Waterfall.
Wow, Positive's playing Red Dead Redemption 2 on PC. What kind of masochist is he?
Fantasy. Fuck it, I'm just gonna pick randomly, I don't care. Landscape. Memories. Yeah, you're probably gonna like that. Yes. Hope.
Alright.
Journey. Lucky. I don't like any of these words.
A lot of Yuri words here, looks like.
Yeah. Let's go for insight.
Even that one.
Incongruent. I don't even know what that fucking means. Fucking some poet I am.
The more words you don't know what they mean you use, you know Yuri's gonna like it.
Yeah, I guess that's a good rule of thumb here. Let's go with time, whatever. And whatever, sunny. I feel like Natsuki had the most words this time.
Maybe. Anyway, your poem is imagination, happiness, clouds, peace, breathe, pure raindrops, summer, vibrant waterfall, fantasy landscape, memories, daydream, hope, journey, lucky insight, time, sunny.
Cool.
And I've pasted it. Yeah. Actually, like 2 of those were fantasy landscape, I guess, kind of. Insight, time, sunny. I don't know.
Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me.
Hi, Hippocat.
Yo, Sayori. Looks like you're in a good mood today.
I'm just still not used to being in the club, that's all.
I see. That's a pretty simple thing to get you in a good mood. But I guess it's always the simple things with you anyway.
Speaking of which, I'm kinda hungry. Will you come with me to buy a snack?
No thanks.
Eh? That's not like you at all.
I have my reasons. Why don't we take a look at your purse, Sayori?
Eh? Why that all of a sudden?
No reason, really. I just wanted to look at it. Sayori nervously retrieves her coin purse. She fumbles with the latch and gets it open. Then she turns it upside down and lets its contents spill onto the desk. Only 2 small coins fall out.
So here, this little thing, like a fun fact. Apparently in Japan, even like the coin denominations that they have, 2 small coins would still be enough to buy like something in a machine somewhere. So 2 small coins is not like, oh no, can't even afford any single snack. So they didn't do any research for this, and really it's a shameful letdown.
Damn, like I want my money back for this free game.
Immersion ruined.
I knew it. I can see right through you, Sayori.
That's not fair. How did you even know?
It's simple. If you had enough money in the first place, you would have brought a snack before coming into the club room. So either you're not hungry and wanted an excuse to take a walk, or you planned to conveniently forget that you spent all your money so that I would lend you some. But there is one more thing. You're always hungry, and so that only leaves the one option.
Wah! I give up. Don't make me feel guilty.
If you feel guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty.
Ouch.
Ahaha. Yuri suddenly giggles. Eh? I didn't notice that she was listening. Her face is in the book as always. I wasn't listening or anything. It was just something in my book.
Yuri. Tell Hippocat to let me borrow some money.
That's... Don't get me involved like that, Sayori. Besides, you should only buy what you can responsibly afford. And frankly, after pulling a mischievous little stunt like that, your suffering is fair enough retribution. Did I just... I didn't mean that. I got too absorbed into my book. Oh...
I really like when you speak your mind, Yuri. It doesn't happen much, but it's a fun side of you.
That's... There is no way you could think that.
You were right, though. I did something bad, and now I have to accept the revolution.
Retribution?
That.
Still, coming from you, Sayori, I guess there is a little devil inside all of us, isn't there? Don't let her fool you. Sayori knows exactly what she's doing. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me to the club before she even told me.
But you wouldn't come. You wouldn't have come if it even weren't for the cupcakes. This line is challenging. I'm sorry. So I had to trick Natsuki into making them.
Come on, give me more credit than that, Sayori.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere, something smacks Sayori in the face and tumbles onto the desk.
Now this part's funny because well, not everyone, but so many people playing this game get immediately so outraged because they all assume that the player character just smacked her shit.
Well, I did think it was like a slap in the face or something, because it sounded like a slap in the face.
He is being a dick to her throughout, but luckily he's not that outright hateful to her.
No, I expected Natsuki to sneak up on her and slap her in the face or something, because she overheard about cupcakes or something.
What was? A cookie!
Sure enough, it's a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Sayori glances around.
Is this a miracle? It's because I paid my restitution.
Retribution. Actually, that one almost worked.
I was just gonna give it to you. But then I heard you blab about the cupcakes. It was certainly worth seeing your reaction though. Natsuki, that's so nice of you. I'm so happy.
Sayori hugs the cookie. Geez, just eat it. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big bite.
So good.
Sayori suddenly clasps her hands over her mouth.
It's poisoned. I bit my tongue. You're going through a lot over just one cookie.
Natsuki takes a bite of her own cookie.
Ah, yours looks really good too, Natsuki. Can I try it? Jeez. Beggars can be choosers. But yours is chocolate. Yeah, why do you think I gave you that one? Fine. Still, I'm really happy that you shared this with me. This one with me.
Sayori gets out of her seat and goes behind Natsuki, then wraps her arms around her.
Ah, jeez. I get it.
Cookie still in hand, Natsuki reaches up to nudge Sayori off of her.
Oh.
Sayori suddenly leans down and takes a bite out of Natsuki's cookie.
Hey! Did you seriously just do that? No?
Mouth full, Sayori trots away to safety.
Again?
Yuri and I laugh as well.
Jeez, you're such a kid sometimes, and you keep trotting for some reason. What's up with that? Monica, can you tell Sayori? Eh?
Natsuki glances around. Monica isn't in the club room.
Where is Monica anyway?
Good question. Have any of you heard anything about her being late today?
Not me.
Yeah, I haven't either. That's a bit unusual.
I hope she's okay. Of course she's okay. She probably just had something to do today. She's pretty popular after all. Eh? You don't think she has a...
I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably more desirable than all of us combined.
That's true. Excuse me?
Suddenly, the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry. Ah, there you are. I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything.
Yeah. Monica chose the club over her boyfriend after all. You're so strong-willed.
Boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about? Monica quizzically glances at me. Never mind that. What held you up anyway? Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kind of just lost track of time.
That makes no sense though. You would have heard the bell ring at least.
I must not have heard it since I was practicing piano. Piano? I wasn't aware you played music as well, Monica. I don't really. I kind of just started recently. I've always wanted to learn piano.
That's so cool. Also, apparently weren't far off the mark with the guitar thing. She's playing a musical instrument here. You should play something for us, Monica.
That's... Monica looks at me. Maybe once I get a little bit better I will.
Yay!
That sounds cool. I'd also look forward to it. I think I multiple clicked by accident. Can I
Yeah,
go
said,
back?
Is that so? There's history.
Let's see, I didn't skip too much or anything. Yeah, is that so? Okay.
Is that so?
In that case, I won't let you down, Hippocat. Monica smiles sweetly.
He just fucking whooshes everyone else off the screen.
I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that. Haha, don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently, and I'd really love the chance to share once I'm ready. I see. In that case, best of luck. Thanks. So, I didn't miss anything, did I? Not really. I choose to leave out Sayori's mischievous escapade. I'm sure Natsuki will end up complaining to her anyway. It looks like everyone has already settled down. Sayori somehow already finished her entire cookie. Yuri is back to her book, and Natsuki disappeared into the closet. Hippocat. That's you. Yeah, okay, sorry.
Alright, so you did manage to snag Sayori again, looks like. Because this is where the scene changes. Like last time, when you were buttoning Sayori's blazer up, that's if you picked someone else in the poem words, that's where a scene would happen with other people, and here's the same.
Okay, cool. Sayori suddenly comes up to me.
I'm gonna go get some supplies from another classroom. Wanna come with me?
Supplies? What for?
It's a surprise. Well, you know how the festival is coming up. Me and Monica were gonna make some posters and stuff. So I need to go find some crayons and markers and glue sticks.
Ah, I see.
Glue sticks for creativity.
Sure, I'll go with you.
Yay! Okay, Monica, we'll be back soon.
Ah, are you going with Hippocat to get the supplies? There is no need to trouble yourself. I'd be happy to go with him.
Oh, but I wanted to. So much fun exploring empty classrooms and stuff.
Okay. It was just a suggestion. See if you can find poster paper too, okay?
Okay. Ready, Hippocat?
Yep, let's go. Sayori and I exit the club room. I follow behind as Sayori hums and skips around the hallway. Honestly, it feels like I'm taking a kid to the mall or something. Sayori finds pleasure in the simplest things sometimes. Hey Sayori, what exactly are we doing for the festival anyway? I'm not sure how you would make an event out of literature.
Me and Monica have it all planned out. Don't you worry.
Is that so?
Yep. We're gonna do a poetry performance.
A performance? Of what kind?
A poetry performance? Well, everyone is gonna take turns on stage and recite their favorite poems.
That sounds kind of dull.
Hippocat, you're not thinking about it the right way at all. It's not just about reading poems, it's about performing them. Like you say the lines of the poem like, between my feet, the last remaining flower beckons to me. I twist the stem, freeing it from its clinging roots. Caressing the final joyous moment between my fingers, fumbled it there. But to what ends have I summoned this joy? For now, when I look in every direction, the once prosperous field before me is but a barren wasteland. Like that.
Sayori, how do I put this? I'm sure it's just me, but it's impossible for me to take you seriously when you talk like that.
Yeah. You meanie. I'm working super hard on this, you know?
I know. I just meant that it's a pretty unordinary contrast to your cute self.
A mo gap, you might say. Don't say that, it's embarrassing. But I guess that means I'm doing a good job.
Yeah, I guess so.
Ah, I'm so excited. Festival's going to be so much fun.
Sayori spins herself around in the hallway again.
Hey, Hibaka, this classroom over here is empty. Let's steal some shit.
The mission, steal some shit.
Steal some shit, eh?
It's been a long time since I've spent time with Sayori like this, but in the end, she hasn't changed one bit. She's nothing but a ball of sunshine, drawing happy vibes from the world around her. It's a pretty nostalgic feeling for me. As the years went by, I began to hole myself up in my room more and more, so going adventuring with Sayori brings about a special sort of feeling I forgot I had in me. The two of us enter the classroom. Sayori heads straight to the closet and I follow.
Let's see what we have in here. Crayons.
Sayori pulls a box full of crayons onto the shelf.
They're the best brand too, the crayon.
The tastiest ones.
Ah, yes. They're kind of dirty though.
Sayori starts pulling various crayons out of the box, reading the color names. Alright, that's one down. Don't get distracted, we still need to find.
Wait, I'm looking for my favorite flavor.
Fine. Then at least move aside so I can look for the poster paper.
Ah, I dropped one by accident. Yeah!
Sayori bends over and smacks her forehead right into the shelf. She falls to the floor and crayons spill all over her lap. You okay?
My forehead.
Sayori clutches her forehead. Geez, Sayori. That's just like you, isn't it? Come on, let me see. Since Sayori is sitting on the floor, I grab her by the waist and pull her out of the closet. You have to move your hands, Sayori.
But it hurts.
Just do it for a second. Sayori slowly releases her hands from her forehead. I gently brush her bangs to the side.
Ow!
Sorry. There's a huge red mark on the center of her forehead. A bump is starting to form as well. Man, this is gonna swell up. I should find you some ice.
Here, my cat.
Where would I even find ice around this time? I guess a cold drink would do.
You don't have to. I'm fine with looking like a unicorn.
And Pinkie Pie is fine with looking like a unicorn, I see.
I mean, we all knew she hides a horn in her hair somewhere. Otherwise, how is she able to do the thing she does?
Even
There
wincing...
was a fanfic. There was a fanfic about that she was like born a unicorn and then they like, what's the word? Like chiseled her horn off for some reason because it was like a Earth Pony family, and they were like, no unicorn fucking here. So, but she's secretly like a unicorn. I remember that fanfic. Oh well.
That's dark.
Right.
Even wincing from the pain, Sayori makes a silly joke. What are you saying?
What are you saying? What are you saying?
I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Don't eat any crayons while I'm gone. I pat Sayori on the shoulder and run out in the hallway. I locate the nearest vending machine. What should I get? It doesn't really matter, since it will be used as an ice pack rather than to drink. But I know Sayori likes apple juice, so I purchase that one. In just a moment, I'm already returning to the classroom where I left Sayori. She has one palm on her forehead and is using the other hand to clumsily scoop crayons back into the box.
At least they were already in the wrong spots before I spilled them.
Sayori, here. I hand Sayori the bottle of apple juice.
It's nice and cold.
Sayori opens the cap and starts drinking from it. Sayori, what are you doing? It is for your forehead, idiot.
Apply directly. Ah! Sorry, I forgot.
How hard did you hit your head? Sayori places the bottle against the bump on her head.
It stings.
Just bear with it, it will feel better soon. Looks like you cleaned up most of the crayons, so that's good.
Hey, Hippocat. This kind of reminds you of growing up, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
You know how we used to play outside all the time? I would always try to keep up with you. You were kind of oblivious in some ways. Like I usually fell behind or had trouble climbing on the things you did. Yeah. But sometimes when I tried to do things I couldn't, I would get myself hurt. I'd fall and scrape myself or get a bump. And I would start crying really hard. Ha 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 ha. And you would rush over as quick as you could. You would try really hard to get me to stop crying. It was almost like you blamed yourself and were afraid of getting in trouble if someone found out. Even though it really wasn't your fault at all, you know?
Did I really do that?
Yeah, you don't remember?
Come to think of it, maybe I do remember a bit. I guess I was always so focused on my games that I didn't pay enough attention to you. So in a way, it was my fault. Kind of like this time too. If I wasn't rushing you out of the closet, you probably wouldn't have hit your head.
Keep a cat. I don't think you realize it, but you're always thinking about other people. Even after all these years. You're rushing to help me even though I'm just being clumsy. You're really a sweetheart.
Don't call me that. I don't really do this kind of thing all the time. I guess when it comes to you, it just feels natural. Before I even know it, I'm treating you like that. I guess that's what happens when you've been friends for so long.
Really? Maybe you're right. Hippocat. I'm so glad that nothing's changed between us. Do you think it'll be like this forever?
Forever? If I'm honest to myself, there is no telling where we'll each end up for college or after that, so it wouldn't be fair for me to make any promises. But, well, I hope so. It's been this long already, right? I can't imagine you ever changing, so my hopes are up.
I'm so happy.
Sayori has a whimsical expression in her eyes. We remain silent for a moment. She's so silly and clumsy on the outside that when I see her deep in thought like this, it makes me not want to disturb her.
I guess we should go back. I don't want to worry Monica, you know?
Good luck with that. She's gonna see your forehead either way.
Not if I hide it under my bangs.
Sayori helps to her feet.
Ah!
She clutches her forehead again. Don't stand up so fast after hurting yourself. Well, I guess it's too late now. Anyway, let's go. I follow Sayori out of the classroom. Sayori plays with her bangs to try to hide the bump, but without much success. In a moment, we make it back to the club room. Ah, you're back. Good timing. I was just about ready to start. I was just about ready to start with sharing our poems. Oh, Sayori, your forehead. She's fine. Don't worry about it.
I was playing with the crayons and smacked my forehead into the shelf.
Well, anyway, were you able to find everything we needed?
Uh-huh, I have it right.
Sayori frantically glances around herself.
I forgot all the stuff.
Calm down, Sayori. I have it all right here. I found the poster paper too. Ahaha! Sounds like you ended up doing all the work, Hippocat. Well, Sayori... I failed to come up with an excuse for Sayori.
I made it an adventure.
Yeah, that. Okay. In any case, good work. I'll start working on the posters tonight.
Me too.
Okay, everyone. Are you ready to share your poems? Guess I should grab mine. After making sure the crayon box is closed tightly, I return to my seat. Well, I guess, like, since... I don't know, maybe it's better to show it to the president first, because it kinda makes sense.
Sure.
But then again, do they get upset if you don't go for them first? I guess they don't, so whatever. Let's go to the president. Hi again, Hippocat. How's the writing going? Alright, I guess. I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad. I'm happy that you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece. I wouldn't count on that. You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today? Sure, here you go. I give my poem to Monica. Alright. It's pretty good. Makes me think of Sayori, like the other one that you wrote. You two are like the dynamic duo. That's kind of exaggerating it. Yeah, probably. But you do spend a lot of time with her even in this club, don't you? Then again, I don't blame you for being a little shy. I'm not shy, it's just... Haha, I'm just teasing. I know it takes a bit of time to make friends with everyone. But Yuri and Natsuki are super interesting people, so don't be afraid to give them their share of time. And you can talk to me every now and then, too. I'm not, like, unapproachable or anything, am I? No, it's nothing like that. I'm just still getting used to being here, that's all. Yeah, I'm sorry if I was putting pressure on you or something. I really didn't mean it like that. Oh, don't worry. I get what you're saying. Well, alright. But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. Alright, let's take a look. Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors. Flashing, expanding, piercing. Red, green, blue, an endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms. Squeaking, screeching, piercing. Sine, cosine, tangent. Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable. Like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Load me. What? The fuck is this? This is even more fucked up than her first poem. What the shit is this?
Love me, baby. Also, I think it's tangent.
Tangent?
Tangent.
Yeah, probably tangent, yeah. Just don't get to use math language too much. So I don't really know. No, she means load the game and try to do shit. Like, I don't know. Am I wrong here? I'm just gonna assume that the words that they like kinda appear in their poems as well, right?
I'm not sure. I've never noticed specifically those specific words appearing. I think it's more like the style and the vibe of the words. Also, she does like any words because she's not there.
Well, I don't know. I still think there is some kind of secret fucking route that you can take to do Monica. Do Monica, that's not exactly what I mean, but you know what I mean. Whatever.
Yeah, Freudian sleep.
It's even more abstract than your last one, huh? I guess it's just the way I write. I'm sorry if you don't like it. No, I never said that. It's just the kind of thing I've never really seen before, I guess. I kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Choosing where and how to space your words can totally change the mood of the poem. It's almost like magic. The way I wrote the lines really short makes it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise. I see. It's still hard for me to tell what's about, though. Sometimes asking what a poem is about isn't the right question. A poem can be as abstract as physical expression of a feeling, or a conversation with the reader. So putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyway, here is Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. Really. You never know when you might change your mind, or when something unexpected may happen. Wait, is this tip even about writing? What am I even talking about? Hahaha. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Yeah, right.
She's right, you know, you have like 9 pages of save slots and you haven't saved once, even though we have all these choices. Like
we're doing fucking Iron Man. This is Iron Man playthrough, no saves.
God damn it. Hardcore.
Okay.
First death.
I'm gonna pick Sayori next, so Android, you prepare yourself, your cute voice, and I'm gonna be back in a minute.
My voice is naturally cute, bitch. I don't even have to prepare myself. I'm kind of feeling like I should make Hippocate just do the whole game in one sitting now, because like he's thinking in terms of, ooh, maybe there's a secret route for Monica, and I feel like that sort of thinking would be beneficial to experiencing the rest of the game. So we might have to endurance run this shit. Also now I know Hippocate returns in like seconds, so I probably will not even try to say anything else, like to talk about stuff like this. Because he's like whoop whoop when he's back. I don't want him suddenly accidentally hearing me speculate about stuff. But man, even about the poems, there's stuff to point out later, so maybe I'll need to pull up the texts of the poems somewhere to keep them, so I can reference them better. They're probably easily available. I can't hear the music at all, but yeah, the music in this game is good. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like standing out to me as far as soundtracks go, but it's well made.
The heck you're talking about here? Plotting against me?
Exactly.
Bastards. Anyway, Sayori time.
The only thing I said is that I think I'll want to persuade you to do the game in one sitting instead of splitting into 2 streams like I would think originally.
Well,
like,
I suppose we have the
7,
time.
8 hours. But yeah, the rest of the day. And I feel like it's best experienced like fresh, maybe.
Well, we'll see if we can do that.
Hippocat, I really love your poems. I can't believe you've been hiding this from me.
I'm not hiding anything.
But your poems are so good. Yesterday's and this one too. You can't tell me you haven't done this before.
I mean, you're really the only one who feels that way, so...
Eh? No way. Not even Natsuki?
Well, I guess Natsuki is the least likely to admit how much she liked something. But I don't think it's that.
What do you mean?
Well, I guess I'll be honest about it. It's a lot easier to write poems when I'm thinking about you.
And? What?
Stop thinking weird things, idiot. I just mean that you're a really expressive person, I guess. How am I supposed to write poems about my own stupid life? But you somehow make everything in your life an adventure. Even the little things.
Wow. Like cooking.
Let's not talk about that. So yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that I can feel more feelings through you than I can through myself. I have that kind of weird connection. It's your fault for getting in my business all the time.
Eh. I don't know if I understand.
You never understand when I try to explain things to you, do you, Sayori? I pat Sayori's head.
Hey. I'm not a kid, you know.
Are you sure about that?
Maybe?
Sayori starts fiddling with her pencil between her hands.
Hey, Hippocat. Will you give me your poem? I kinda wanna keep it.
Oh, why?
I'm running out of toilet paper. Because... well... It's the first time you've written something for me.
Huh?
Dun
Hmm.
dun dun.
Sayori, you completely misunderstood. I didn't write this for you. Are you even listening anymore? Oh, whatever. I'll give it to you when we go home.
Really?
Snap.
Ah! I broke my pencil.
Sayori hastily bends down to pick up the piece she dropped. But being inattentive of her surroundings, she bumps right into me.
So sorry.
It's fine, it's fine. I'll get it for you. I bend down and pick up the broken pencil. Sayori clutches the desk beside her to support herself, knees shaking.
I'm a little clumsy today.
Let's sit down, Sayori.
Yeah.
I grab Sayori's arm and help her sit at the desk. Anyway, I still haven't read your poem.
Oh! Sorry, I forgot about that. But it's not as good as yours.
Jeez, don't worry. I'm sure I like it. Oh god, that's a big one. Holy shit.
Right, get ready, man. They have warmed up. Bottles. It's about that mole from Banjo-Kazooie. I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's the secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine all rubbing together like a bundle of kittens. I reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tingly, but there is no time to waste. I put it in a bottle to keep it safe, and I put the bottle on the shelf with all the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, and bottles all in a row. My collection makes me lots of friends, each bottle a starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friend feels a certain way, down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go, like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hiding in the nooks and crannies, digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow dust off my bottle caps. It doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally all done. I open up and in come my friends. In they come in such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf, one after the other, holding them out to each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile between my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, in shards all over the floor. They were supposed to be for my friends who aren't smiling. They're shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo inside my head.
What the fuck is wrong with her this time? That's kind of like unexpected.
I like that it just has parts where it rhymes. I think
Yeah,
there's...
I like how it's spaced. There's like the rhymed parts and then these parts don't rhyme. I actually kind of like it.
Some lines are like completely out of whack, like the one with the nooks and crannies in the cave. It's like all the previous lines combined in terms of length. It's kind of weird, but I like it. I think, well, like purely content-wise, this is probably one of my favorite poems in the game. I'm trying to remember the Natsuki's first one I love, and this one, and I think there's another one by Natsuki that I really like. I'm trying to remember Yuri's. I don't know. Yuri's don't really stand out that much. Monika's either, but so I guess two Natsuki's in this one, my favorites. Also, the other one by Natsuki. The other one by Natsuki also has rhyming in it, which I appreciated.
Holy crap. Sayori, did you really write this?
Of course I did. Didn't I tell you yesterday I was gonna write the best poem ever?
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't expect something like this coming from you.
Monika taught me a whole... Don't eat my bread, bitch!
Sorry.
Monika taught me a whole lot. And I have been really in touch with my feelings recently.
I see that. It's almost kind of creepy.
Creepy?
Well, not exactly. Maybe because I'm so used to you being cheerful. Well, never mind. I'm thinking too hard about it. The point is, it came out good, so you should be proud of it.
Oh, thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little bit better. Writing is like magic.
You've gotten pretty passionate about this, huh? I hope you keep it up.
Yeah! Writing's the best! I'm gonna keep writing until I die.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Sayori's always had the habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it no more than a week later. I wonder if this is one of those times. But seeing the passion in her eyes makes it hard for me to be pessimistic. Who should I show my poem to next? Yuri. Let's see what you've written for today. Well done, Hippocat. Your skills are already improving. Really. Thanks, Yuri. Coming from you, that means a lot. Huh? It's nothing. I'm just happy to help inspire fellow writers. I know you're new to this, so don't worry so much if it seems like you can get your poem to feel perfect. You don't need to be afraid to be a little more daring. Metaphors can go a long way. Don't feel like you need to work your brain like turning a bunch of gears. Try letting your mind wander through your feelings, and write down the things you see and hear. That's one way to truly enable your reader to see into your mind. It's a very intimate exercise. I see. That's a certainly interesting technique. Thanks for sharing. I have, well, an example of that if you'd like to read it. Of course. Of course! This is the poem you wrote for today. Yuri nods and timidly hands me her poem. Oh god, that's another big one. The Raccoon. It happened in the dead of night, while I was slicing bread for a guilty snack. My attention was caught by the scattering of a raccoon outside my window. That was, I believe, the first time I noticed my strange tendencies as an... what the fuck is this word?
Unordinary.
Unordinary, okay, unordinary human. I gave the raccoon a piece of bread, my subconscious, well aware of the consequences. Well aware that a raccoon that is fed will always come back for more. The enticing beauty of my cutting knife was the symptom, the bread, my hungry curiosity, the raccoon, an urge. The moon increments its phase and reflects that much more light off of my cutting knife. Like, I'm worried that she writes about the knife so much. The very same light that glistens in the eyes of my raccoon friend. I slice the bread, fresh and soft. The raccoon becomes excited. Or perhaps I'm merely projecting my emotions onto the newly satisfied animal. The raccoon has taken to following me. You could say that we've gotten quite used to each other. The raccoon becomes hungry more and more frequently, so my bread is always handy. Every time I brandish my cutting knife, the raccoon shows me its excitement. A rush of blood. Classic Pavlovian conditioning. I slice the bread, and I feed myself again.
In before Hippocat's main character was like, "Oh, Yuri, are you into raccoons?"
That's exactly what he's gonna fucking say. Oh, you like bread, huh?
I didn't know you were into bread, Yuri. Someone as gentle as you.
Well, you know, if you put something on the bread, it's like usually tastes better. Just a tip. Oh, the poem, yeah, the poem is okay. Yeah, okay. I was a little more daring with this one than yesterday's. I can see that. It's a lot more metaphorical. I don't know if it's my fault, but I can't begin to imagine what this poem is about. That's right. It's a bit closer to my preferred writing style, using the poem as a canvas to express vivid imagery and conveying emotions through them. Yeah, if I take it at face value, then I can't even figure out what it's supposed to mean. Well, I think it's something that different people can relate to in their own way. I wanted to express the way it feels for me to indulge in my more unusual hobbies.
Like eating bread.
Like stabbing people with knives, more like. It's those sorts of things I'm usually forced to keep to myself, so I sometimes enjoy writing about them. Why do you keep them to yourself? What?
Do you think amongst the people you know, or like statistically speaking amongst the people that someone knows, is it more likely that there will be a person who stabs others, or that there will be a person who eats bread without anything else on the bread? What's weirder?
I think eating bread without anything on the bread is definitely weirder.
Exactly the point I wanted to make.
Unless it's some kind of special bread, I don't know. But then again, who the fuck
Actually, yeah,
eats special bread?
There is good bread with like little seeds in it or whatever. That's tasty by itself. Still, some butter doesn't hurt.
That's true.
Машу каслом не испортишь.
Because they're embarrassing, and people would make fun of me. Don't you have anything like that, Hip Cat? Oh, my crippling hentai addiction. Well, yeah, I guess I do. I feel like everyone has little something like that. The best we can do is respect each other and our individualities, even if it's difficult sometimes and some things make us uncomfortable. After all, if I hadn't learned to embrace my own weirdness, I would probably hate myself. I might be ranting a little bit now, but I'm glad that you're a good listener. Who should I show my poem to next?
Oh, again, this choice. Too hard. Well, it's not really any worse than your last one. But I can't really say it's any better either. Huh? What?
Ah, well, anything that isn't a train wreck I'll take as a win. And I get the feeling you're probably the most critical.
Hey, what makes you... Wait, maybe that was a compliment. Aha! Glad to see someone recognizes my experience. Well then, keep practicing and maybe you'll be as good as me someday.
That's, something tells me Natsuki completely missed the point.
Come to think about it, this kind of reminds me of Sayori's poem from yesterday.
You think so?
Yeah, well, I guess if you've been friends with her for so long, you might be on the same wavelength. She never really struck me as her type.
Sayori has a type all of a sudden.
Well, I don't know, but honestly, how can someone so fluffy spend so much time with someone like you? You're bold. It's like she's dragging around a dead weight.
Well, that's harsh. That was a little unnecessary. But think of it this way, if it weren't for me, she would probably just fly away, like letting go of a balloon. You could say we each take care of each other in our own way.
Whatever it is, I don't get it. Oh yeah, I guess I'm supposed to show you my poem. Here. Amy likes spiders. You know what I heard about Amy? Amy likes spiders, icky, wriggly, hairy, ugly spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a cute singing voice. I heard her singing in my favorite love song. Every time she sang the chorus, my heart would pound to the rhythm of the words. But she likes spiders, that's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. Oh wait, you scrolled way too much. But she likes spiders. One time I hurt my leg really bad. Amy helped me up and took me to the nurse. I tried not to let her touch me. She likes spiders, so her hands are probably gross. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. I always see her talking to people. She probably talks about spiders. What if her friends start to like spiders too? That's why I'm not friends with her. It doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. It doesn't matter if she keeps it private. It doesn't matter if it doesn't hurt anyone. It's gross. She's gross. The world is better off without spider lovers. And I'm gonna tell everyone.
I don't know, it kinda strangely complements Yuri's poem in some weird way.
It's also very on the nose, and I feel like out of Natsuki's poems, this one probably is the least Natsuki and the weirdest, because it's like long and just like doesn't cut straight to the point. That like, especially that it doesn't matter if this, it doesn't matter if that. I feel like that's all implied, and she's just like stating it outright, like, hey, in case you didn't get the point, huh? But I mean, everyone has their down days and up days. Honestly, Yuri's poem for this day is also my least favorite of Yuri's poems. But yeah. Not bad, right?
It's quite a bit longer than yesterday's. Yesterday's was way too short.
That is me here. Yesterday is way too short. I was just warming up. I hope you didn't think that was the best I could do.
No, of course not.
Anyway, the message is pretty straightforward in this poem. I doubt I have to explain it. Sometimes, and then she goes on to explain it anyway, can explain complicated issues with much simpler analogies. Actually, I guess now it's not her explaining the point. And it helps people realize how stupid they're being. Like, anyone would agree that the subject of this poem is an ignorant jerk.
Do you know people like that?
Of course, it's about how everyone thinks my... that doesn't matter. It can be about anything. I wrote it to be easy to relate to. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or guilty pleasure. Something that you're afraid if people find out they'll make fun of you or think less of you. But that just makes people stupid. Who cares what someone likes as long as they're not hurting anyone and makes them happy? Yeah. I think people really need to learn to respect others for liking weird things.
Yeah, like that's ever gonna happen. That's funny. Yuri wrote about something similar today.
You are really thinking everything your MC is gonna say ahead of time here, Hippocrat. Huh? Did you say Yuri?
Yeah. She said her poem was about an unusual hobby of hers. I didn't really get it, but she said something similar to you. That people shouldn't make each other feel insecure about those things.
Really? Well... I mean, Yuri's pretty weird, so I wouldn't doubt she has some weird hobbies. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's not like I would judge her or anything.
Natsuki has trouble finding words.
I guess I should try not to be so mean to her. If she feels insecure about her weird behaviors and stuff. I mean, I always hate people who make me feel insecure. And Yuri made me feel insecure yesterday. But the way you put it, it sounds like she's learned her lesson.
Well, I would say so. Even if her writing style is really different, I'm sure she'll appreciate the message in your poem.
It's what I do best after all. I don't like writing unless there's a good message to take away from it.
I feel like she's gonna misinterpret it completely and take it the other way around. Because that's kind of what I did. But okay.
Well, one person playing, I remember only one person though, but one person playing the game, they were like, oh, maybe Natsuki, I wonder who Amy is, who Natsuki really dislikes that much. Maybe Amy is Yuri, And it's like, whoosh. Like, conveying emotions is important. But I want to make people think, not just feel. Reels over feels, remember that. I'm gonna write a good one for tomorrow too, so look forward to it.
Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other poems, right? I have something extra planned today, so if everyone could come sit at the front of the room...
Is this about the festival?
Well, sort of.
Do we really have to do something for the festival? It's not like we can put together anything good in just a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members.
That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? We won't need much more than a few decorations. Sayori has been working on posters, and I've designed some pamphlets we can give out during the event.
Okay, that's great and all. But that doesn't tell us what we're actually going to be doing for the event.
Ah, sorry, I thought you heard about it already. We're going to be performing.
Performing?
Monica? Yeah, we're going to be having a poetry performance. Each of us are going to choose a poem to recite during the event. But the cool part is, we're also going to let everyone else come up and recite poems too. Sayori is putting it on all the posters in case anyone wants to prepare ahead of time. Sayori, who's been coloring a poster, holds it up for us to see.
Are you fucking kidding me, Monica? You didn't already start putting up those posters, did you?
Well, I did. Do you really think it's that bad of an idea?
Well, no. It's not a bad idea. I didn't sign up for this, you know? There's no way I'm going to be performing in front of a group of people like that.
I agree with Natsuki. I could never, in my life, do something like that. Imagining it, Yuri shakes her head in fear.
Guys, guys, go.
No, Sayori. I understand where they're coming from. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never shared their poems with anyone until just a couple days ago. It's a lot to ask for them to recite their poems out loud to a whole room full of people. Oh, so it's their poems now, because like the way they were talking about it before, it's like it felt like it wasn't their poems, but just like poems in general.
Well, she's gonna say it, but it is actually like they can choose other people, like other poems, completely whatever. But like expected that maybe since they're all writing poems, they would be most like easier to just like understand the poem if it's your own and to properly perform it or something.
I guess I kind of overlooked that, so I'm sorry. But I still think we should give it our best. We are the only ones responsible for the fate of this club. If we start the event and each put on a good performance, then it will inspire others to do the same. Now she's poking Natsuki in the eye.
Yeah.
And the more people who perform, the better we'll be able to show everyone what literature is all about.
Yeah! It's about expressing your feelings, being intimate with yourself, finding new horizons, and having fun.
That's right. And it's those reasons we are all in this club today. Don't you want to share that with others? To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? I know you do. I know we all do. And if all it takes is staying in front of the room for 2 minutes and reciting a poem, then I know you can do it. Natsuki and Yuri remain silent. Sayori looks worried. I guess that leaves me to no choice. I agree. I don't think that's too much to ask. I think that Sayori and Monika have been trying really hard to get new members. The least we can do is help them out a little bit.
Well, maybe, but...
It looks like Natsuki doesn't have any arguments left.
Okay, fine. I guess I just have to get it over with Bennett 40. Alright.
Phew. Thanks, Natsuki. What about you, Yuri? Yuri dejectedly glances around at everyone else's expectant faces. I guess I don't really have a choice.
Yeah, that's everyone. You're the best, Yuri.
This club is seriously going to be the death of me. Oh gosh. You'll be fine, Yuri. But anyway, let's move on to the main event. I want each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're going to practice reciting them in front of each other.
No way.
Monika, this is too sudden. Well, if you can't recite your poem in front of the club, how do you expect it to do it in front of strangers? Oh no. Don't worry. I'll start off to help everyone feel a little more comfortable.
Can I go next?
Of course. Now, let's see. Monika flips through her notebook to the specific poem she has in mind for herself. She then stands behind the podium. The title of this poem is The Way They Fly. Ahem. Monika begins reciting her poem. Her clear, confident voice fills the room. More than that, her inflection is pristine. She knows exactly how to imply emotion behind each line she recites, bringing the words to life. Is this something she's done before, or is she simply natural? I glance around me. Everyone has their eyes on Monika. Sayori looks amazed. Yuri has an intense expression of her face that I don't understand. Finally, Monika finishes their recitation. The four of us applaud. Monika takes a breath and smiles.
That was so good, Monika.
Thank you very much. I was just hoping to set a good example. Are you ready to go next, Sayori? I'll go next.
Oh, Yuri's fired up all of a sudden.
Yuri clutches a sheet of paper between her hands and stands up. Keeping her head down, she walks quickly over to the podium. This poem is called... Yuri anxiously glances at each of us.
You can do it, Yuri.
It's called After Image of a Crimson Eye. Jesus fucking Christ.
Right?
Yuri's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem. Just a moment ago she practically refused to do this. Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? As Yuri gets past the first couple of lines, her voice changes. It's almost like what happens when Yuri gets absorbed into her books. Her quivering words transform into the sharp syllables of a fierce and confident woman. The poem is full of twists and turns in its structure that she enunciates with perfect timing. This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed inside her head. Suddenly, she is finished. Everyone is stunned. Yuri snaps back into reality and glances around her, as if she bewildered even herself. It's up to me to save this situation. I'm the first to start uploading. Everyone joins me afterward and we give Yuri the recognition she deserves. It's not that we didn't want to upload for her, but we were caught so off guard that we must have forgotten. As we applaud, Yuri holds the poem to her chest and rushes back into her seat. Yuri, that was really good. Thank you for sharing. Looks like Yuri is down for the count.
Okay. I guess I'm next then.
Sayori hops out of her chair and cheerfully walks to the podium.
This one is called My Meadow. Sorry, I giggled.
Sayori.
It's not harder than I thought. How did you guys do it so easily?
Try not to think of it like you're reciting to other people. Imagine you're reciting it to yourself, like in front of a mirror or in your own head.
By the way, remember when we went to gather materials and whatnot, she was making an example of how to perform a poem, and it was like, I pluck a flower, blah blah blah, and then I see that everything around me is like an empty field. I'm pretty sure, I don't think anyone's ever said this or noticed this or pointed it out, or it's never mentioned again in the game. But I feel like that My Meadow that she says here, because she was talking with Monica before and they were planning this ahead of time, so she probably already knows, and she probably was practicing that one specifically. So I think that was her own poem there that she was reading out about, but now I notice it's nothing but a barren wasteland after I picked all the flowers and whatnot. Just wanted to point out that was probably her writing there.
Makes sense, I guess. It's your poem, so it'll come out the best way. I
see.
Man, I just have the fucking tendency to read everything from the screen. It's just hard for me to not read shit.
History skip, autosave load settings. History skip, autosave load settings.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay then.
Sayori begins her poem, History skip autosave load settings. Fuck you, Android. Somehow it feels like her soft voice was made as a perfect match. The poem isn't aimlessly cheery like Sayori is. It's serene and bittersweet. If I were to read this on paper, I probably wouldn't think much of it, but hearing it come from Sayori's voice almost gives it a whole new meaning. Maybe this is what Sayori meant when she said she liked my poems. It's like I get to reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew through and through. Sayori finishes and we applaud.
I did it! Yatta!
Good job, Sayori.
Even Hippocat liked it. I guess that's a good sign.
What does that even mean? It came out nicely, Sayori. The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. But it might be that other poems wouldn't work quite as well with that kind of delivery.
I don't really understand.
In other words, I've seen poems of yours where that sort of gentle delivery wouldn't work as well. They might need a little more force behind them, depending on what you're reading.
Oh, I know what you mean. I've been practicing that kind of thing. It's just embarrassing to do in front of everyone.
The next time I'm going to make you pick a poem that challenges you a little more. We don't have much time before the festival, you know?
Okay.
Now, who's next? Natsuki?
Bleh. Don't make me go before Hippocat. It's not like I can compare to you guys anyway. Might as well let Hippocat lower everyone's standards a little bit before I have to do it. Natsuki!
It's fine, it's fine. I might as well get it over with. But it's not like I have much of a selection of what to read. I'll just have to go with what I wrote for today. I stand up and step in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me, making me feel terribly awkward. I recite my poem.
Imagination, happiness, clouds, peace, breathe.
Fuck.
Wonderful landscape moments. Ending hope, journey, lucky inside, time sunny.
Since I'm not exactly confident in my own writing, it's hard to put energy into it. Despite that, once I finish, I receive applause anyway. Sorry, I'm not really as good as everyone else. Don't worry about it so much. I think it's less about your abilities and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. That's something that will improve over time, though. Yeah, maybe. Alright then. That just leaves you, Natsuki.
Yeah. I'm going.
Natsuki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way to the podium.
The poem is cold. It's cold. Why are you looking at me?
Because you're presenting.
Oh.
I know why Android said oh.
Anyway, the poem is called Jump. Yump.
Natsuki takes a breath. Once she starts reciting the poem, her sour attitude disappears a little. While she's still a little unenthused, her poem has a rhythm and a rhyme to it. It's Natsuki's trademark style, and it works surprisingly well when spoken aloud. The words feel like they bounce up and down, as if giving life to the poem. Natsuki finishes and everyone applauds. She halves back to her seat. That wasn't so bad, was it?
Easy for you to say. You'd better not make me do that again.
Ah, well. Do you at least feel prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people?
I mean, doing it in front of other people will be way easier. I can put on whatever face I want for other people. But when it's just my friends, it's just embarrassing. That's a surprise, Natsuki. I think it will be the other way around for me. Well, that's just how it is, so...
Well, I guess in that case, you won't have much to worry about for the festival. That said, I want to thank everyone for coming through. It might be hard, but I hope that you all have an idea of what it's like now. Make sure you pick a poem and get enough practice before the festival, okay? I'll be making pamphlets, so let me know ahead of time what you'll be reciting. Jeez, I should probably find some other poem to recite instead. That's fine too. It doesn't have to be your own. I'm already pleasantly surprised that you're putting in all this effort for the club. It makes me really happy. Yeah, no
Eat
problem.
my hair, Natsuki.
Okay, everyone. I think that's about it for today. I know the festival is coming up, but let's try to write poems for tomorrow as well. It's been working out really nicely so far, so I'd like to continue that. As for the festival, we'll finish planning tomorrow, and then we'll have the weekend to prepare. Monday is the big day.
I can't wait!
I can do this. I can do this. Alright.
Alright!
I stand up. There is no way I'll be able to find the same enthusiasm as Sayori and Monika, but I'll do my best to get through it. If it's for the sake of the club and impressing Monika, then I'll have to do my best.
Ready?
You did it! You did it, motherfucker!
The history skip on the same low settings, but that was because Sayori appeared. That's unfair.
Yeah. Ready to go, Sayori?
Yep! Look at you two always going home together like that.
It's kind of adorable, isn't it? Jeez, guys! Don't make such a big deal out of it. It must be a little nice, though. Well, how am I supposed to respond to that?
It's okay, Hippocate, you don't have to say it.
Whatever, let's go already. I walk home with Sayori once more. Even though it's only been a few days, a lot of things have already changed. But today, Sayori is being a little quieter than usual on the way home. Hey, Sayori.
Sorry, I was spacing out.
No wonder.
I was thinking about something from earlier. I like how we get to... I mean...
Sayori fumbles with her words.
So, let's just say that one day, Yuri asked to walk home with you. What would you do?
What kind of question is that? You're kind of putting me on the spot here. Well, I guess we're going the Sayori route, so whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of defaults to Yuri there, I think, because we haven't really had more interactions with her than Natsuki at all.
Sayori, you really think I would teach you for Yuri?
Eh? But she's so beautiful and smart.
Jeez, I already see her in the club every day. Besides, you always seem to really like going home together. I wouldn't just ruin that for you.
You're so silly, Hippocat. You think about me too much sometimes. Yuri would deserve it if she wanted it, so...
Sayori, I've already made up my mind. I really can't figure you out sometimes.
Sorry.
Besides, what's the point in speculating something that's never going to happen? The conversation trails off. It's kind of a weird thing for Sayori to care so much about. But I want to respect her and keep her happy too. Then again, the festival is only a few days away. Who knows what will happen in that time? Okay, let's write some fucking poetry!
Hell yeah.
Okay.
An ending inferno. Massacre. Swimsuit. Shopping.
Let's
shopping,
go with
shopping.
excitement.
Frightening desire.
Clumsy? Yeah, okay.
Play suicide.
Play. No. Eagle. Oh, wait, that's... okay. That's Natsuki's. Alright.
Marshmallow death.
Lucky.
Extreme wrath explode.
Holiday. I forgot what summer was. Well, okay, love is probably hers, yes.
Huh.
Color.
You're getting better at picking up Sayori words here.
Joy.
Because half of these I expect to be Natsuki. Even though I kind of understand
Music.
her. My mind still goes like positive equals Natsuki, negative equals Yuri, even though that's not entirely true at all. Special pain. Vivid graveyard.
Okay, shiny? No. Shit. Okay. Cheer. Daydream. Happiness. Sunny.
Sunny tragedy.
Dance. Which one would that be? Amazing. Adventure.
Lots of fun.
Smile. Smile, smile.
Hey, HD.
Awesome! I feel like I did pretty good this time.
Yeah, a lot of Sayori there. Excitement, clumsy play, giggle, lucky holiday, love, color, joy, music, shiny cheer, daydream, happiness, sunny dance, amazing adventure, smile, awesome. There we go.
Oh man. I'm the last one here again. Don't worry, I just walked in too. Are you practicing piano again? Yeah. You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and now picking up piano. Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion. Remember that the club wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And I'm super happy that you're all willing to help out for the festival too.
Ah, I can't wait for the festival. It's gonna be great.
Eh? Weren't you complaining about it just yesterday, Natsuki?
Well, yeah. I'm not talking about our part of the festival. But it's a whole day of school where we get to play and eat all kinds of delicious food.
You sound a bit like Sayori all of a sudden.
Monica, do they usually have fried squid?
Squid? That's a pretty specific thing to look forward to.
Oh, come on. Are you saying you don't like squid? You, of all people?
Huh? I didn't say I didn't like it. Besides, what do you mean by you of all people?
Because it's right in your name. Mon Ika. Ika is squid in Japanese.
Wow. They actually came up with a fucking Japanese pun in English language, but it doesn't make sense in English. Wow, that's like holy crap.
In the Japanese translation, it makes complete sense. There's like puns here. For like, I gave a little bit of shit to the Japanese translation, but I've been told that some of the little wordplay here and there is translated pretty well. It's the poems. Poems apparently aren't translated perfectly well, and like their deeper meanings and stuff gets completely lost. But some puns were done well.
Eh? That's not how you say my name at all. Also, that joke makes no sense in translation. She's self-aware. Never mind. Let's just focus on our own event for today, okay?
Fine. Your reactions aren't as fun as Yuri's or Sayori's anyway.
Excuse me. Where's Sayori anyway? Oh, there you are. Sayori is sitting at the desk in the corner of the room, looking down at nothing. I walk over to her. Hey, Sayori. I wave my hand in front of her face.
Eh?
You were spacing out again.
Sorry. Don't mind me. You can go talk to everyone else.
Huh? Is everything alright?
Of course. Why wouldn't it be?
It just feels like you're a little off. Sorry for assuming things.
Jeez, you worry too much about me. I'm fine, see?
Sayori shows me a big smile.
Don't let me distract you from having fun with everyone.
Well, alright. If you say so. I worriedly glance at Sayori before turning back toward everyone else. But the conversation has already dispersed with everyone back at their usual activities. Maybe I should ask Monica if she noticed anything about Sayori recently. Since they've been preparing for the festival, they must be spending a lot of time together. I timidly approach Monica, who is shuffling through some papers at her desk. Hippocat, what's up? Hey, this might sound a little strange, but have you noticed anything up with Sayori recently? Anything up with her? In what way do you mean? Maybe I'm reading into it a little too much, but she seems a bit downcast today. Oh, you think so? I can't say I've noticed anything about her. Monica peers across the room at Sayori, who is idly dragging a rubber eraser up and down her desk. Maybe there is something on her mind. But I'm surprised I'm not the one asking you, Hippocat. You certainly know her a lot better than I do. Yeah, but she's never really like this. She's always talked to me about things that bothered her. But this time, when I asked her, she was really dismissive. Sorry, I know it's not your problem. I just wanted to ask if you knew anything, so I'll drop it now. No. It's important to me too. I mean, I'm also friends with her, and I also care about the well-being of my club members, you know? Maybe I'll try talking to her myself. You sure about that? She seemed like she wanted to be left alone. Are you sure? Maybe she just had a hard time bringing it up with the person of interest. Person of interest? What do you mean by that? I'm saying that maybe the thing on her mind is you, Hippocat. Me? How on earth would you come to that conclusion? Well, I probably shouldn't say too much, but Sayori talks about you more than anything else, you know? Huh? She's been so much happier ever since you joined the club. It's like an extra light was turned on inside of her. What? No way. Sayori is always like that. She's always been full of sunshine. It's not any different from how it's always been. You're so funny, Hippocat. Have you thought that maybe you've always seen her as so cheerful? Because that's just how she is when she's around you. I said too much. I'm sorry, what do I know anyway? I didn't mean to jump to conclusions, so you should just forget about what I said. I'll try to talk to her, so try not to think about it for now. Alright. Monica smiles meaningfully. I know she said to forget about it, but I already know that I won't be able to get her words out of my head. Monica stands up from her desk and walks across the room to where Sayori is sitting. I watch her kneel down next to Sayori and gently talk to her, but she's keeping her voice so quiet that I cannot hear her from here. I sigh and sit myself down. I know Sayori told me not to worry about her and to have fun with everyone else, but that's impossible to do when she's behaving like this. Exactly how much do I care about her that I'm letting this weigh me down so much? Now it feels like I'm the one behaving out of the ordinary, but there is nothing I can do besides wait for Monica. Okay, everyone. After some time passes, Monica calls out to the club room. Why don't we share our poems now? Before I know it, everything is back to normal. Everyone goes to retrieve their poems, and I do the same. I make eye contact with Monica, and she smiles at me. I wonder what she was talking about with Sayori. Okay, let's go, President. Hi, Hippocat. Have you thought about what you want to submit to perform at the festival? Well, being in this club is one thing, but performing in front of a bunch of people? I'll have to give it some more thought. Okay, no pressure. But whatever you do, I'm sure it will turn out great. It would also make me happy to see. Hahaha. Anyway, let's take a look at today's poem. Sure. I let Monica take the poem I'm holding in my hands. Hahaha. It's kind of funny. How so? No, not the poem. I mean, it's funny how your poems and Sayori's poems have been getting more and more similar to each other every day. I'm surprised you're so in sync with her. Then again, you've been spending a lot of time together lately, haven't you? Well, I guess you could say that. Although we kind of grew up as best friends, I haven't been seeing as much of her this past year. But since I joined the club, we've been spending a lot of time together again. I see, I see. That reminds me. About how Sayori's been a little bit off today. Yeah? Did she tell you something? Well... Hippocat, you haven't been flirting with her, have you? Of course not! I've been treating her like I always do. Alright. Just making sure. I know how much you care about her. It would be terrible if something bad happened to her. Like, what the fuck is this? It would be terrible if something bad happened to her. So keep an eye on
Wouldn't
her.
want anything to happen now, would we, Hippocat?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Also, I feel like I've never seen this particular, not line, but this dialogue here, because I don't remember her asking if you're flirting with Sayori at all. Maybe no one goes Sayori words for the third time or something. Maybe it's dependent on the order you take them in, because most people just do in order of how they're listed. Interesting.
Sayori's been acting so much happy ever since you joined the club. What could have happened all of a sudden? Well, never mind. This really isn't the time to be talking about this. Anyway, I'll share my poem with you now, alright? Alright. The Lady Who Knows Everything. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders Earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer, all meaning, all purpose, and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather, lost adrift to the sky, a victim of the currents of the wind. Day after day I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, and all others have turned away, the legend is all that remains, the last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky. Until one day the wind ceases to blow, I fall, and I fall, and I fall, and fall even more, gentle as a feather, a dry quill, expressionless. But the hand catches me between the thumb and forefinger, the hand of a beautiful lady. I look at her eyes and find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything knows what I'm thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, all of which amount to nothing. There is no meaning, there is no purpose, and we seek only the impossible. I am not your legend does not exist. And with a breath she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind. Well, it's Monica's style, that's for certain. Okay, you know, I feel like learning and looking for answers are the sorts of things that give life meaning. Not to get too philosophical or anything. That's too late for that, not to get too philosophical. Jesus fucking Christ, woman. But it was kind of on my mind, so that's what I wrote about. I see. Never really put much thought into it. In a way, that's almost paradoxical. Because if we had all the answers, wouldn't the world start to lose its meaning? You know, there's one thing I noticed. It seems like everyone in the club prefers writing about things that are more sad than happy. You're surprised? I mean, if everything was okay, we wouldn't really have anything to write about, would we? Humans aren't two-dimensional creatures. I think you'd know better than anyone. You mean one-dimensional? Ah, yeah, that. Anyway, here is Monica's writing tip of the day. Are you ever too shy to share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good? It can be really disheartening to get a lukewarm response to something you put so much into. But if you find other people who enjoy writing, then sharing becomes a lot easier, because instead of just telling you that your writing is good or okay or bad, they'll want to focus more on everything what went into it and the things you can work on. It's much more encouraging that way, and it will make you want to continue improving. It's almost like having your own little literature club, don't you think? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening.
She's totally just talking to, like, the player and giving advice, because, like, the saving thing and this now, it really feels like she's meant to be like, hey, you're playing this game because maybe partially you have an interest in literature or something. Here's my literature-related advice to you guys. You want to have your own little literature club? Just go to, like, internet forum and talk to people who share your passions, and they will have discussions with you, like we have here.
Yeah, it's really better to, like, show your crap to people who know, like, the thing you're doing.
Yep.
Because otherwise, like, it's kind of pointless, because either they will just see, like, well, this kind of sucks, and they don't really know what goes into it, so they can't really, like, judge you. Or they can go like, oh, that's so cool, this is so good, this is fucking amazing, and you'd be like, no, it's not. But they wouldn't really understand why. Anyway, Android, like, you prepare for your lines. I'm gonna be back in a minute.
I am dreading that one part where I have to read a lot of Sayori dialogue. And I hope I don't ruin it with sounding like I'm, like, making fun of it or something. But I'm totally gonna immediately, when the first part of that whole thing ends, I'm gonna totally bring up a bunch of things that have been said here and there in the game. Man, I hope I keep humming stuff because I don't hear the music. Hippocat is only, like, I'm only hearing his microphone input, not the game input, so the game's music's probably playing in the background. Here I am humming Yoshi's Island tunes. But yeah, it's... I appreciate that Hippocat's being all like, hey, maybe there's a secret route for Monica, and just, like, really treating it as if it's a real dating sim and not just some, like, experience. I'm looking forward to certain parts. Also, Mike, don't hate me for this, but I'm totally gonna push Hippocat to pick Natsuki words in the second half, because I feel like that gives more interesting scenes. Yuri just drags you anyway, like, and forces you to experience her part as well. And you get the most, like, new lore and stuff, new background information if you do that, so I'm absolutely gonna push him at that point.
You what?
I'm gonna push you.
Don't push me. My chair is too shaky. I'm afraid to fall off my chair.
I'm glad I'm talking in vague terms. because I never know when you suddenly appear up again. Hmm. This is your best one so far. It's really, really nice, Hippocat.
Thanks.
Blah, blah. I said error there because I was reading Hippocat's line.
Hmm. Sayori, you've been a little quiet today. Is everything alright?
Uh, of course. Everything is fine. Maybe I'm just a little tired today.
Do you want to nap or something?
No, that's silly. Don't worry about me, okay? I don't want to see smiles on your face, multiple smiles on your one face.
That's freaky. Well, alright.
Hey, Hippocat. I'm still a little surprised. I really thought that you would try writing your poems like the way Yuri does. Or even Natsuki. But in the end, it didn't even matter.
Yeah. I guess you're the one who likes this one the most.
Why? You want to get closer with everyone else?
Wait. Of course I do. But that doesn't mean I need to try so hard to impress them. I still understand you the most, Sayori. I know you have to sometimes put up with me, and I have to sometimes put up with you, but we have a wavelength or something, and this is how the poem came out. Sometimes it feels like you're the only exciting thing in my life, so sometimes it's just easier to write when thinking about you. Sayori?
No. Hippocat. I don't deserve this. You're too nice to me. Why are you doing this?
Sayori has trouble keeping her voice steady all of a sudden.
If you had fun with everyone else instead, this would be so much easier.
Sayori. I glance around the room to make sure nobody has noticed this. Sayori. I've probably never said this before, but I don't understand what you're feeling right now. Tell me what will cheer you up. Sayori shakes her head. She sniffles and keeps shaking her head. Finally she gathers herself and puts on a smile.
It's nothing, Hippocat. It's just a little rain cloud. I'm sorry you had to see that. I promise it won't happen again. Just smiles from everyone, okay? That's all that matters.
Well, as long as you don't invite Mr. Turnip, I guess.
Yeah. Go play with everyone else. Madame Leflower. I'm gonna go home a little bit early today.
Sayori.
Tell Monica I wasn't feeling well, okay? I'll see you tomorrow.
Before I can say anything else, Sayori cheerfully walks out of the classroom, humming to herself. Okay, Yuri time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I see. I think you're improving at writing in general, Hippocat, but I can't help but feel a little bit foolish. What for? I feel like I kept trying to offer advice, when it should have been clear to me that you prefer a different writing style. I probably just sounded arrogant. So stupid. Yuri, that's a little... No, you don't understand. I spend so much time worrying about what's better and what's worse, not just with you, with Natsuki and Sayori. It's obvious now why nobody has fun when talking to me, and because of that, I'll just keep my mouth shut about your poem. Yuri buries her head into her arms on her desk. That's not the first time I've seen her do that. I don't think it's ever as bad as you make it sound in your head. I think if people really didn't like talking to you, then it would be a lot more obvious. I know that you like to read deeply into things, but some things are just worth taking at face value. I've gotten so used to it, that it's hard for me to comprehend any other possibility. Gotten used to what? Reading deeply into things? Being disliked. Yuri. What am I saying? I'm sorry. I never meant to bring this up. Yuri turns away from me. You should go. Eh? Please. Please don't look at me right now. I want to do some thinking. Are you sure? Yuri nods. Alright. I leave Yuri be. Comforting or reassuring her is nearly impossible as it is. So When she wants to be alone, I think anything I say could only make things worse. I feel bad, but thankfully she doesn't take it out on me. I'll wait until she's feeling a little bit better. We're not even getting any poems or anything. What's up with that?
Well, yes, Yuri feels bad, and Yuri now feels bad because, like, at this point, well, I mean, she kind of expressed everything there, but Yuri's poem for this day exists. If you go her route, she gives, or I mean, actually, if you go a little bit even her route, if you don't just like completely devastate her by showing that you don't give a shit about her style at all, she gives you her poem, and it's out there. But I don't think Sayuri has another poem because she always just feels bad. And Natsuki, I've actually more frequently seen Natsuki be like pissed at the player rather, and not give them her poem when I see people's playthroughs. I guess because people go more for Yuri generally in the beginning. Natsuki does come off like at the start a little bit unpleasant. This one's alright.
Alright.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't really have any feelings about any of them. Like, I'm not really that much emotionally invested with any of them. I'm just kind of going with Sayuri because it kind of feels like the game sort of tries to like railroad you into picking her at first because she's like a childhood friend and she's so nice and happy and you just hang out with her like all the time and like I don't know, she feels like the obvious choice to go for. But like personally, I don't have any feelings about them. Like I can't really say I like any of them like more than the others. They're just kind of all the same to me.
Well, yeah. About as good as yesterday's anyway. I see what you're going for, but it's not really my style. I mean, that's fine. I'm most just glad that you're trying a little bit.
Well, of course I'm at least trying. Why are you so emotionally invested in my poems anyway? Isn't that more of a compliment to me?
Eh? No, gross. It's not like I care. It's just that one of us in this club has to make sure you're not slacking off.
Really? Well, what if you ended up just scaring me away?
That's, It's not like you would actually do that.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of fun to hang out here, even if I have to put up with you.
God, what? It's your line, what?
I guess it's my line.
Oh, that makes sense.
Natsuki's elbow connects with my stomach.
Oh? Maybe I wouldn't mind scaring you away after all.
I was just joking.
Oh, I know. Don't worry, I was too. Just a prank, bro.
How the hell do you call that a joke? That seriously hurt. Well, maybe it was funny to her. I guess that's kind of the point. I should really just watch my mouth around Natsuki.
Anyway.
Natsuki holds her poem out to me like nothing ever happened.
I'll be your bitch.
Okay.
Your mind is so full of troubles and fears that diminished your wonder over the years. But today I have a special place, a beach for us to go. A shore reaching beyond your sight, a sea that sparkles with brilliant light. The walls in your mind will melt away before the sunny glow. I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way you thought had left you long ago. Let's bury your heavy thoughts in a pile of sand, bathe in sunbeams and hold my hand, wash your insecurities in the salty sea, and let me see your shine. Let's leave your memories in a footprint trail, set you free in my windy sail, and remember the reasons you're wonderful when you press your lips to mine. I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way you thought had left you long ago. But if you let me by your side, your own beach, your own escape, you'll learn to love yourself again.
That's like kind of romantic, I guess.
Right, this is her other poem that I like. It's cool and also it rhymes a lot. It flows really well. And it's kind of like precious from her compared to the others. Yeah. I felt like I kept writing about negative things, so I wanted to write something with a nice message for once. Besides, the beach is awesome! Kinda hard to write anything negative about the beach.
So you decided to write about the beach first and then came up with the message later.
Yeah, well, it's only because of what happened yesterday. I mean, after Yuri and I realized we kind of wrote about the same thing. She wanted to pick a topic that... and have us both write about it or whatever.
I see. I don't really have much to contribute here since I didn't actually read Yuri's poem.
You can really see her doing that too. Making us write about a simple topic and trying to impress me by coming up with something all fancy. Well, it's not like I care. I just did it anyway. I mean, I guess mine ended up being kind of metaphorical too. But there's nothing wrong with doing that once in a while. At the very least, it was good practice. So, if Yuri doesn't completely reject and give you her poem, she actually also writes about the beach, and she manages to be all like pretentious about it as well. Like half of it is... shit, I don't actually remember that well. Like,
how can you be pretentious about the beach?
Well, Yuri found a way to be pretentious about the beach. It's like, I don't think I can even convey. So I think we'll just find it on the internet at some point and read it later. The Yuri's beach poem, because I'm pretty sure all the poems are in some wiki somewhere.
Okay, you three. We're all done sharing poems, right? Why don't we start figuring out?
Hold on a second! Is it just me or did you say something strange just now?
Eh? Something did sound a bit unusual. That's right. You deviated from your usual catchphrase when addressing the club. Catchphrase? I don't have a catchphrase.
Jeez. Why is the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Stagnating air is common, foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. In your books, maybe. Look, the only thing different is that Sayori isn't here. Ah, it seems you're right. Sayori always helps lighten the mood a little bit, doesn't she? It's almost like everyone's balance is thrown off a little when she's not around.
Where the heck did she run off to anyway? I thought she just went to pee.
Natsuki, please show some decency.
Pee! Oh, come on.
Ah, she actually wasn't feeling too well and went home early. Is that so? I hope she's alright.
Seriously? Of all the times to not go home with her, you pick the time she's not feeling well. So much for you two being all lovey-dovey.
No. First of all, stop misunderstanding my friendship with Sayori. And second, she's kind of been avoiding me today, so I didn't want to force it. Oh?
Oh?
That curious expression coming from Yuri of all people.
Oh?
Calm down, guys. I talked to her earlier and everything is fine. What did she say? Anyway, we need to figure out the rest of the festival preparations, so... let's decide what everyone will be doing this weekend.
I already know what I'm doing. Nothing.
Drinking and partying. That's right.
That's right.
Natsuki will be making cupcakes. But we might need a lot of them and different flavors. Can you handle all that by yourself, Natsuki?
Challenge accepted.
And as for myself, I'm going to be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Sayori will be helping me design them. And as for Yuri, you can,
Yeah?
Guys, can you help me come up with something for Yuri? I'm useless. No, that's not it at all. You're the most talented person here, you know? Now Natsuki's pouting too. Geez, even I can tell now. I guess I never gave Sayori enough credit, but I can tell things are even harder on you when she's not around. That may be the case. But if I can't also be a leader on my own, then I won't grow as a person. So, Yuri, you have beautiful handwriting, you know? So you should make some banners and decorations to help set the atmosphere. Atmosphere? About that, I love the atmosphere.
Man,
Yuri's
that part is
expression.
real funny to me. Like, she's like gets fired up as Sayori described it before. Like atmosphere. I love atmosphere. For some reason, every time it's like comical on this part.
Yuri's expression suddenly changes as she stares at her desk.
I love atmosphere.
Like, atmosphere is so cool, we wouldn't be able to breathe without it.
Right, I'm a big fan of breathing. I appreciate atmosphere.
Actually, like from her poetry, like she probably a big fan of not breathing. Now that I think about it, but okay. At her desk in focus and starts nodding to herself. Your mind is already racing, I see. That's great. You'll be a wonderful help, Yuri. But anyway, that just leaves you, Hippocat. The one who is truly useless. Hahaha, don't say that. In fact, both Natsuki and Yuri have some pretty heavy tasks to handle. It would probably go a long way to give one of them a hand. You could always help me out as well. I would be really appreciative of that. That's... Is Monika suggesting I spend the weekend with one of my club members? How on earth are you going to respond to a suggestion like that? I suppose I wouldn't mind a bit of help.
Well, even if you don't know how to bake, there's always some dirty work I could give to you. It's not like Monika's going to give me a choice, and you shouldn't be sitting on your butt anyway.
Natsuki tries to mumble a bunch of excuses like that. If I recall, Natsuki, you mentioned that you would like to handle the bacon on your own. Hippocat may not like to be around if you only make him out to be a nuisance. So therefore, you may be more suited to assisting with the decorations.
Hold on, I never said that. How hard could it be to make a few decorations anyway? It sounds more like you're just making excuses for Hippocat too.
What are you saying?
What?
It will be extremely meticulous work.
And baking isn't? Just what do you think?
Guys, let's settle down for a moment. In the end, I think it's up to Hippocat to decide how he'd like to contribute. Besides, he hasn't really gotten the chance to spend any time with me yet, you know? So I'm sure he's interested in...
You literally just said.
I'm surprised as well. Sorry. I was just saying, though.
Jeez. Can we just settle this already?
Yeah. Hippocat, you're okay with this, right? In the end, it's up to you. Of course. Very well. In that case, everyone looks straight at me. But of course, I'm going to go with... Oh, I didn't realize Sayori would be an option here. Of course we're going to go with Sayori, but I don't know, I'm not feeling very confident, so let's save here. I'm not going to load properly, but let's just have a save here. I mean, if it's going to be anyone, then I prefer helping Sayori. I mean, we're already neighbors and... But Monika said...
Monika said that Sayori was helping her. Jeez. Do you really hate us that much?
No. Sorry, I didn't mean for this to be difficult. Just think of the club, okay? Oh, if that's not the case, then let's go... Like, fuck, I don't know. Like, I feel like if I don't go with Yuri, she'll just probably fucking kill herself or something. This is not really the outcome that I would want. But then again, we just had, like, obviously Sayori is jealous, a little bit.
And she kept bringing up Yuri specifically as an example, because I guess she thinks Yuri is more, like, attractive for you or something.
Yeah. So, like, if I go with Yuri, like, Sayori probably wouldn't like that, so... I don't know. I think I should just go with Monika, like... That feels like the most neutral option or something. Let's go with Monika, whatever. I feel like I'm gonna regret this later on, but let's go with Monika. Well, I guess I should probably be helping Monika. Yay, you picked me!
Tap. I'm just thinking ahead here. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah!
Monica, you're the one who needs the least help out of all of us.
But I agree with Natsuki. Not only is your work already most suitable for one person, but you already have Sayori as well. But Hippocat was the one who...
That doesn't matter. Who gives a shit what Hippocat thinks? You were the one who scared him into picking you in the first place. You're the club president, Monica. You're supposed to make responsible decisions for the club.
Monica, you shouldn't let any ulterior motives interfere with this decision. Ulterior motives? What are you saying, Yuri? In fact, it sounds like you guys are the ones with ulterior motives.
Excuse me?
Otherwise, this wouldn't have been made into such a big deal in the first place. That's completely false, Monica.
Yeah! We have a lot of work to do, you know? We won't do as good a job if you make us work alone.
Maybe that's true. Think of the club, Monica.
Think of the club, Monica.
If we want our event to succeed, we need to appropriately distribute our resources.
So are you going to do the right thing, President?
Okay, I get it. It's technically most logical for Hippocat to help one of you two. So, I guess that's what we'll do. God fucking damn it, game.
You want a neutral choice? Get fucked!
Well, I still don't want Sayori to be jealous, so let's go with Natsuki. And I mean, if Yuri kills herself, that's not really my fault, right? Like, I mean...
Well, not really, no.
Okay, let's go with Natsuki. Well, baking sounds like it could be fun. You guys made it sound like a lot of work, so it could probably use 2 people.
Don't worry. Baking is a ton of fun. You'll definitely agree.
Just a minute ago you were saying that.
That's because... Never mind, okay?
Well, anyway, you'll be fine by yourself, right, Yuri? Of course. I'm used to it after all. That's good. Shut up, Android. Even though Yuri is being melodramatic, it's a little hard to not feel bad.
So, that's everything, right? You can get fucked and we're gonna have fun. Anything else we need to talk about?
No, I think that's it. Are you guys excited?
Yes. Everything except the performance is gonna be awesome.
I don't think that really counts. What about you, Hippocat? Me? Oh, I guess you could say I'm interested to see how it will turn out. That's good enough for me. What about you, Yuri? Yuri?
Yuri's dead. She's still sulking.
Natsuki starts pouting too.
It's not... I mean, it's not that big of a deal or anything.
Well, it might not be just that.
Eh?
I think that Yuri might just be feeling a little underappreciated in general. Having to come up with something for her to do and then nobody offering to help.
That doesn't mean... Ooh.
Natsuki glances back and forth between everyone with a worried expression.
Look.
Natsuki goes over and puts her hands down on Yuri's shoulders.
Suck it up, Yuri. You really are the most talented one here. And you're going to help make the event a lot more fun and welcoming. I mean, the cupcakes will probably help a lot too. But you're gonna make the atmosphere special. That'll really be important for the way people feel during the performances. So, you need to stop being dumb and give yourself a little more credit.
Natsuki releases her hands and turns around to face the other direction. You didn't really mean that, did you?
Not really, but that's very blunt. No, I didn't actually mean it.
What the fuck, Natsuki? Come on. Yuri isn't the only one surprised. Monica and I are also taken aback by Natsuki's words. Natsuki of all people to be saying such encouraging things.
I kind of feel like partially like maybe they didn't actually mean for Natsuki to be like, hey, actually no, I was just joking, and like you didn't mean that, and if you kind of rephrase that is like you were pretending there, or you were being okay, what's the word, ungenuine, and Natsuki is like disagreeing with the accusation that she wasn't really. So I almost kind of feel not to be like defending Natsuki in case it was really intended for her to be all blunt, but I almost, because that feels like a very weird thing to just write into the game like this. So I feel like maybe she was just like, no, I wasn't pretending there, but like I'm bad at giving compliments, especially to you, Yuri, or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. But I begin to understand. Natsuki was trying to sound like Sayori. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I can tell that she tried to say something Sayori would say at this time like this. Because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves. I'm sorry for being dumb. I'm going to do my best. And all of us are going to make it a really great event.
Yeah.
Yeah! I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that, there is nothing more for today, so I guess it's time for us to head out.
Okay, but I'm staying here a bit longer. I barely got to do any reading today, so...
Fair enough, there is nothing wrong with that. Everyone packs up their things. I start to follow Monika and Yuri out on the door as they chat between each other.
Where are you going?
Eh?
We still have to figure out our plans for this weekend. You literally would have gotten home and realized that you didn't even have a way to contact me.
Oh, that's true. I have no idea how that slipped my mind.
Geez, good thing I stopped you. I'm giving you my number, okay? You'd better not make it weird or anything.
Why would I do that?
Hmm.
Natsuki gives me her number.
Okay. I'm coming over on Sunday. I'll bring all the ingredients.
Wait, you're coming to my house?
Well, yeah. What's wrong with that?
I mean, I just figured that since I'm the one helping, I would be going to your house.
Yeah, right. Like I could have a guy over at my house. My dad would kill me.
Really? That's kinda strict if you ask me.
Yeah, how do you think I feel? Can't do anything when my dad is home. Anyway, I just needed to complain for a second. We have each other's numbers now. That's all I needed from you. I guess I'll text you when I'm coming over.
Alright, fine by me.
Yeah. I'm really gonna show you why I love baking so much. So you'd better look forward to it.
Oh, didn't you say you were just going to give me the dirty work?
Well, I was just saying that. It's not like I could like in front of everyone. But I was looking forward to this.
Wait, really?
Well, kind of. Good, kind of. Just because I never got to bake with someone else before. That's all it is, so...
Alright, I get it. Sorry for overreacting. Anyway, I'll be heading out now. See you on Sunday.
Ah. Never mind.
I can't believe this. Natsuki is going to be coming to my house on Sunday? Even though I would have preferred to do this with Sayori, my anxiety still shoots through the roof. Hey, Hanskitten. I guess I've gotten pretty used to handling her at this point, but who knows what might end up happening when we are outside of school. She even told me she was looking forward to it. I shake my head. Why do I feel nervous that Sayori finds out about this? Well, at least it's not fucking Yuri, right? So you should be fine, okay? It's not like we feel that way about each other. Besides, like Monika said, this is about the club. I have nothing to worry about. If I just go with it, and I'll have a good time.
Yeah, Sayori doesn't seem to feel threatened by Natsuki, at least. She keeps bringing Yuri up as a potential, like, danger or other friend, replacement friend.
It's already Sunday. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Natsuki's upcoming visit. I kept telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. I wonder if she'll act any different when it's just the two of us. Yeah, like she's been old soon all this time, now she's gonna be old dairy. You brace yourselves. Meanwhile, she's been texting me a lot. Oh, that's interesting. We sent each other one after exchanging numbers to double check, but it turned into a conversation. She almost a different personality on the phone, using tons of emoji and cute language. She also really likes complaining about things, but I kind of saw that one coming. But putting Natsuki aside, I haven't heard a thing from Sayori since she left the club early the other day. It's not like we text each other all the time or anything, but I've been worried about her in the back of my mind. Between what Sayori said and what Monika said, is it really okay for me to put Sayori's feelings aside when she might need me? I decide to visit Sayori before Natsuki comes over. Okay, thank fuck, because I was hoping, I was afraid that would be like one of those dumb fucking things. Like, like when you're playing some game with choices, and there is something like you would want to choose, but it's not an option.
Yeah, something really obvious that the protagonist would want to do or you would want to do, and it's just not being offered because, you're being railroaded.
I decide to visit Sayori before Natsuki comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her I'm coming over, much like we've done in the past. Once I reach Sayori's house, I knock on the door before entering it myself. Again, we used to play so often that we've made it a habit of simply entering each other's houses like we were family. The house is quiet. Like, if she fucking hanged herself or something, I'm gonna be mad. Sayori isn't anywhere on the first floor, so I assume she's up in her room. It's already strange of her not to run down and greet me. I head up to her bedroom, where I finally find her. Sayori.
Hi, Hippocat.
I sit down in her room. Sayori forces a smile, but it's easy to tell that she's different. There's a minute of silence between us.
Oh, shit. I was looking at that tiny air conditioner above her left window. You haven't come over like this in a long time, have you?
I guess you're right. It has been a long time. Not much has really changed, has it? Sayori's room is as messy as it's always been. I also recognize the same stuffed animals and wall decorations that she's had for years now.
If you came over more often, it wouldn't be such a mess.
That's because I end up cleaning it for you.
How come you suddenly wanted to come over today? Aren't you supposed to see Natsuki today?
Yeah, but... Wait, how did you know about that? Sayori had already left by the time we decided that last meeting.
Monika told me.
It's only sorry.
It's only natural for her to keep me informed about the festival preparations, right?
That's true. But what about you? Aren't you going to be helping Monika today?
Of course. But I'm just helping her online. We didn't plan to meet up or anything.
Ah, so it's just me and Natsuki then.
Yep.
There is more silence between us. Sayori stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. I just wanted to see how you were doing. After you left on Friday. When something's wrong, you can't hide it from me. I know you too well. So... Sayori smiles, shaking her head.
That's no good, Hippocat.
Eh?
Why can't it just be like it's always been? This is all my fault. If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings, if I didn't make that stupid mistake, then you wouldn't have been worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here. You wouldn't have even been thinking about me right now. But this is just my punishment, isn't it?
She's kinda not making any fucking sense. Okay, so obviously she kinda likes the protagonist, right? And she kinda fucking tricked him into joining the club. But then she goes like, oh, you should be friends with everyone, but not me. And then she's like all mad because we want to spend time with her. Like, what the fuck is this all about? I hope there is an explanation for this later on.
Yeah, there is. Also Hyrule.
Hyrule War.
I'm getting punished for being so selfish. I think she's just gonna explain at least part of it right now. I don't remember exactly. I think that's why the world decided to have you come over today. He just wants to torture me.
Sayori. I grab Sayori by the shoulders. What on earth are you saying? Are you listening to yourself right now? I know something happened to you. There is no other explanation for you to be like this. So tell me already. Until I know, I won't be able to stop thinking about it.
Ah.
Sayori gives me an empty smile.
You really put me in a trap, Hippocat. But you're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I've always been like this. You're just seeing it for the first time.
Seeing what? What are you talking about, Sayori?
You're really just going to make me say it, aren't you, Hippocat? I guess I have no choice this time. The thing is, I've had really bad depression my whole life. Did you know that? Why do you think I'm late to school every day? Because most days I can't even find a reason to get out of bed. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? Why go to school? Why eat? Why make friends? Why make other people put their energy and caring to waste by having them spend it on me? That's what it feels like. And that's why I just want to make everyone happy. Without anyone worrying about me.
Okay, that kinda makes sense, but still, I don't really like this, because like this like happy, cheerful childhood friend, and she goes, oh well, I had fucking depression my entire life. Nice. Like, I don't really like shit like this.
Apparently, people have said, who actually have experience with either having depression or friends with depression, that this game does a really like good job portraying how people feel with depression. So what she says actually is very accurate to
Yeah,
real-life
that
depression.
makes sense. When I've read shit about depression, like people say it like this, like she said it right now. And I have been fucking treated from depression in a mental institution, but I cannot really relate to any of this, so I don't know.
Huh.
Okay.
Well, it's good if you can't, probably.
Yeah, it's probably good that I can't.
Oof. Oof.
I'm in shock. I can't even figure out how to respond. How is it possible that Sayori kept this from me the entire time that I've known her? Did she really want so badly for me to just not think about her? Why, Sayori?
Eh?
Why is it that you've never told me about this? It almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Because if I knew, I would have done everything I could to support you, even if there is only so much that I could do. I would have tried a little bit harder to make every day a little better for you. That's why I'm your friend. All you had to do was tell me.
Also, the people are split when they experience this part. Like, some people, I guess some people who have less experience, they aren't really that bothered by it. But people who have experience, they fucking start hating on the protagonist here so much. Because apparently also, it's a realistic portrayal of how people who are completely inexperienced with these sorts of matters interact with people. But the protagonist, like, he doesn't know how to properly handle himself with someone with depression. And he says shit like, it feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend.
Yeah, that
And
kinda
everyone's
irked me. Like, that irked me, like, the way he said that.
So he's being really dense and like completely inexperienced here, but also that's apparently realistic. So like you could actually take lessons from this game about how to like act around people that you might suspect they're not like all okay or something like that. Oh yeah, right. That was my da 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 da. Why do you think I didn't tell you? Because if I told you, then you would have to waste effort caring about me instead of doing important things.
Like watching anime and shit. Yeah, that's fucking important.
I don't want to be cared about. It's bittersweet when people try to care about me. It feels nice sometimes. But it also feels like a bat being swung against my head. That's why I wanted so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Helping everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. But then I discovered something else too. Seeing you make friends and get closer with everyone in the club. Thank you, Hans, I appreciate it. It feels like a spear going through my heart. So that's why. That's why I decided the world just wants to torture me. Every path leads to nothing but hurt.
You're right that I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Sayori. But I don't need to understand. Whatever it takes for me to help you stop hurting, that's what I will do.
No, Hypocat. There's nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing that could have helped is if everything could be like it always was. But I was selfish. I finally showed you what a horrible person I am.
Tears streaked down Sayori's face.
I made you join the literature club because I was selfish. And I was punished by my heart hurting in a way that I couldn't understand. And now you came here and I made you hurt too. I'm just weak and selfish. That's all I am. And that's why I'm going to accept these punishments. Because I deserve every last one.
Without thinking, I once again grabbed Sayori's shoulders. This time I pulled her into a tight embrace.
Ugh. Hypocat.
Sayori, I don't care if you feel selfish. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. If I make friends with everyone else, then that's just a bonus. But please, never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Hypocat.
Sayori isn't hugging me back. Despite my arms being wrapped around her, Sayori's arms remain at her sides. She starts sobbing next to my ear.
No. Don't do this to me. Please don't do this. Hypocat.
Sayori barely manages to speak between her sobs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but all I want is for her to know that I care. If you have it in you to call yourself selfish, then you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make these feelings go away, and if there's anything that you need me to do, then you'd better tell me. I'll get mad if you don't.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Gently, Sayori finally puts her arms around me in return.
I don't know anything. It's all really scary. I don't understand any of my feelings, Hypocat. The only time I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. But your hugs are so warm. And that's really scary too.
Sayori lets me go. As she does so, I let her go as well. The festival is tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun, right?
Yeah.
How would you like for me to spend it all with you? It's what I want. I promise.
I think that would be nice then.
Yeah. Sayori wipes her eyes. If I could spend the whole day here, I would. Of all days, this has to be the one where I have other plans. Maybe I should cancel.
No, don't. Please don't. If you did that, then I really wouldn't forgive you.
But it's almost time for Natsuki to meet me at my house. At the very least, do you want to come along and help out? It would be fun. To my surprise, Sayori shakes her head.
I'm sorry. I don't know if that would be very good for me today. You understand, right?
It's kind of hard for me to fully understand, but I'm trying my hardest.
It's okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Alright. I look forward to it. I say goodbye to Sayori and exit her house. On the way home I find myself still feeling uneasy, but it's hard for me to keep thinking about it when Natsuki is about to come over too. I think Sayori is right. I shouldn't be worrying too much, and we're definitely going to have a great time tomorrow. I should just focus on what's ahead of me. Okay. Be back in a minute.
Whew. Probably the hardest part's done. I feel like I didn't completely drop the ball on that and didn't make it like a mockery out of that dialogue. Whew. I was kind of afraid because in the beginning I couldn't help myself but like read lines in a funny way and whatnot. Now there's a little bit of Sayori stuff left that I have to not botch and we'll be all good. Then I'll take over Monica and have a better time. Yeah, it is. Whew. I've seen so many playthroughs that I'm kind of numb to all the emotions, but first time, man, that was probably the most emotional I had been in years when I saw a playthrough of this. It was a long time ago though. I feel like Hippocat saying like 3 years back is way underestimating. It was way earlier than that. I think it's like 2014 or something, or some crazy. I feel like I remember whose videos I watched of this, so I could technically look up when that happens, but we all know we can look up when this game came out anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It was a while back. Alright, Hans. Be sure to watch the beginning as well, because the build-up is worth it. And also there was I'm using a moment there. There was one funny moment in all of this. Earlier you can scroll the chat up. I actually don't know if you joined later. Can you see the chat up until that point? But there was that one time when Mike said low, and that was about during that time.
What do you mean? Like YouTube saves chat for streams, and like
I
when
mean,
you scroll to the point in the stream, it will like load the chat accordingly.
Recording. I'm not sure. Like right now, if you scroll back the chat, you could see all the earlier stuff. I don't know if it works that way.
Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Also, and before we go on, I'm just gonna point out a couple things. This is not like about future things, but just point out a few things that have happened with the light of what we've just experienced with Sayori there. First of all, might you remember the time when she tried to get you to go like buy snacks with her? And,
yeah.
When your character, this is like in retrospect, a really fucked up thing. Remember how the character said to her, if you feel guilty, it's because you deserve it.
Shit, yeah,
like,
damn.
Really fucking cold-hearted now. That we know she is actually, because of her depression, that's making her feel things that are completely undeserved. And she feels guilty for literally everything in the world. And she tries to make up for it for just like dedicating her life to making others happy. And like, oh, ouch, that's a spicy thing to say to someone with depression. If you feel guilty, that's because you deserve to feel guilty, bitch.
Yeah, damn.
And also, her little poem about the bottles and whatnot, that's absolutely about how she's like putting up a front and trying to help people with everything that she has in her, like all emotions and thoughts and ideas, everything. She's just taking it out, like finding anything in her that she still has any feeling, and she just like remembers it, holds on to it, and tries to use it to help other people, but apparently fails because the end of that poem was kind of ominous. And also, the third thing, I keep forgetting, I hope that like I can draw it out a little bit, I'll remember. The third thing was something about the poem as well. I wanted to point out, god damn it. What was the third thing? Goddamn, people help me. Maybe someone can think of what I was going to say. There was something somewhere in her poems or something about this. Alright, well, I'll think about it. Let's go on.
I spent only a few minutes back at home, anxiously awaiting Natsuki's arrival. Before I know it, she texted me to let me know she's outside the front door. Without delay, I opened the front door to let her in.
Sup?
Hey. I don't know what I was expecting, but seeing Natsuki in something other than her school uniform totally threw me off. Seeing her in such cute clothes makes the uniform seem totally unfitting in comparison.
Jeez, don't make it feel so awkward already. It's gonna be a long afternoon, so don't be weird just because you're not used to seeing me outside of school. Anyway, I'm coming in.
I see you brought a lot of stuff. Natsuki is carrying a large bag that is probably full of baking supplies.
Well, I didn't want to come all this way to find out your kitchen isn't equipped for the job. You bought everything I asked you to, right?
Yeah, I did. Yesterday Natsuki asked me to buy a bunch of ingredients if I didn't already have them at home.
Good. Glad I could count on you to do your part.
Well, of course. I'm surprised to hear Natsuki suddenly say that, rather than something snarky like she usually does. Well, Mike, everyone likes tsunderes, and by everyone I mean like half of people, and the other half just hates the fuck out of them, so that's not that surprising.
Actually, like you've seen already with Sayori, that she is like, on the surface, an anime trope about the Genki girl, and underneath her behaving like a typical anime character is almost perfectly explained by like a realistic psychological reason. So it stands to reason that the other girls are also deeper than they would appear at the beginning. And honestly, everything I like about Natsuki is everything other than her like tsundere exactly stereotypical behavior. You just need to get past that. In the beginning, like when I first saw this game, that really put me off her as well. I found her annoying and just like difficult.
Alright.
I don't know if Yuri is like a big stereotype though. Yuri is probably not that big a stereotype. Then again, I don't know.
Well, it's like pretty typical to have someone like so like shy and quiet and...
Well, I mean, yeah, like a more like bigger and more mature looking, but also shy. But I feel like they don't usually come equipped with being like into goth shit and like all really intelligent and a little bit full of themselves. I feel like they're even more timid than her. She already is like a little bit deviating from the usual stereotype that she's based off, I feel.
Well, I guess she's not like 100% typical. I'm surprised to hear Natsuki suddenly say that, rather than something snarky like she usually does. Could it be that she is a little different outside of school after all? Anyway...
Oh, I remembered what I was going to point out, sorry. Remember when we were talking about performing in front of people and then in front of us, practicing, and then in front of random people? And Natsuki said that, I mean, it would be real easy, I can put up any face I want in front of other people, but it's when I'm amongst my friends, it's when it's hard. And Sari was like, it would be probably the opposite for me. And that makes so much sense, because she's putting like a fake face for around her friends, because she doesn't want her friends to worry, but the other people she does give a shit about. So other people who aren't her friends, they probably see the real her much more. That was the interesting thing that I wanted to point out. I finally remembered, goddamn.
Well, thank you, Android, for pointing out interesting things.
You're welcome.
Anyway, let's go to the kitchen.
What, you're not even gonna offer to take this heavy bag from me? Bag? Where's your hospitality, Hippocat?
Come on. Since when did I need to be a gentleman? I grab the bag Natsuki holds out to me. This is ridiculously heavy.
I carried it all the way here. Are you impressed?
I see now. Yeah, I am impressed, Natsuki. Seems like I always underestimate you.
It's because I'm so small, isn't it? You jerk.
Natsuki hits a fist into my chest. Hey. Your size has nothing to do with it. Do you really hate being small that much?
It's not like I hate it. I mean, sometimes I like proving people wrong when they only think I'm worth my size. It's fun when I get to be small and also better than other people. I can relate. Actually, no, I can't because I'm not small. But, geez, never mind. What are you making me say? Don't think you can make me talk about weird things just because we're not at school. Are we getting started or what? There's a lot of stuff I gotta teach you. What?
That's a little bit more like you. You're more fun when you just speak your mind like that.
Hey! Now you are treating me like a kid. I was just trying to be a little nicer to you, you know? Just because I don't have a mature and sexy figure like Yuri doesn't mean that you should treat me like...
Natsuki catches her words and her face turns red. Natsuki.
Forget it! I didn't say anything!
I should apologize.
Good?
I appreciate that you were trying to be nicer. I should have been a little more considerate too. But also, if that's what you're thinking, then you should know that there are tons of guys who are into body types like yours. Yeah, there's a lot of guys who like delicious flat chests, don't worry about it.
How about you know that anyway?
Just trust me on this one. Trust me and my lolicon collection on my secret DVDs.
Also your whole fucking shelf of figurines. Don't hit her desk. Gross!
Hey, what's that to me?
Who else?
Man, let's just get started already.
You get all sour when a girl calls you gross. I finally found your weakness, Hypocrite.
Natsuki smiles deviously. Please spare me. Well, if Natsuki decides to dish out more insults like that, there is no way I'm not fighting back. But she's satisfied enough for now, finally starting to pull things out of her bag so we can get started. Before long, the whole kitchen is a mess. Spoons, dirty bowls, flour, spilled fluid, and plastic bags are strewn about every countertop. I like how they don't specify what fluid that is. The mixer isn't big enough to make all the batter at once, so we've had to do it several times. Meanwhile, Natsuki is babysitting all of my movements to make sure I don't mess up her precious baking.
Hypocrite, where did you put the food coloring? In your hair! The batter's going in the oven soon, so I need to feel the trace.
I think it's still in the bag next to the table. What are you using it for?
Color the batter, of course. I'm making each tray a different color. You know, baseball is much more fun when the batter is a funky color.
Sure.
That way, even if the flavors aren't different, everyone can still pick their favorite, and it's gonna be placebo.
That's a cute idea. Are we doing anything like that with the icing?
The batter honestly comes into my mind because of the game Off. Do you know of the game Off, Hypocrite?
That's the name of the game.
Yeah, just big caps letters Off.
No.
Okay, it's like a indie game by some French guy, like a JRPG, but it's really simple and quite short and pretty easy from what I've heard. And I really fucking like it, even though it's really abstract. So, like, it could be cool if you played it, but I don't know if JRPGs are even remotely interesting to you. So,
Not
I
very.
really like. I would recommend just because I just like the game, and not like recommend because I think that you would like it, but I just like I want to watch someone play it through it again. But you know, it's less than this thing. It's just like cool to me. Maybe I could play it. I don't know. But the main character there is called Batter, and that's why I know he is like a baseball dude. That's why it like keeps leaping into my mind because I don't normally think about baseball. Do you want to?
You're asking me? I don't really have a preference, so...
Come on! You're not putting any heart into this at all.
Like fuck, we're gonna put hearts into cupcakes, Jesus.
Can't you at least try to have fun?
I am having fun. I'm not really sure what Natsuki is trying to get out of me. Meanwhile, I see her separate the batter into smaller bowls and put a few drops of food coloring into each.
Ew.
That does look pretty cool.
See? It's not like baking is just about following instructions. Sometimes you gotta find a person and separate them into little bowls. The presentation is where you get to be creative and have the most fun. It's a million times more worth it in the end if you just... If just looking at it makes everyone's eyes lighten up.
I like the ones you made on my first day. Like the ones you made on my first day, huh? I recall Natsuki proudly presenting her cat-shaped cupcakes and Sayori and Monika's delighted expressions. I wonder if I can make Natsuki proud like that too. Yeah, maybe I will use the food coloring then.
Sounds like you're starting to understand. Also, we all know, chat, we all know Monica is actually the best girl. Just make sure you completely finish mixing the icing before you master the food coloring.
Yeah, it's getting there. We were using the electric mixer for the batters, so I got stuck with a whisk and huge bowl for the icing.
Eh? The icing's still all lumpy. Are you even trying?
Well, yeah. It'll just take a little longer.
Jeez, I'll be here all night if you do it like that. Maybe it's why you're doing it slow. Here, look!
Natsuki grabs the whisks from me and uses her other hand to tilt the bowl back.
You really need to beat the crap out of it!
Why did you put crap in there? Jesus.
I'm gonna beat the devil out of this brush.
After a few seconds, the consistency of the icing has already improved.
See?
As if to emphasize, Natsuki sticks a finger in the icing and pops it in her mouth. I reluctantly start to do the same.
Hey! Don't put my finger in your mouth, that's retarded.
Natsuki suddenly grabs my wrist.
I don't want your gross fingers in my icing.
I slowly put my fingers in your icing.
Oh no!
Your icing, eh? Are you forgetting who did all the work? I start to fight back, trying to inch my finger toward the bowl. Oh, this is gonna end poorly.
No, this is gonna be awkward but differently from how you're imagining. Don't make me beat the crap out of you next!
I'd like to see you try. I push harder, just enough for my finger to reach the icing. I triumphantly scoop some with my finger just as Natsuki tugs with all her might. The force of Natsuki pulling me causes me to stumble, making her stumble in turn.
Gross! You got it on my face!
Oh, wow. Nice. Whose fault is that? There's a big...
for having a fucking face. Who has a face?
There's a big glob of icing on Natsuki's cheek. She tries to reach it with her tongue, but it's too far away.
Jeez, it's not how it goes in the movies. You know what? Take this.
Natsuki instead wipes it off with her finger before shoving her finger toward my own face. You wish! I'm faster. I grab her wrist with my hand before it reaches my face. Natsuki tries to use her other hand to fight back, but I grab that one as well.
Advise you to close the... whatever it's called, like the curtains on your window and lock the door to your room.
Right now?
Someone's gonna call the police.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Stop!
Not until you apologize for calling me gross.
Fine. I'm sorry for calling you gross. You know I don't mean it. It's just fun seeing you react to it. You do that to me all the time, you know? Saying dumb things just to get a reaction out of me. You really shouldn't tease girls like that. And don't put fingers in their icing.
Is that so? In that case, I probably shouldn't do this either. I take Natsuki's finger and put it in my mouth, licking it off the icing. Jesus fucking Christ. What brought this on? Like, why would you do that? Like, I'm sorry. This entire scene is just completely unbelievable. Like, why would you do something like that?
Yeah, the character is really bold here.
Like, he's just like a such guy. Oh, I'm just a nerd. I just watch anime and manga, and like I'm not good at things, and just like don't ask me. And here he just like fucking like does that to Natsuki. Like, I would understand this if we were like going the Natsuki route, right? But we are not, and he still does that. What? Huh?
Well, part of it I feel he is just like trying to pay her back by wording her out because she's just like teasing him all the time. But also, you can, like, from his inner monologue, I guess, he is definitely even though we're going the Sayori route, he's like not that thinking of Sayori in terms of like the potential, but he is definitely thinking like, oh, now I get to have an excuse to hang out with a bunch of girls. I wonder if my relationship with one of them is going to go interesting places. And he's like, oh shit, maybe I get to be opportunistic and grab this. Maybe like if I do something weird here, it'll work out or something. I feel like he's just like trying to grasp at straws, at opportunities of like having something happen at least, because he's just like desperate. I don't know.
Well,
but also he is being totally like a anime slash visual novel protagonist who really sometimes they think weirdly and not how rational regular people would in such a situation. What? Also, their eyes are so far fucking apart. If you look at this sometimes, it looks real weird. Did you seriously just... Ah!
Natsuki is so surprised that she can't even figure out how to get mad at me. Like, this is where, like, Sayori, like, the perfect moment for Sayori to just open the door and, like, look at you, like, with her finger in your mouth, and then she just, like, closes the door and walks away. And then it's game over for everyone.
Those eyes that, you know, like, the, what the fuck, I'm just gonna walk away slowly. Like, oh. And back away into the bush.
Natsuki is so surprised that she can't even figure out how to get mad at me. Her face is entirely red.
Oh my god! You really shouldn't do that kind of thing to girls unless you really like them. You know that, right?
What kind of question is she asking me just like that? How did the mood turn to this so quickly? That's your fault, you fucking Dumbo! Jesus!
The relatability to the main character has been decreased.
It has been demolished completely. Natsuki gazes at me in silence. I notice her shallow breaths. Why am I starting to feel dizzy? Out of nowhere, the fire alarm starts going off.
That's the police.
Natsuki rushes over to the oven. Is something burning? I thought you didn't put the cupcakes in yet.
No wonder. You left a dirty tray in there, dummy. How could you make a mistake like that?
You should have checked before turning the oven on.
Don't blame me for your mistakes. Jeez.
Natsuki uses an oven mitt to grab the blackened tray out of the oven. She sets it on top of the stove. In another moment, the fire alarm stops.
Anyway, I'm putting them in the oven now.
I'd put something in your oven. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. The tension from the moment before still lingers over our heads. Hey, at least fire alarm saved him from answering the uncomfortable question, right? But the moment has already been lost. I watch as Natsuki slides the cupcake trays into the oven. Then I reluctantly pick up the whisk and continue with the icing like nothing ever happened.
Ah, that smells so good.
You smell so good. Sorry. The cupcakes are ready to be pulled out of the oven. As soon as Natsuki opens the oven door, a blast of sweet-smelling warm air fills the room. Yes, it is important to pull out just in time.
Look at how cute they all look.
She proudly shows off the different colored cupcakes on each of the trays. They look even better once we add the icing.
Not like you need to tell me that. I brought decorating stuff, so I hope you can get creative. Here, scoop the icing into these bags.
Natsuki hands me some plastic bags.
I have these nozzles that will make it look nice and fluffy. This one can make flowers. We probably won't be using it this time though. We'll be using it later.
What's this one for? I pick up one of the nozzles that has much thinner tip than the others.
That one's really thin, so you can use it to make stripes or other patterns. But you can also use it to write stuff on a cake. Like happy birthday or whatever.
No, I want a cake that says whatever. Ah, I see.
Happy birthday or whatever.
That gives me an
Boka.
idea, actually.
Eh?
Well, it's a literature event, right? We could make it more literature themed by writing different word on each of the cupcakes. It would be fun to see people choose their cupcake based on a word they like. That's like the dumbest fucking idea I've ever heard, but okay.
I prefer certain words over the others. Let's make it.
Well,
clear
I
with
mean,
the
I
top
mean,
10
I would,
words.
I would pick a cupcake that had like the word "fuck" on it, but I don't think that's they would be right.
Well, it's kind of like these, their whole like ideas about how to make it fun. They are really like amateur style, trying to put up an event that no one's ever put up an event before. With Yuri, if you pick the Yuri route, they like paint a banner and she makes kind of like drapes out of little pieces of paper on strings. So it's like some of these like not really drapes, but like I don't even know the word for it, but it's like basically a bunch of long strings with pieces of paper that you just kind of part with your arms as you go through. And every paper has like a different character on it, and by character it's like a letter, but Japanese character kind of a thing. And on the banner she's just like trying to write something. And also, just so that we might question, the writer's preferences here with Yuri, there is also a scene involving putting fingers in mouths. I'm not gonna go into more detail because we have not taken the Yuri route and we don't know certain details about her, and we shouldn't. But there is also a bit of that there, so that's kind of interesting that both of them are about that.
Well, I mean, there's like literally no reason to not put all of your fucked up fetishes in the VN you're making, right?
Well, I mean, if you would do that, that kind of also reflects poorly on them because it means he's really not that imaginative after all. Like, the biggest thing for you is just like licking people's fingers. It's like, vanilla, boring. I was kind of expecting you to say something really stupid. But that's actually a really cute idea, so.
Maybe I'm getting
Yuri
it
also,
from you.
Yuri also puts up like what's the word, like fucking aromatherapy candles and essential oil dispersers or whatever. It's like the ones that put up like vaping pretty much for the room, hotboxing, because atmosphere.
Right.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm not cute.
Come on. We're not at school, nobody's judging. You can't dress and act like this and not expect me to think you're cute.
Well,
Natsuki's voice trails off. Eh? Did you say something?
No, nothing. Listen to the icing. Oh yeah.
Natsuki picks up the pace and fastens a nozzle onto each of the bags.
There's a lot to do, so we shouldn't be wasting time. Here, I'll show you how to do it.
Without giving me a chance to think about before, Natsuki quickly moves on. She shows me how to apply the icing, and then we each get to work. When we're finally finished, Natsuki puts them all side by side to admire our work.
Look at how pretty they are together.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Ooh, I wish I could have one now.
Well, there is no reason you can't, right? I don't see any harm in that.
Well, yeah, but my dad's making dinner tonight, so I really need to save my appetite.
Sayori is the exact opposite in that regard. If she was here, we'd probably be down to cupcakes already, and she would still eat dinner.
Come on, that's just unhealthy. Besides, when my dad cooks, I need to eat as much of it as I can. Well, anyway.
That felt like it meant something that we don't have the context for.
She also said earlier that hey, I could ever have a guy at my house, my dad would kill me.
Yeah.
So she keeps bringing up her father for some reason. I was hoping we could have time for manga, but I need to be home for dinner.
Already?
It's kind of funny here because it kind of assumes if you pick Natsuki that you were going her road, but Like in her scenes, you discover that she's into manga, and you like start reading manga together and stuff.
That's a shame.
It's your fault for working so slowly. You should have thought about that. It's not like you'll always have this chance.
Man. As usual, Natsuki places the blame on me.
You can bring the cupcakes tomorrow, right? If you and Sayori each carry some, and you can probably do it in one trip.
Yeah, I can do that. And don't worry, I won't let her eat any.
I wish she would listen to me the way she listens to you.
Yeah. I again think back to the conversation I had with Sayori earlier today. I felt so helpless. Sayori always does listen to me, but at that point it felt like she couldn't listen to me at all.
Okay, I'm all packed up. Good work today.
You too. I'll walk you out, I guess. Just like that, Natsuki's already about to leave. It feels like the afternoon went by in a flash. More than that, did I even take the opportunity to get closer to her like I wanted?
Well, I guess I'll be off then. Thanks for all the help and everything. I'll see you tomorrow.
Wait, Natsuki.
Eh?
What you said before about not always having this chance. It doesn't have to be that way at all. Like, fuck off, Mike, we're doing Sayori route. Like, come on. I had fun today. You showed me how fun bacon can be like you wanted. But aside from that, you can come over anytime, okay? Oh, that's kind of weird, but alright. I think if I think that if possible, I'd like to spend more time like this. If you want
He's
to
not
read...
grabbing the opportunity, like, she's not disgusted with him, like, honestly, she sometimes pretends she is for like teasing purposes, but she is not discussing it. It's like, the girl's at my house, ooh, and she seems like slightly sad to leave. Oh shit, here I come. We can hang out later if you want.
If you want to read manga or go out somewhere.
Do you really mean that?
Natsuki looks at me tensely like she's trying to hide her expression. Yeah, I want to spend more time with you.
Hippocat. I thought you only cared about getting this done. Ooh. I'm sorry I had to leave so early today. I really didn't want to. I would really stay here longer if I could. I feel the same way as you, so...
Natsuki suddenly gets closer to me. Wait, Natsuki? Standing inches from me, Natsuki looks up at me. I feel her fingers gently clutch at the sides of my shirt, as if holding on to me. Her rose-colored cheeks and matching eyes fill my vision, along with her slightly parted lips. What is happening? Like, she's not gonna kiss him. She's not gonna kiss him. She's gonna, like, fucking prank him or something. My head starts to go dizzy as I feel her soft breaths against me.
I've felt it for a while now.
Natsuki suddenly jumps back.
Sayori!
Ah, fuck me sideways. Eh?
Hi, Hippocat.
Like, the worst part of all that is that there was, like, no fucking reason for any of that to happen. And, like, we didn't really even get a choice to tell her to fuck off. Like, we
Right.
didn't get a choice to, like, not lick her fucking finger, like, not to fuck around with. Like, this is the kind of shit that I hate. Like, it would be fine if there was something building up to that. But there was nothing building up to that. It's just like they meet for the first time and they just like fucking do all kinds of garbage, and then they have this fucking scene here. And of course Sayori comes by because the game needs drama. It wouldn't fucking be good without drama, right? Man, I just hate how forced this all is. I just hate everything about it.
Yeah, fair enough. But obviously, like, they all fell in love with the main character immediately as soon as he entered the room, obviously. And he is just like taking every, like, alright, Sayori, maybe not gonna go anywhere. Let's just switch to that skin and now. And he's like, alright, this girl also likes me and we are in this situation. I'm gonna push things forward and I'm gonna accept everything that happens because I might get lucky.
Man, he's just
So
like
the
like
character is kind of like a mindless, like, chaser because he is the visual novel protagonist, basically.
fuck him. Oh well. Sayori. Just now we weren't.
Yeah, it's okay, Hippocat. I just stopped by to say hi. Uh, well, you should have come a little earlier,
We would have licked your fingers too.
like a circle lick. I'm already on my way out, so
Wait, circle lick. Yeah, okay.
like you sit in a circle.
Yes,
and
yes, I
you-
understand. Yes.
Let me describe it in more detail.
Go ahead.
Alright, I should put it in a visual novel. I should write a visual novel and put that because now I came up with the idea and I like it. I'm already on my way out, so click. Oh, really? That's too bad. Yeah, well, I'll still see you at the festival tomorrow, so it's fine. Just don't any eat cupcakes before then. Anyway, later. Whoosh!
Clearly flustered, Natsuki hurries off and Sayori waves goodbye. Sayori, I thought you didn't want to come over today.
Haha, well. I tried staying in my room. My imagination was being really mean to me. So I had to come here and see it for myself.
And it turned out even worse than I imagined, right?
I imagined all the things, but not you licking each other's fucking fingers.
See what? What are you talking about?
You know, how much fun you were having with Natsuki. And how close you got to her. It makes me really happy that you've made such good friends. That's all that matters to me.
Tears start to fall down Sayori's face.
That's all that matters to me. Why am I feeling this way, Hippocat? I'm supposed to be happy for you. Why does it feel like my heart is splitting in half? It hurts so much. Everything hurts so much. This would be so much better if I could just disappear.
Sayori, don't say that.
It's true, Hippocat. If I wasn't here, then you wouldn't have to waste your sympathy on me. You wouldn't have to put up with me being selfish. Monica was right. I should just...
Monica? Monica was right about what? Sayori. What I said before is true. I'm not going to let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't the burden your mind is making it out to be. It's something that makes me happy. It's something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. So even if it takes an entire lifetime, I'm going to be by your side until you don't feel any more pain.
But...
Sayori looks away. I put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her.
I'm scared, Hippocat. I'm really scared.
What are you scared of, Sayori?
I'm scared that I might like you more than you like me.
Sayori.
It's true, isn't it? I was weak and started to like you too much. I did this to myself. Hippocat. I like you so much that I want to die. That's how I feel. And...
That's enough, Sayori. I don't want you to hurt anymore. I slide my hand down Sayori's arm and squeeze her hand in my own. Do you remember how I said I always know what's best for you? Do you still believe me? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Even if you don't understand all of your own feelings, I know what you need the most right now, and that's what I'm going to give you.
Hey, you got
Shit.
a choice again.
That's not an easy one.
Hey, if you find yourself uncertain about what to do, or want to go back and try something else, don't forget to save your game.
Well, that's
That's
true.
what people do.
It's just like man, but clearly he doesn't fucking love her.
Well, yeah, but we were going like 100% for Sayori, so he couldn't have liked her any more than he does right now.
I feel like if we choose love, we're gonna fail.
Well, there is, like, if you think about it, there is no good choice here, because if you say I love you, clearly she doesn't want to actually, like, she doesn't think she deserves it, she doesn't believe it, she isn't gonna like people caring about her and all that kind of stuff, and she wants things to go back the way they were, which will be being friends. But she also clearly has fallen in love with you at the same kind of time as you joined the club, pretty much, when everyone else apparently also just completely became infatuated with the main character. So now she introduced you to the club in order to just be like nice and help you and improve your life, but then she started caring about you as well and became jealous immediately of the friends that you were making. And so if you say you'll always be my dearest friend, obviously it's gonna be that worry come to life. So she has several worries, and no matter what you pick, one of them is gonna come true. Either you like her less than she likes you, or you're gonna care about her way more than she thinks she deserves. So have fun.
Well, fuck. Well, it's just like really bad. Like I wouldn't really have a problem to pick like I love you option, but there wasn't really like much chemistry between them, like much like romance, like.
Well, yeah, the protagonist, I feel like he takes her for granted mostly, but he probably still cares. Like, he apparently always rushes to help her and whatnot when he finds her in a situation where she needs help. And he clearly hates for her and admires her, respects her in different ways, like when she can handle conflicts, for example, and how she resolves people's arguments and whatnot. But he just isn't used to thinking that, or doesn't want to admit it to himself or something. So he probably doesn't love her, but he clearly cares a lot about her anyway. But in that like way that bypasses the normal relationship and goes straight towards like being dismissive because you feel like you can afford to just be a shithole to like a person because you know that you're close enough that they will just shrug it off. Even though now we know she probably took way too hard the things that you did, but previously. But also, like, there is, of course, he might just want to say it because he wants to make her feel better. Normally, of course, here the better choice in such situation, IRL, would be like keeping an eye on her and suggesting, I guess, I actually don't want to speak with any authority because I have no idea, but from things that people have said, the best, you really should try to get people to actually like see and get actual help, see like a professional, a therapist or something about it, because it's something that cannot just be like talked out without people knowing what they're doing. And also there's meds for this kind of thing, and also you have to actually keep reminding them, like you have to recognize it's a condition. It's not just like, oh hey, you're feeling bad. Like, in Japan, people overall tend to be kind of dismissive towards like mental illness and stuff like that. And a Japanese person playing this, I've seen, when just like, hey, why don't you just stop feeling bad? And in this case, you need to understand that it's not something she can help or like just think away logically or something.
Well, I
And
understand that.
You would need to remind her, to keep reminding her that it's not her, it's her depression speaking to her. It's not like the real logical feelings that she should be having, and like everything is different. But her depression is like she would need to realize that she has an actual problem that is treatable and separate from her own person in a way, kind of. I might be talking completely out of my ass, but that's the impression I've gotten from like comments of people who are talking about how they recognize and how this is all written. So basically, there is an option here there would have been an option here if the protagonist had any idea how to handle people in Sayori's situation. That would be much better than either of these. Both of these are shit. So as I said, have fun.
Yeah, well, we're not gonna get a good ending, right? So, I guess might as well choose whatever. And yeah, depression is just kind of like really, literally just like your brain not working right, and it's not just like, oh, I feel bad. So like you do need to take meds like to fix shit in your head. Yeah. Fuck it. Well, let's just risk it and go with this. Is it
Alright?
is it bad? Probably is.
Everything is bad.
Yeah, everything is bad. Like I feel like this is probably a better option. I feel like, but fuck it. Let's try it.
People have brought up good points that if he says I love you and still doesn't like get her actual help and proceeds to have this like relationship based on pity, that's like one of the most worst relationships like foundations you could possibly ever have, and it's never gonna work out.
That's true. That's true. I love you.
Eh?
Those are my true feelings. So there is no way you could like me more than I like you. I should have realized it sooner. But spending time with everyone at the club, making new friends, and having fun with you every day, it helped me realize that you truly are the most important to me. This is why I'll accept any of your burdens, as long as we continue like this every day. With you by my side, then I know we'll both be happy.
Hippocat.
Suddenly, Sayori wraps her arms tightly around me.
Hippocat. Is this really okay?
Yeah. I hold Sayori in my arms and pull her closer. You'll never have to let go of me again.
I love you, Hippocat. I want to be with you forever. Don't clip this.
Me too. Don't clip this. I feel Sayori's grip around me weaken a little bit.
What is this?
Sayori.
I'm supposed to be happy right now. I always thought this would be the happiest moment for me. But why? Even now. Why won't the rain clouds go away? They're not going away at all, Hippocat.
It's okay, Sayori. It might take some time for things to get better again, but no matter how long it takes, I'll be there every step of the way. That's all that matters right now.
Okay. Also, did she bring out rain clouds before? Because I remember that from other playthroughs, but I feel like we kind of avoided that line from her. Because she, I think during one of her poems or something, the protagonist brings up like, hey, what the fuck are you suddenly writing about sad stuff, or you like sad stuff? And she goes like, hey, sometimes you have rain clouds, and if you read about sad stuff, that the sad stuff in the poem can like, how did she put it, like, can hug the rain cloud and make nice happy rainbow and something like that. But I feel like we didn't get that particular line today. Do you remember? I feel like I would have remembered because I would read Sayori's line, but I think we kind of
I don't think we got something like that.
Weirdly skipped it, and I have actually no idea why it's different and we don't get that line. What did we do different than everyone who did get it? Because I felt like it was unavoidable pretty much. I trust you.
Sayori and I slowly release each other. So, I guess that makes the festival tomorrow our first date, huh?
What are you saying? I don't want to think about those things, you know? I want everything to be the same as it always has been. Even if we really are a couple. I don't know if I could handle anything more right now. It's really new and scary to me.
I understand. We'll go at whatever pace suits you best.
Hey, Hippocat.
Sayori gazes at me once again, smiling sadly.
Even if I get really, really sad, this is the best thing for me, right?
Eh? I don't really understand what Sayori means by that. Are you saying that this is making you feel sad, Sayori?
I don't know. I don't understand what I'm feeling. It felt like a bunch of thorns when it told me you love me. Probably doesn't actually trust us. But that's why I want to trust... Oh, hello. I want to trust you. That's why. You know what's best for me.
Yeah, I do. That's my promise.
Also, that's apparently a pretty bad thing to say to someone.
I say that, but in reality I've never felt more uncertain when it comes to Sayori. I know that I love her and she loves me, but I'm having as much trouble understanding Sayori's feelings as she is. Even though I can comfort her, I keep wondering if I should be doing something more or something different. I know these thoughts will continue to plague me until things are back to the way they were. Is that what Sayori meant by not wanting anything to change? I don't know. But I know that I'll give it everything I've got. Sayori is the most important person to me, and I'll do whatever it takes to have a happy future with her.
Good luck with that.
It's the day of the festival.
Also, just to point something that didn't really get any attention. What the fuck was that about when Sayer said, Monica was right, I should just ...
Well, I don't know. Monica probably told her something like whatever, just think what's better for you. If you wanna fuck that guy, just grab him and ride his dick. Probably something like that. Something along these lines. That's what I expect her to say.
Was kind of pushing people together a little bit, because she was like, oh yeah, you must really like her, huh? Take care of her, huh?
Of all days, I expected this to be the one where I'd be walking to school with Sayori, but Sayori isn't answering her phone. I considered going to her house to wake her up, but decided that's a little too much. No, that would probably be a very good thing to do in my opinion, but okay. Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. I managed to carry all the cupcakes myself by carefully stacking 2 trays. Natsuki is already texting up a storm, but I can't respond thanks to my hands being full. Funnily enough, I probably feel the same way as Natsuki about the event. I'm more excited for it to be over so I can spend time with Sayori and Natsuki as the festival. But knowing Monica, I'm sure the event will be great too. Hippocat, you're the first one here. Thanks for being early. That's funny, I thought at least Yuri would be here by now. Monica is placing little booklets on each of the desks in the classroom. They must be the ones she prepared that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a random poem online that I thought Monica would like and submitted it, so that's the one I'll be performing. I'm surprised you didn't bring Sayori with you. Yeah, she overslept again. That dummy. You'd think that on days this important she'd try a little harder. I say that, but I suddenly remember what Sayori told me yesterday, and I suddenly feel awful knowing it's not nearly that simple for her. I only said it because it's the way I'm used to thinking. But maybe I should have gone to wake her up after all. Yes, you fucking should have, you piece of shit. Ahaha. You should take a little responsibility for her, Hippocat. I mean, especially after your exchange with her yesterday. You kind of left her hanging this morning, you know? Exchange? Monica, you know about that? Of course I do. I'm the club president after all. But... I stammer, embarrassed. Did Sayori really tell her about it that quickly? That we are a couple now? I didn't really plan on bringing it up with anyone yet. Jeez, you don't know the full story at all, so... Don't worry, I probably know a lot more than you think. Eh? Monica is being as friendly as usual, but for some reason I felt a chill down my spine after hearing that. Hey, do you want to check out the pamphlets? They came out really nice. Yeah, sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid out on the desks. Oh yeah, they really did. Something like this will definitely help people take the club more seriously. Yeah, I thought so too. I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving it an almost professional feel. I recognized Natsuki's and Yuri's poems for the ones they performed during our practice. What is this? I flipped to Sayori's poem. It's different from the one she practiced. It's the one I haven't read before.
Percentage sign. Get out of my head, 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 get out of my head. Get out of my head before I do what I know is best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But the poem is never actually finished, it just stops moving.
That's sinister. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Weird. Okay. What is this? Reading the poem, I get a pit in my stomach. Hippocat, what's wrong? Nothing. This poem feels completely different from everything else Sayori's written. But more than that, I changed my mind. I'm going to get Sayori, so... well, alright. Try not to take too long, okay? I quickly leave the classroom. Don't strain yourself, Monica calls that out after me. I quicken my pace. What was I thinking? I should have tried a little bit harder for Sayori. It's not a big deal to at least wait for her or help her wake up. Even the simple gesture of walking her to school makes her really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday that things will be the same as they always have been. That's all she needs, and what I want to give her. I reach Sayori's house and knock on the door. I don't expect an answer since she's not picking up her phone either. Like yesterday, I opened the door and let myself in. Sayori, she really is a heavy sleeper. I swallow. Okay, does this game have something that's not cool to show on YouTube? Or,
Nah.
so it doesn't have like anything like super graphic or anything or
Nah.
anything super lewd.
Well, I mean, super graphic things are fine to show on YouTube anyway. We've streamed The Witcher. I mean, I've streamed The Witcher.
Well, yeah, I guess it's fair. Well, I don't know. I think still there would be like some like really like graphic scenes of gore and shit. Maybe that wouldn't be cool. But then again,
Yeah,
nobody
yeah.
banned fucking balls in mod for like dragon dick, so I guess it should be fine.
Yeah. No, people don't censor anything in this game when they put up on YouTube videos.
Alright, I swallow. I can't believe I ended up doing this after all. Waking her up in her own house. That really is something that a boyfriend would do, isn't it? You are her boyfriend, you fucking moron! You established
Well,
it yesterday!
He's getting used to thinking like that. It's a sudden thing.
In any case, it just feels right. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door. Sayori, wake up, dummy. There's no response. I really didn't want to have to enter her room like this. Isn't it kind of a breach of privacy? But she really leaves me no choice. I gently open the door. Yes, look at that. Totally unexpected. Well, shit.
Gently open the door is kind of a meme now in the community, from what I understand.
Well, I was expecting something like this. So, like, I'm not all that shocked or anything.
Yeah. Also, the music wasn't playing throughout this whole morning, so that's kind of okay. Game setting up or something. But hey, at least Monica was able to crack a joke, right?
What the hell? What the hell? Is this a nightmare?
This morning.
It has to be. This isn't real. There is no way this can be real. Sayori wouldn't do this. Everything was normal up until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe what my eyes are showing me. I suppressed the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I told Sayori I would be there for her. I told her I know what's best and that everything will be okay. Then why? Why would she do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Confessing to her, I shouldn't have confessed to her. That's not what Sayori needed at all. She even told me how painful it is for others to care about her. Then why did I confess to her and make her feel even worse? Why was I so selfish? This is my fault. So, like, this was preventable, or was it?
Maybe you should load the game and find out.
Well, I said we're playing Iron Man, so we're playing Iron Man.
Oh well, I'll tell you in the end everything about how this game flows.
My swarming thoughts keep telling me everything I could have done to prevent this. If I just spent more time with her, walked her to school, and remained friends with her like it always has been, then I could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this. Screw the literature club, screw the festival, I just lost my best friend, someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now, nothing I can do bring her back. This isn't some game where I can reset and try something different.
Cheeky.
Really, why would you write this fucking line? I'm sorry.
Don't forget to save your game.
I had only one chance and I wasn't careful enough, and now I'll carry this guilt with me until I die. Nothing in my life is worth more than hers, but I still couldn't do what she needed from me. And now I can never take it back. Never, 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 never. End.
Except...
Huh?
Don't worry, Mike.
Okay. I'm gonna take a break and then we're gonna click on this, whatever this is.
Yep. Ah. Alright, now I'm taking over Monica, for sure. I feel like I've been fairly careful about spoilers, because sometimes I can be careless about that sort of stuff, even though I get really mad at people who spoil things, but I've been holding it pretty tight, you might say. And here, even that except part was only just so that he doesn't just assume, alright, stream is gonna be over in a couple of minutes. Because, little does he know, if everything goes as planned, this is the halfway point. But yeah, this is the part that people go like, whoop, shit. DTST? What did I do in DTST? What was DTST? Did I spoil anything in DTST? What? I don't remember.
Alright. So, okay. All theories just went out of the window. So now let's think. Like, I'm kinda concerned that Sayori is replaced with, like, twisted image of Monica.
Well, I mean, there's everyone else there too.
Well, but mostly Monica, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, new theory. Monica is actually the evil mastermind, and she was talking shit all the time. And I don't know. I guess now I'm gonna like expect some like, I don't know, fourth wall breaks or something. Like evil mastermind Monica wants the player to romance her, but that's not an option in the game, so she's like fucking everyone up. And she's gonna like make sure that everyone just kill themselves. And then there's gonna be something fucking creepy in the end with her. That's my expectations at this point. Okay. Let's click on this.
Actually, Mike, I'm not sure. The stuff you missed, unless you just mean stuff that was like alternate paths and alternate scenes, but I cannot really think of anything to describe as a shit ton, like all the Natsuki and Yuri scenes that could happen instead of Sayori's, and the Yuri coming over on Sunday's scene, but I don't think there's like any little significant bits in there anywhere that I could point out that was not outright being like describing everything that happens differently if you make different choices.
Android, I think that's it. That's your message.
Center.
I don't think you read that quite right, but okay. I see an annoying girl running toward me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious.
Yeah, Mike, okay. I think actually that's better, because that kind of stuff just... I feel like it's better to just like learn about that afterwards than to do it during the game.
Well, I mean, I noticed there was like a RenP error message in the suicide scene. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. There was like a little file mentioned there, and technically you could look up into the game's directory and like look at files, but I feel like maybe that's best left for the end.
Okay. So that's gonna be... This girl is... Oh my god. Succeed good my neighbor and good friend since we were
That girl
children.
is, oh my god.
You know, the kind of friend you never see yourself making today. That's the same dialogue, right?
Okay, I'm gonna establish something. So there are little changes here and there, so even if there is completely the same, don't just completely skip it immediately, just at least look it over without reading in case there's difference. But also, the skip button you might see is disabled, and there are scenes where it's enabled. That means it's completely unchanged and you can press it safely.
Okay, I see. You used to walk to school together on days like this, but when you're in high school, she'd oversleep more frequently and get tired of waiting up. If she's
Also
going to
always.
chase after me like this, I must feel better of running away. Yeah, hey, Luis. However, I just sign out in front of the crosswalk and let's get good catch up to me.
Just get good.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's
It's an ordinary school day like any other. Mornings are usually the worst, being surrounded by couples and friend groups walking to school together. Meanwhile, I've always walked to school alone. I always tell myself Huh. Yeah, that's interesting.
By the way, I'm gonna mention to you what I've said like half the time you left is that from this point I wanna take over voicing Monica because now I will just have Natsuki otherwise, and you have like literally everything else. So
Alright.
this way we'll be split half and half, and I kinda like Monica's dialogue.
Okay. I always tell myself it's about time I meet some girls or something like that. And I have no motivation to join any clubs. I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. There's always the anime club, but it's not like there would be any girls in it anyway.
Yeah, like why would you actually want to join an anime club? Just why would you want to converse with a bunch of nerds?
Well,
Just go into like the knitting club.
I would fucking join anime club. I would certainly more likely to be join anime club than fucking literature club.
I would probably join the literature over anime, I'll be honest, if there were clubs. But if there was like a Doom club, or a level design club, obviously, or Might Magic club. But literature over anime any day. I read much more than I love watch any anime.
Well, I can't say that about myself, unfortunately. Oh well. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. There really aren't any that interest me. Besides, most of them would probably be way too demanding for me to deal with. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club.
Hippocat?
Monica.
Oh my goodness, I totally didn't expect to see you here. It's been a while, right?
Yeah, it has. Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other, well, we rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class, smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically completely out of my league, so having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... What did you come in here for anyway?
Oh, I've just been looking for some supplies to use for my club. Do you know if there's any construction paper in here? Or markers?
I guess you could check the closet. Now I understand why Mike has Monica's picture like all fucked up in his stream layout. You're in the debate club, right?
About that. I actually quit the debate club.
Really? You quit?
Yeah. To be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it.
In that case, what club did you decide to join?
Actually, I'm starting a new one. The Literature Club.
Literature. That sounds kind of dull. How many members do you have so far?
It's kind of embarrassing, but there are only 3 of us so far. It's really hard to find new members for something that sounds so boring.
Well, I can see that.
But it's really not boring at all, you know? Literature can be anything, reading, writing, poetry. I mean, one of my members even keeps her manga collection in the club room.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's funny, right? She always insists that manga is literature too. I mean, she's not wrong, I guess. And besides, a member's a member, right?
Did Monica say she?
Oh. Hey, Hippocat. By any chance, are you still looking for a club to join?
I mean, I guess so, but...
In that case, is there any chance you could do me a big favor? I won't ask you to join, but if you could at the very least visit my club, it would make me really happy. Swoosh, please?
Well, I guess I have no reason to refuse. Besides, how could I ever refuse someone like Monica? Sure, I guess I could check it out.
Ah, awesome. You're really sweet, Hippocat, you know that?
It's nothing, really.
Shall we go then? I'll look for the materials another time. You are more important.
And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul to Monica and her irresistible smile. I timidly follow Monica across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, being generally used for third-year classes and activities. Monica, full of energy, swings open the classroom door.
I'm back. And I brought a guest with me.
Eh? A guest?
Seriously? You brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Don't be mean, Natsuki. But anyway, welcome to the club, Hippocat.
All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls.
So let me guess. You're Monica's boyfriend, right?
What? No, I'm not. Natsuki. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is the one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes me think she's probably a first year.
Anyway, this is Natsuki, energetic as usual. And this is Yuri, the vice president.
It's nice to meet you. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with someone like Natsuki. Yeah, it's nice to meet both of you.
So, I ran into Hippocat in the classroom and he decided to come check out the club. Isn't that great? Wait, Monica! Didn't I tell you to let me know anyone new? I was going to... well, you know. Sorry. I didn't forget about that, but I just happened to run into him.
In that case, I should at least make some tea, right?
Yeah, that would be great. Why don't you come sit down, Hippocat?
The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Yuri walks to the corner of the room and opens the closet. Meanwhile, Monica and Natsuki sit across from each other. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Monica.
So, I know you didn't really plan on coming here. But we'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the Literature Club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone.
I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club.
You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, Natsuki? Well, I guess.
Natsuki reluctantly agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal, Monica must have worked really hard to just find these two. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot in the middle. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess.
Hey, don't worry. What? Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you.
That's not. Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know. I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but at least I enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. So, Hippocat, what kinds of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga, I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. Looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that be deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me, and telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seemed so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people. But you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read a horror book once. I desperately grasped something I can relate to at the minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock.
By the way, should I be pointing out stuff that might not be very obvious, but like it's kind of intended to maybe people who are very very attentive would pick up on it, and like not really like clues but little flavor things that don't really jump out at you.
Well, I suppose so, because I'm a damn fucking moron and I wouldn't notice any of that.
So just a couple lines further, I think, if I'm not mistaken with this. Hahaha, I'd expect that from you, Yuri. It suits your personality.
Oh, is that so?
So, remember the first time, I think, Monica said to her, "Oh, I wouldn't expect that from someone as gentle as you, Yuri."
Yeah, I think she did say something like that.
And this time she's like, "Oh yeah, it does suit you, huh?"
Really, if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment.
Oh, I hate horror.
Oh? Why is that?
Well, I just...
Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second.
Never mind. That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind last scrap meeting?
Scrub meeting. Okay.
Last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called... Don't say it out loud! And give that back! Fine, fine.
Natsuki, you write your own poems?
Yeah, well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care?
I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime?
No,
Natsuki averts her eyes.
you wouldn't like them.
Not a very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart.
Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers.
I guess it's the same for Yuri. We all sit in silence for a moment.
Hey, I just got an idea. How about this?
Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika.
Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. Man, back to thinking about that Wisher line. That way everyone is even. I mean, I thought it was a good idea.
Well, I think you're right, Monika. We should probably start finding activities for all of us to participate in together. I did decide to take on the responsibility of vice president after all. I need to do my best to nurture the club as well as its members. Besides, now that we have a new member, it seems like a good step for us to take. Do you agree as well, Hippocat? Hold on, there's still one problem.
Eh, what's that?
Now that we've reached the most important topic, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind this entire time. Never said I was going to join the club. Monika may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All three girls stare back at me with dejected eyes.
But,
I'm sorry, I thought. The girls exchanged glances before Monika turns back to me.
I guess I need to tell you the truth, Hippocat. The thing is, we don't have enough members yet to form an official club. We need 4. And I've been trying really hard to find new members.
Well, if you didn't fucking erase my childhood friend from reality, then you'd have 4 members. Jesus.
And if we don't find one more before the festival...
No, I kinda wonder how it's gonna go after the next girl is gone. I guess we'll see. I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? I would feel terrible for letting everyone down in this situation. And besides, the club itself seems pretty relaxed. So if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls... Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up.
Oh my goodness, really? Do you really mean that, Hippocat?
Yeah, it could be fun, right? You really did scare me for a moment.
I mean, if you just left after all this, I would be super pissed. Hippocat, I'm so happy. We can become an official club now. Thank you so much for this, you're really amazing. I'll do everything I can to give you a great time, okay? Don't clip this.
Don't clip what? Ah, okay, yeah. Thanks, I guess. Also, we weren't having cupcakes, right? Anymore, because Sayori's gone and she never convinced Natsuki to bring cupcakes.
Yeah, Monica didn't warn Natsuki either.
Thanks, I guess.
Okay, everyone. I think with that we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share.
Monica looks over at me once more.
Hippocat, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself.
Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri cleans up tea set. I guess I'll be on my way then.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow then. I can't wait.
With that, I depart the club room and make my way home. The whole way my mind wanders back and forth between the three girls. Natsuki, Yuri, and of course Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright. I just need to make the most of my circumstances and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight.
Actually, Luis, we've agreed before when Hippocat... Oh, by the way, press yes. But we've agreed before in the chat... Okay, I'm gonna read this because it's mine. But, Hippocat, I think I will pressure you into going for Natsuki this time, because that way I feel like you get the most lore and just like exposition about things than if you just go for Yuri. So just pick up like one or two words. Anyway, things I like about Papa. I like when Papa comes home early. I like when Papa cooks me dinner. I like when Papa gives me allowance. I like when Papa spends time with me. I like when Papa asks me about my friends. I like when Papa asks me about anything. I like it when Papa gives me lunch money. I like when Papa comes home before sundown. I like when Papa cooks. I like when Papa gives me privacy. I like when Papa doesn't tell me how to dress. I like when Papa doesn't comment on my friends. I like when Papa doesn't comment on my hobbies. I like Papa comes home without waking me up. I like when Papa keeps food in the house. I like when Papa uses his inside voice. I like when Papa leaves my stuff alone. I like when Papa accidentally drops coins in the couch. I like when Papa is too tired to notice me. I like when Papa is too tired for anything. I like when Papa is too tired for anything.
So I'm guessing that's Natsuki's. Probably,
yeah,
maybe.
Likely, very likely. There is like 14 of these, and you only get a small fraction of them randomly in the game. And I feel like some of them are cooler than others. That one was one of the ones that I think are worth seeing, and I'm really hoping for Bless RNG. But if not, I'm gonna probably just describe a couple of the ones I remember liking if we don't get them.
Okay,
Anyways.
so I have a question. It's like, what's gonna happen if we go and try to pick the words for Sayori?
I think that if they are even here anymore, I think they're just going to get attributed to one of the others, probably by being like positive or negative. They're going to go to Natsuki or Yuri. I'm pretty sure there's always going to be a reaction from one of them here now.
Okay.
So pretty much go with like bright, cheery, cute stuff now.
Alright, let's go. Cheer.
Write it down. Cheer.
And kitty.
Cheer kitty.
And candy.
Cheer kitty candy.
And giggle.
Mm-hmm.
And sweet. And vanilla. and
Sinisterly enough, Papa is also a Natsuki word.
wow, okay. Chocolate.
Much as depression and suicide were Sayuri words before.
Really?
Yeah,
If I pick those, they... Damn. Okay.
she will be all over it. Oh yes,
Clouds.
Vin. Actually, Master of Time. I'm just gonna take a little tangent. I've heard of a Zelda Ocarina of Time ROM hack called like the Missing Link or something like that. I don't know about one called Master of Time. I did manage to apply the patch for the Missing Link one, and I confirmed that it runs, and I watched like part of the intro. So I was thinking either I should play it on my own or stream it later, but I haven't decided. Anyway, let's talk about it afterwards.
Okay, also hello,
Okay.
Vin. Yes. Flower.
Chocolate flower?
Yes, chocolate flower.
Mm-hmm.
Bubbles.
Bubbles.
Hope. Oh, that's not her
Oh,
word. Oh
interesting.
well.
I guess it's more like thought-provoking than emotion.
Oh, it's like, I hope I will die.
Hope for death and destruction and contamination and festering.
Party. Sugar. Heart. Strawberry. Smile. Sunny.
Sunny horror. Sunny in the phone.
Man, I don't... Okay, flying. That should be her word, yes.
Sunny flying.
Charm.
Poof, I feel like
Joy.
it's a good final.
What the fuck?
Interesting. Anyway, I'm getting...
Oh, no, no,
I'm
wait,
basing-
wait. What the fuck just happened? I think her face
Yeah,
got all fucked up when she jumped.
Yuri made a real weird face when you selected Joy, which actually should have been Natsuki word. Well, there's a lot of random shit.
Why
Anyway.
that? What should I be worried about that?
You should be worried in general. Hi, Genki Paket.
Jesus fucking Christ. Now I'm kind of starting to see why everyone is so all over this fucking game. Now I'm more curious than I was before, because at first I thought like, you know, it's just a typical VE and it all just starts happy and then it goes to fucking shit and everyone dies, but clearly there's more to that than this.
Well, I feel like you have to admit, up until the protagonist became completely just fixated on boning literally anyone who came in contact with him, and like there was the weird forced part with being railroaded into Natsuki and then Sayori notices and blah blah blah. I feel like it was pretty well like maybe visual novels or dating sims in general for better quality would expect them to have like more choices, more player agency or something, more branching paths and here and there, but I feel like it was very well like establishing the characters in the world in general, because you kind of understand the people, you understand what they're talking about, you kind of understand their like worries and what everyone's goal is, and just like what everyone likes and wants, apart from them all mysteriously being in love with the main character, of course. But it kind of draws out a lot in the beginning part, where it's like a normal VN. But I feel like it does a really good job by just establishing everything. I don't know, establishing everything. That's pretty much the best phrase I can use here, because it's, I don't know, I feel like it's just well written.
Well, I
The
guess I
characters are
got to
well
agree. I
designed.
haven't really played many visual novels. Like I said, I played a couple of hentai ones, but that's not really like where you care much about writing. Though those were like pretty
Yeah.
well written, in my opinion, actually, now that I think back at
Yeah.
it. One was
I think
more
they
like
were
a
good.
murder mystery kind of shit on a space station, and it was just like interesting because like the people were like being murdered, and you're like a detective and you're investigating shit, but you also get to fuck everyone. And the other one was like more like romantic thing. I don't remember the details, but it was like some fantasy shit. Like you need to help some like magic fairy to like collect magical energy or something, and to do that you had to fuck everyone. But it was more,
Interesting.
it was romantic, and I felt like the characters were nice and everything.
Yeah,
And
I
the
guess
only
it's not a-
the only other novel, no, actually two other novels. Another novel that I played, it was Girlfriend of Steel, and it was based on Neon Genesis Evangelion, like the anime, but it's like non-canon completely. And well, that was interesting to me because it was based on the anime, obviously. But I don't remember how good that was. I felt like it was pretty interesting, but I don't remember the details. And the last one that I played was Everlasting Summer, and that one, well, I
feel
liked
like I've
it
heard the
for, well, it's like the Russian visual novel made by made by Anons from Ishan. And
Interesting. I feel like I've heard the name, word combination, but I've never heard that kind of detail.
Бесконечное лето. That's the proper name for it.
The Russian name I've not heard ever.
And
sure.
it's kind of interesting because all the characters in that novel, they are like mascots from image board. But that's like from like ancient times of image boards, and that's like not very relevant nowadays anymore. But it's still kind of interesting, like sort of kind of isekai sort of setup, when like some kind of nerd gets isekai'd into a like Soviet summer camp with girls, and he just like does shit. And that one like wasn't like very good, but as I said, it was interesting like for other reasons.
I've heard two games brought up in relation to this one. One it's apparently inspired by, and I've been meaning, like, I have one of the tabs, someone's playthrough of that game, with the context of it being the inspiration, like part of the inspiration behind this one. And also one of the people playing this game kept bringing up another one that's like a visual novel of similar quality of writing, but like way more player agency and like tons of branching paths there that can happen. I feel like this one is just like, maybe it's like a general when people make anime or anime style games or something. Sometimes, maybe it's just me, but I feel like the authors can be passionate about something else, they have some other interest, and they kind of like insert a lot of talking about that and a lot of like deliberation. And then here it feels like, it's not just like a surface level, hey, all these cute girls, but also having like actual discussions about literature on a kind of shallow level, of course, because it's all about like these simple poems, but it's still interesting to follow, and it kind of has value on its own outside of everything else the game is. Just the little portion, slice of life, the 3 or 4 days, however long it was before things start going to shit, that even has a little bit of value because it's interesting on its own. Just these people doing these things and talking about this subject in an interesting way, not being idiots, actually being kind of intelligent about it. But yeah.
Okay, let's get back to it.
Glad to see you didn't run away on us.
Don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but at least I keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Stop doing that, please. Thanks for keeping your promise, Hippocat. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it.
Oh, come on, like
this is fucking spooky. This is like legitimately fucking freaking me out because this is a fucking VN. Like, I'm sorry, shit like this doesn't happen in VN.
Good. Oh, you're tilted. But actually, you already had it to be dragged here by Monica. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. But if you don't take it seriously, then you won't see the end of it.
That feels like it means more than.
Yeah.
Why are you in front of the fucking interface, Monica?
Gives collection in the club room. Blah blah blah. Certainly have a big mouth.
I'm scared. What the fuck is going on?
You are kind of like when I said tilted. Actually, what I mean is everything else but Monica and the UI, you might notice, looks a bit strange now.
Oh yeah, I guess sort of.
The best part is when I first saw this, and did like in someone's playthrough, I didn't actually notice anything being different about the screen.
Natsuki finds herself stuck between seeing Monica and manga.
Manga's literature! And then...
Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back into her seat. I'm sorry, Hippocat. We'll make sure to put your comfort first, okay? Yuri shoots Natsuki with a disappointed glance. Anyway, now that you're in the club and all, perhaps you might have interest in picking up a book to read. Well, I can't really say no either way. Like you said, I'm in this club now, so it only feels right for me to do something like that if you ask. Wait, didn't mean it like that. Ooh. If you don't really want to, then forget I said anything, I guess. No, it's not that, Yuri. I want to try to be a part of this club. So even if I don't read often, I'll be happy to pick up a book if you wanted me to. Are you sure? I just felt like, well, as vice president and all, that I should help you get started on something you might like. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, discuss it if you wanted. This is... How is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book that she thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Phew. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think.
Waha.
Yeah, now
So
back to normal.
when I didn't notice anything tilting, somehow I completely missed it, even though the characters are like super close to the screen. I guess maybe people who were playing went much faster and it didn't happen to quite that extent. So when it like pushes back to normal like that, that really freaked me out because I couldn't understand what happened. Because everything looks normal, but something fucking happened, and I don't know what.
Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet.
Ugh.
I hear Natsuki utter an exasperated sigh from within the closet. She seems to be annoyed by something. I approach her in case she needs a hand. You looking for something in there?
Fucking Monica.
Okay. What the fuck?
She never puts my stuff back in the right spot. What's the point in keeping your collection organized if someone else is just gonna mess it up?
Natsuki slides a bunch of stacked books and boxes across the shelf. Manga.
You read manga, right?
Sometimes. Manga is one of those things where you can't admit you're really into it until you figure out where the other person stands. How did you know anyway?
I heard you bring it up at some point. Besides, it's kind of written on your face.
What's that supposed to mean? Oh, that's Caleb's quote from Blood 2. What's that supposed to mean? Sorry. I see. There's a lone volume of manga amidst a stack of various books on the side of one of the shelves. Curious, I pull it out of the stack.
There it is! So clearly, obviously, this would have been Natsuki's scene the first time around, but she didn't go like fucking Monica. She was like, Monica's being a jerk. Basically a different line, normal sounding.
Well, I could understand that, yeah. Natsuki snatches it out of my hand. She then turns to a box of manga and slips the volume right into the middle of the rest.
Much better. Seeing a box set with one book missing is probably the most irritating sight in the world.
I know that feel. I get a closer look at the box she's admiring. Perfect Girls. It's a series I've never heard of in my life. That probably means it's either way out of my demographic or it's simply terrible.
If you're gonna judge, you can do it through the glass on that door.
She points to the classroom door. Hey, I wasn't judging anything. I didn't even say anything.
It was the tone of your voice. But I'll tell you one thing, Hippocat. Consider this a lesson straight from the Leadership Club. Don't judge a book!
This is a lesson I will take to heart. If you're gonna keep saying it in such a scary font.
In fact...
Natsuki pulls out the first volume of Perfect Girls from the book.
I'm gonna show you exactly why.
She shoves the book right into my hands. I stare at the cover. It features 4 girls in colorful attire striking animated feminine poses. It's exceedingly moe.
Don't just stand there.
What?
What?
Natsuki grabs my arm and pulls me out of the closet.
Aha!
She then takes a seat against the wall beneath the windowsills. She pats on the ground next to her, signaling me to sit there. Wouldn't chairs be more comfortable? I take my seat.
Chairs wouldn't work. We can't read at the same time like that.
Oh, why is that? I guess it's easier to be close together like this.
Don't just say that. You'll make me feel weird about it.
Natsuki crosses her arms and scooches an inch away from me. Sorry. I didn't exactly expect to be sitting this close to her either. Not that I can say it's a particularly bad thing. I opened the book. It's only a few seconds before Natsuki once again inches closer, reclaiming the additional space while she hopes I won't notice. I can feel her peering over my shoulder, much more eager to begin reading than I am.
Wow, how long has it been since I read the beginning?
Hmm? You don't go back and flip through the older volumes every now and then?
Not really. Maybe sometimes after I've already finished the series. Hey, are you paying attention?
I am, but nothing's really happened yet, so I can talk at the same time. It looks like it's about a bunch of friends in high school. Typical slice of life affair. I kind of grew out of this since it's rare for the writing to be entertaining enough to make up for the lack of plot.
Oh yeah.
Are you sure this isn't boring for you?
It's not.
Even though you're just watching me read.
Well, I'm fine with that.
There's like 4 people right now watching me read a visual novel, and they don't seem to have a problem with that. If you say so.
Boring for you?
I guess it's fun sharing something you like with someone else. I always get excited when I convince any of my friends to pick up a series I enjoy. You know what I mean?
Huh?
You don't?
That's not... Well, I wouldn't really know.
What do you mean? Don't you share your manga with your friends?
Could you not rub it in? Jeez.
Sorry.
Like I could ever get my friends to read this. They just think manga is for kids.
And
I can't
pervs.
even bring it up without them being all like, "Hey, you still haven't grown out of that yet?" Makes me want to punch them in the face.
I know those kinds of people. Honestly, it takes a lot of effort to find friends who don't judge, much less friends who are also into it. I'm already kind of a loser, so I guess I gravitated toward the other losers over time. But it's probably harder for someone like you.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Wait, which part?
I mean, I feel like I can't even keep it in my own room. My dad would beat the shit out of me if you found this.
I'm guessing she says something quite different here.
Well, it's like a very inconspicuous, mild version, I think. It's like, my dad doesn't want me having this, or something, I don't remember. I actually mostly see your scenes in this version. At least it's safe here in the club room. Except Monica's kind of a jerk about it. I just can't win, can I?
Well, it paid off in the end, didn't it? I mean, here I am, reading it.
Well, it's not like that solves any of my problems. Yeah, well, Hippocat's MC just thinks he's like a gift to the world and like, hey, you know, you have a dad that probably abuses you, but at least you got me to read your fucking manga. Feel good about this, bitch. Suck it up.
Well, I don't know. MC...
That's all.
Is MC supposed... Well, I guess MC isn't retaining any memories, right? From the previous playthroughs.
I feel like he is not really perceiving the scary font 100% accurately or something, because he would question probably. And the glitches.
There's going to be a lot of fourth wall breaking in the end, if I feel. Maybe. But at least you're enjoying yourself, right?
So... Jeez, that's enough. Are you gonna keep reading or what?
Yeah. I flipped the page. 10 hours later. Time passes. Natsuki is strangely quiet now. I glance over at her.
Skeleton, oh.
Photorealistic skeleton of my family, no thanks.
Exactly, yes.
Looks like she started to fall asleep. Hey, Natsuki.
Yeah?
Suddenly Natsuki collapses straight into me. Hey. Well, I would kind of want to know what she said there.
Oh, jeez. You can look at history.
Oh, that helps! Thank you!
Our coup I googs 3/4 Zurn 3 with
Okay. I get it.
Oh, jeez. Not scary, okay. So in the normal scene, she just, I don't even remember if she falls asleep or anything. You just finish reading and like talk about it a bit, and then Monica's like, hey, time to share poems, bitches. Not scary, okay. Here.
Monica reaches into her bag and pulls out some kind of protein bar. She throws it in Natsuki's direction. Natsuki's eyes suddenly light up again. She snatches the bar from the floor and immediately tears off the wrapper.
I told you not to give...
She doesn't even finish her sentence before stuffing it into her mouth. That's weird. That's weird.
Don't worry, Hippocat. She's fine. It just happens every now and then. That's why I always keep a snack in my bag for her. Anyway, why don't we all share poems now?
Well, let's do the tradition of asking the president. I should start with Monica. Yesterday she seemed eager to read my poem, and I want her to know I'm putting in effort.
Hi, Hippocat. Long time no see. Having a good time so far?
I'm having a freaky time so far. Thank you very much for asking. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. I'm always listening.
How about we go back to just being a simple visual novel, like where like there is no freaky shit and people don't die? That would be really nice.
Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? I'm always listening.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course I'll be afraid to bring things up, because I don't want it to get fucking glitched and erased from reality. You're much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Yes, I do use OBS. OBS 24.0.3. I haven't updated it in a while because some update just broke it and I had to roll back.
Oh, did it?
Well, it was for me. It wasn't this case for Mike, but it was for me. So since then I didn't update my OBS, so I'm probably a bunch of versions behind at the moment.
Anyway, want to share your poem with me?
It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to.
Don't worry, Hippocat. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we'll learn to get past soon.
Yeah, that's true. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, it was kinda weird that the game asked me my name. Because visual novels, I don't think they do that usually. So they probably did that to just fuck with me even more when they break the fourth wall later on. Fuckers. Yeah, that's true. I hand Monica my poem.
I think it used to like to try to read some like the PC name or something. They changed that at some point. Because it kept like doxing people or some shit.
Well, I think my PC is actually called something. Let me actually check quickly. Yeah, my PC is called Hippocat PC, so if it guessed my name, I'd be slightly weirded out, I guess.
Don't worry, Mike. I actually said less than you did, but whatever. Galakol. He's not playing F1. Hand him your poem.
I hand Monica my poem.
I like it, Hippocat.
Really?
It's not cuter than I expected.
Oh, jeez.
No. It kind of makes me think of something not so good, right? And she's a good writer too. So take that as a compliment.
If you say so.
Yep. If you're into Natsuki, then always keep a snack on you. She'll cling to you like a puppy.
That's weird, but okay.
Natsuki's dad doesn't give her lunch money or leave her any food in the house, so she's in a fussy mood pretty often.
I'm guessing she doesn't say that on the first playthrough.
Yeah, no. But sometimes she just loses all her strength and shuts down. Like earlier. This is just a guess, but I think she's so small because her malnutrition is interfering with her adolescent growth. But hey, some guys are into petite girls too, you know?
Yes, we know. That's exactly the argument we used before.
Yep. So we're just trying to look at the bright side. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Also, the only reason I said that about reading your PC name, because the first playthrough of this game I've ever seen was by Jesse Cox and Dodger, and when they started it, the main character's name was just Jesse immediately, and Jesse was like, what the fuck, I don't remember inputting the name at any point, but I've never seen it do that at any other point after that, seeing that playthrough, so... And I've heard that they made some patches when they like released it on Steam or something. They changed some text a little bit and stuff. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now?
I expect the poem to be something freaky. But I guess we'll see.
Don't worry, it's not very good. Oh, I'm not very good.
You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good.
Well, that's because I have to sound confident. I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know?
I see. Well, let's read it then.
Hole in the wall. But he wasn't looking at me. Confused, I frantically glanced at my surroundings, but my burned eyes can no longer see color. Are there others in this room? Are they talking, or are they simply poems on flat sheets of paper? The sound of frantic scrolling playing tricks on my ears. The room begins to crinkle, closing in on me. The air I breathe dissipates before it reaches my lungs. I panic. There must be a way out. It's right there. He's right there. Swallowing my fears, I brandish my pen.
This is the continuation of her first poem, right?
Yeah, it seems like it, because there was like, and he on the other side was looking in. That was the last line in that.
Alright.
So, what do you think? Also, skip is now available, just pointing it out.
So, should I do that?
I think some parts of these poem exchange parts are literally the same, so when the skip is available, you should press it.
Alright, so it will just bring me to like talk to...
It will just like do like a line of frame and quickly rush through everything.
Okay, so I'm clicking it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, she does the same advice of like, hey, make yourself do something, or like, you know, puddle of ink, blah blah blah. Also, you could look at history and see that if you wanted. That's my advice for today.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. All right.
Okay, well, let's start with things I don't like. First of all,
Natsuki rereads my poem.
Never mind, I don't feel like giving you my opinion.
Then what's the point of sharing in the first place? I wrote this when I could have been doing other things. In fact, I remember how I said I wanted to read your poems. That's what I had in mind when writing this. I want to help you feel comfortable enough to share yours. Like Monica said.
Well, I would be more comfortable sharing my poem if yours was really bad. You were supposed to show me some dumb poem and make me go, haha, well, it's not that great, but let me show you how the real sure looks like. And you went and ruined it. I hope you're happy.
So, in other words, you're saying you liked it. Natsuki's retort gets caught in her throat.
You're so... You don't say anything, do you? I already told you that, and you don't have to go announcing it to the world like you're all self-important.
Pretty sure you never actually said that. I say that mostly to myself. Natsuki must really hate me or something. I can't figure out if it's win or loss that she liked my poem. In any case, you still need to show me yours, right?
fine, I guess. Only because Monica will make me if I don't. Same one. People can try, but that's about it.
Okay.
And... Ooh.
And this is also skip, I guess, right?
Yeah, because it's not for Yuri and she's gonna be like, oh, that's crap. And her poem is the same, and no, everything otherwise is the same as well.
Phew. I guess that's everyone. Glance around the room. That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It is as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. And the music is slightly fucked, or is it my...
The music has been slightly fucked since the second cycle started. It sometimes just shifts like the key or the tempo or something, and it feels really weird. But then it seems like it's completely normal because it's just like in the new key or tempo or whatever, and like, all right, I guess it's normal.
Even if they're just being nice, there is no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Monica is writing something in her notebook. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki.
My ears.
Fuck you, Android. I'm not used to reading at all. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Oh, this is where they have the argument, right? Except there is no Sayori anymore.
Yep.
Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly.
What's with this language?
That's me. I'm reading Yuri, right? Yeah, okay. Did you
are
say
reading
something?
Yuri. No, it's nothing.
Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand.
I guess you could say it's fancy.
Thanks. Yours is cute.
Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute?
I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice.
You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it didn't really come out nice at all.
Well, I do have a couple suggestions.
You can shove them up your arse. If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Monica liked it. And Hippocat did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all...
Excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. Don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet. And Hippocat liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up.
Oh. I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri.
Eh? That's not what I... Oh... You're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Hippocat appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours.
Huh, and how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself?
No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy.
Ooh! Well, you know what? I was the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger since Hippocat started showing up.
Natsuki?
Natsuki, that's a little...
This doesn't involve you. Taking out your own insecurities on others like that. You really act as young as you look, Natsuki.
Me? Look who's stalking you, wanna be edgy bitch?
That's not how it went before.
Nope.
Edgy? Sorry that my lifestyle is too much for someone of your mental age to comprehend.
See? Just saying that proves my point. Most people learn to get over themselves after they graduate middle school, you know?
If you want to prove anything, then stop harassing others with your sickening attitude. You think you can counterbalance your toxic personality just by dressing and acting cute? The only cute thing about you is how hard you try.
Oh, be careful, you might cut yourself on that edge, Yuri. Oh, my bad, you already do, don't you?
Is that some kind of foreshadowing? Did you just accuse me of cutting myself? What the fuck is wrong with your head?
Yeah, go on. Let Hippocate hear everything you really think. I'm sure he'll be head over heels for you after this.
Suddenly Yuri turns towards me as if she just noticed I was standing there. Hippocate! She's just trying to make me look bad.
That's not true. She started it. That's your previous dialogue before the choice.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess we're going
too.
Natsuki route, so let's side with Natsuki.
Fair.
Can I please make a choice? Game. Game.
Oh, hi.
Monica.
Yes?
Can I please play the game?
Hey, Hippocate. Why don't we step outside for a little bit? I like how she was courteous enough to make her lines short. Okay? Sorry about that. They really shouldn't have tried to get you involved. It's probably better for us to stay out of this. We'll go back inside once they're done yelling. Some president I am, right? I can't even confront my own club members properly. I just wish I was able to be a little more assertive sometimes. But I never have it in me to put my foot down against others. You understand, right? Anyway, if this makes you want to spend less time with the others, then that's fine.
I'm sure that's fine for you, Monica.
I'd be happy to spend time with you instead.
Suddenly Natsuki runs out of the classroom. She quickly runs away.
Oh dear. Well, it looks like they're done.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Yuri is rocking back and forth on her desk with her
I just want
palms.
to point something out right now, real quick.
Okay?
Look around the background a little bit.
Oh, shit. Okay, I see it.
That's random.
Random?
I was hoping it would appear. Yeah, it could have appeared like immediately after we come back to this place.
I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't say. Damn.
Cool.
Screw you, game. Jesus. Yuri is rocking back and forth in her desk with her palms on her forehead. Yuri, I didn't mean it. I believe you. I have no idea what Yuri might have said to Natsuki. Or did. Hippocate, please don't hate me. Please. I'm not like this. There is something wrong with me today.
It's fine, Yuri. We know you didn't mean it.
Well, before things get out of hand, Mike, remember that you're the mod. Okay? Alright.
Besides, I'm sure Natsuki will forget all about it by tomorrow. Completely. Anyway, the meeting is over, so you can go home now if you want.
Yuri looks at me like she wants to say something, but she keeps glancing at Monica. You can go first, Monica. I'd like to stay a little bit longer.
I'm the president, so I should be the last one out. I'll wait for you to be done.
Well, I'm vice president, so please let me take that responsibility today.
It kind of sounds yet like you don't want me around for something, Yuri.
It's not that. It's not that. I just... Didn't get much of a chance to discuss my book with Hippocat. It would just be embarrassing with you listening.
I guess I don't really have a choice, do I?
I'm sorry for causing trouble, but I really appreciate...
Nope.
Okay, I'll be back in a moment.
Alright. So apparently I'm missing some context for people who know Hippocat or something, right? Because... Aren't I also the mod, by the way? Let me check. Yes, I am. So, yeah, no spoilers of any sort. I'm trying to have a handle on Hippocat's experience here. And I feel like I've not said anything I shouldn't have said so far. I have come a little close, and Mike was yelling at me every time. Ah. Oh, interesting. So, why did none of you bring this game up before? I have been like, I go on and off like the DLC periods where I just look up people's blank playthroughs on YouTube like for a couple days straight. And each time I do it, I keep remembering, man, I kind of want to see Hippocat's reaction to all this stuff. And yesterday I finally brought it up because there was an excuse of me streaming. I was like randomly, hey, Hippocat, by the way, I don't know about the DLC. Oh, interesting. So he only listens to me because I'm on just Android. Just Android. Actually, wasn't that... Yeah, that was a little bit of a meme on like Semomania or Hippocat. Do you remember? I think it was on Semomania still or somewhere
What?
just Android was kind of a meme. Like it was... Someone was like said it in a sense like only Android or whatever, like in a diminutive, whatever. But I was like, yes, I am a just Android. Thank you very much.
I don't remember that. I don't know.
Because I feel like that was... I might have even put it like in either my signature or like that little title thing under the avatar back in the day or something. I was like, just Android. Because I am a just Android, in fact.
Adjust your Android.
Adjust, yes.
Okay.
Android's readjusted. Pick Natsuki words again.
Okay. Smile, sweet, sister, sadistic. Sweet, cute, let's see, chocolate, kitty,
Sweet, cute chocolate kitty. Wow.
puppy, fireflies, warm, play, bunny, anime, of course, because it should be. Okay. Bubbles. Giggle. Rainbow. Doki Doki. Name drop, nice.
Yeah.
That's like just the sound of the heart beating, right? That's what it's
beating
supposed
hard
to mean.
because of nervousness or excitement or whatever.
Okay. Sugar. Joy. Oh, that's not her word. I think I made the same mistake before. Okay. Let's see. Friends.
At this point, you're like guaranteed. It's Natsuki-san.
Well, obviously, but
Feel free to throw in like contamination.
No, I still feel like I got to try harder to impress her. Okay. Melody. Party. Flower.
Okay, nothing weird happened this time. There is the poem, Not feel like reading it because Natsuki's words are all boring.
Another day passes, and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Welcome back, Hippocat. Ah, hi Yuri. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's Yuri's expression, but the weight of yesterday's quarrel still hangs in the air a little.
I just realized I think something that randomly happens didn't happen here. Because sometimes when she appears the glitches out, like the classic split her sprite into several parts, and during a couple lines of dialogue, it's like the leftmost part of her sprite, so like just a little part of her boob is hanging in the air, and at that point the main character says, I'm not sure if it's just her expression, but something seems weird. It's like the funniest thing ever. But sadly it didn't seem to happen. Why did they make stuff random? Like, make just everything happen, come on. Maybe they had too many cool ideas, they thought.
Well, if that's supposed to be like, like a creepypasta kind of game, that sort of vibe, then it makes sense that people have different shit happen to them so they can talk about it.
I mean, like, after the game's done already, you know everything about it. It's not like you're going to be more creeped out by it being different for other people, I feel. And when you're playing it the first time... What the fuck, are you dead? Anyway, when you're playing it the first time, it's not like you know how it happened for other people, or you shouldn't.
I just spilled some water, like, give me a moment to clean it up.
Yeah, you ruined the creepiness there. So the ghost came out of the game, started choking you or something.
Monica cursed my cup, it's not my fault.
Yes. Oh yes.
Okay. Now that I'm not dying anymore. Yuri glances over her shoulder, looking around the room. Natsuki is reading manga at the desk, and surprisingly Monica isn't here yet. Suddenly Yuri takes my arm and pulls me to the corner of the room. About yesterday, I really need to apologize. Nothing like that has ever happened before, and something just came over me, I guess. I wasn't acting mentally sound. Please don't think we're usually like this. Not just me, but Natsuki as well. Yuri, I'm happy that you were considerate and apologized. You don't have to worry too much. Even though I've only been here a couple days, I could tell something was off yesterday. Maybe we were just a little extra sensitive because it was our first time sharing poems. But whatever it was, it didn't make me think any less of you. I had already decided there is no way you can be a bad person. And now that you're apologizing, I know you really didn't mean it. Hippocat, don't say those kinds of things so frankly. They make me a little too happy. I'm really glad that you're such an understanding person. And I'm really glad that you joined this club. Everything is a little bit brighter with you around and... sorry, what am I saying right now? I just...
Hey, have you guys seen Monica?
No, I haven't. I was also kind of wondering where she was.
Man. Yuri, I'm guessing you haven't either.
Yuri is clearly taken aback by how calmly Natsuki is addressing her. No, I haven't.
Jeez, this isn't like her at all. I know it's stupid, but I can't help but worry a little bit. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Natsuki, about yesterday. I just wanted to apologize. I promise I didn't mean any of the things I said. And I'll do my best to stay under control from now on. So...
Yuri, what the heck are you talking about? Did you do something yesterday?
Didn't Monica say something like, oh, she's not gonna remember about it the next day, or something? She did say that.
Forget about everything completely. Jeez. Whatever's on your mind, I'm sure it was nothing. I don't even remember anything bad happening. You're the kind of person who worries too much about the little things, aren't you?
But...
I'll accept your apology anyway if it helps you feel better about it. Besides, it's kind of nice to hear since I was always afraid you secretly hated me or something like that.
No, not at all. I don't hate you.
Well, you're kind of weird, but I don't hate you either.
Hmm. Natsuki turns to me.
You're still on trial, though.
Hey! Suddenly, the door swings open.
Sorry, I'm super sorry.
Ah, there you are.
I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything.
Nah. Well, Natsuki was.
I was not.
Sorry.
I
Sorry.
hate you so much. What took you so long anyway? Uh, well, my last period today was study hall. By the way, what the fuck is study hall? I didn't actually know.
I don't know, I guess maybe that's just like sitting at the library and like reading shit or something.
Why the fuck is there piano in the library though?
Yeah, that wouldn't really make much sense, right? Well, I don't know.
I don't think anyone's questioned it from people I've seen playing this game, so apparently it makes sense to others. To be honest, I kind of lost track of time. Yeah, that makes no sense though. You would have at least heard the bell ring. I mixed up the words in there, but whatever. I must not have heard it since I was practicing piano.
Piano? I wasn't aware you played music as well, Monica.
Don't give me more credit than I deserve. I guess I've been practicing for a while, which is different from what she said last time, because I think she said like I just started, but I'm still not really good yet.
Still, that must require a lot of dedication. So I'm still impressed.
Ah, well, thanks, Yuri. Now with my hair. You should play something for us sometime. Hahaha, that's actually, you have dust in your boobs and I'm gonna just brush it off.
Monica looks at me.
Well, I am working on writing a song, but it's not quite done yet. Maybe once I get a little bit better.
Well, I guess I got spoiled that a little bit because I know that this main music theme of Doki Doki has actually lyrics to it, so I'm guessing that's the song she's writing, probably.
Possible. It also has piano in it, so you know, could be.
That sounds cool. I look forward to it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Hippocat.
Monica smiles sweetly. I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that.
Ah, don't worry. I was hoping that I could share it with you anyway. I guess that's why I've been practicing so much recently.
I see. I'm not sure if Monica was referring to the whole club, or just me. In that case, best of luck.
Thanks. So I didn't miss anything, did I?
Not really. I choose not to bring up anything about the three of us that the three of us talked about. Besides, Natsuki has already run off into the closet. Hippocat, since your compliments put me in a good mood, I was wondering if you would like to spend some time together today. I mean, in the club. I suppose so. I don't think I could say no to you after you gave that book to me. Well, I guess I need to make sure Natsuki isn't waiting for me. After we finished reading yesterday, she's fine. She's reading over there, see?
Don't think about her so much. She's used to being ignored. Come on, we're going over there.
That was freaky. Okay, what's the story about anyway? Well, I look at the cover of the book. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous-looking eye symbol on the front cover. Basically, it's about this religious camp that was turned into a human experiment prison, and the people trapped there have this trait that turns them into killing machines that lust for blood. But the facility gets even worse, and they start selectively breeding people by cutting off their limbs and affixing them to... Oh, that might be a little bit of a spoiler. But anyway, I'm really into it. That sounds freaky. The book, I mean.
When that's his little thing, she kind of forces her scene on you instead of having Natsuki's scene here. And in her first scene, in the original route, you would also start reading the book and have her describe it. And the book is way more normal sounding there, but it's still the same title. And it's supposed to be still horror, but it's not like a human experiment prison. It's a little bit more like normal, like a girl who something about her long lost sister, but then she finds some people are just like conspiring against her or some shit like that.
Not the thing about the limbs. That's kind of dark, isn't it? Yuri made it sound like it was going to be a nice story, so that dark turn came from nowhere. Are you not a fan of that sort of thing, Hippocat? No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy these kinds of stories, so don't worry. I hope so.
You know what I hate though? I fucking hate eating bread without anything on it. I hope you're not into that, Yuri.
That's right. Yeah, I totally forgot that Yuri is into these things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. It's just that this kind of story, it's the kind that challenges you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, not just because someone wants to be evil,
but because the world is full of horrible people, and we are all worthless anyway. Then suddenly...
I'm rambling again, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything. Well, I guess it's alright then. But I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts,
My whole body.
I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. What was that?
My font gets really bold.
Oh, it doesn't even go into history.
Some of them do, because the first part, the full of horrible people and suddenly went. But some of these, I think the ones that don't go into history are the ones that get like really quickly skipped. Then again, that little part about, oh, how did I get dragged into this choice between Yuri and Natsuki, that went into history. I guess it's just inconsistent. No rules.
So I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange, and please stop me if I start talking too much. That's, I really don't think you need to worry. That just means you're passionate about reading. The least I can do is listen. It's a literature club after all. Well, that's true. In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right? Man, it's really fucking spooks me. It's a fucking jump scare, because you don't expect this shit. It reminds me of that, like, whatever, like, that was. I don't remember what it was called, but basically it was just a, like, horror manga or something. You would just read it, and it was like a long image, and you would scroll it, and then at some point it would just, like, fucking animate, and, like, the monster would, like, jump in your face or some shit like this. Like, that's what reminds me about.
I've been linked a comic that is, like, I guess it doesn't try to surprise you with that, but it's like a series of pictures scroll through, and apparently at some point there's supposed to be sounds and some sort of animation maybe as well, but it gives you a warning in the beginning. I have not gotten around to trying it, but such a thing is a thing, basically. So I guess, yeah, I brought it up. I just remember because it's literally the last tab on my browser, and every time I make like new tab or click a link in some messenger and close that, I keep seeing it, and I'm like, oh, maybe I'll read through this soon, and then I scroll back 100 tabs to whatever I was doing.
I mean, you don't have to, but... What are you saying? Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I had put into my bag. Alright, it's fine if I sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's. Yeah. Are you sure? You seem a little apprehensive. That's, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to. It's just something I'm not very used to. That is, reading in company with someone. I see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything. Alright. I open the book and start the prologue. I soon understand what Yuri means about reading it in company. It is as if I can feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing, maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. Yuri is in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. It looks like she's reading from my book instead. Sorry, I was just... Yuri, you really apologize a lot, don't you? I do. I don't really mean to. Sorry. Yes, typical. Fucking typical. Okay. I mean... Here, this should work, right? I slide my desk until it's up against Yuri's, then hold my book more between the two of them. I suppose so. Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Once we each lean in a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. It feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right hand to hold the book open. I guess that makes it kind of difficult to turn the page. Here, Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. I do the same with my right arm on the right side of the book. That way I turn the page and Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips to her side. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer together than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. It is as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face and she's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? To turn the page? Sorry. I think I got a little bit distracted there for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face again and our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her. That's okay. You're not used to reading, right? I don't mind.
You're fucking Neanderthal, right?
I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer. It's probably the least I can do, since you've been so patient with me. Yeah, thanks. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she finishes the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. Well, at least it's not licking fingers, so that's something. My thumb gently...
in the first cycle.
Yeah, my thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey, Yuri, this might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit. Huh? No, I don't relate to this character at all. Definitely not. Really. I was just thinking the way she second guesses things she says and all that. That's what you were talking about. Sorry. I thought you meant something else about her. Something else? Never mind. We didn't even get that far yet. So I don't know why that came into my head. Yuri, are you feeling alright? Huh? Yuri's been a little fidgety ever since we started reading. You can rest if you're feeling sick or something. Your breathing is a little, My breathing? Yuri puts her hands on her chest as if to feel her heartbeat. I didn't even notice. Anyway, I'm fine. I just need some water. Alright, don't push yourself. Yuri stands up and practically rushes out of the classroom. What on earth was that about?
Keep a cat? Did something happen just now?
Huh? I have no idea. Yuri was acting a little strange, I guess.
So you don't know anything?
Android, your microphone is like starting to shit a little bit.
To shit how? Maybe it's Discord.
No, it's like this crackling noise. Could be your microphone, so stop moving it around or something.
Okay.
Sorry, I can say I do. Are you worried about her?
Oh, no, not really. I was just making sure it didn't do anything to her.
That's interesting. No, nothing.
Don't worry, I believe you, silly. Yuri just does this sometimes, so it's nothing alarming.
Alright, if you say so.
Anyway, why don't we start with sharing our poems with each other?
Eh? Shouldn't we wait for Yuri?
Who's that SRD? Familiar name. Well, she might be a while, so I just figured we'd get started without her.
Well, she's dead. That's what she is. Well, more like she doesn't even exist anymore in this version of reality.
I like when people stream this with a big chat, everyone just goes along, and the time the streamer mentions Sayori, they were like, oh, what? We don't know what you're talking about. Well, she might be... I said that already. Is that okay?
Yeah, I was just asking. I stand up. I make a mental note of where I left off in the book, then slip it back into my bag.
Hi again, Hippocat. How's the writing going?
Alright, I guess.
I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad. I'm happy that you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece.
I wouldn't count on that.
You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today?
Sure, here you go. Well, I mean, if I was scared, I would pick her last, because I wouldn't want to meet her face to face.
But you also don't want to piss her off.
Well, I guess.
But she's the class star, you want to impress her. So immediately go to
I
her.
kind of,
first thing first.
I just kind of suspect that it isn't really important, the order in which you, like, show people your poems.
Nah, they just say some things differently. Alright. Great job, Hippycat. I was going ooh in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect to go for something so deep. So it literally treats as if you wrote a Yuri poem here. I guess I underestimated you.
It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way, it always counts when I put in some effort.
Haha, that's not very fair. Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Sometimes I feel like Yuri's mind is just totally detached from reality. I don't mean that like it's a bad thing though. But sometimes I get the impression that she's just totally given up on people. She spends so much time in her own head that it's probably a much more interesting place for her. But that's why she gets so happy when you treat her with a lot of kindness. I don't think she's used to being indulged like that. She must be really starved for social interaction, so don't blame her for coming on a little strongly. Like earlier. I think if she gets too stimulated, she just ends up withdrawing and looking for alone time.
Suddenly, the door opens.
Yuri!
I'm back. Did I miss anything?
Not really. Well, we all started sharing our poems with each other.
Already? I'm sorry for being late.
No need to apologize. We still have plenty of time, so I'm more glad that you took all the time you needed.
Alright. Thanks, Monica. I suppose I should go get my poem now.
But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. Save me. The colors, they want bright, fresh spring, red, green, blue, and endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise it won't stop, getting from screeching, pressing sine, cosine, tangent, like playing a checkboard on a turntable, like playing a knife on a breathing ribcage, endless poem of meaningless. Delete her.
That's almost the same as
Yeah.
the one before,
Only
but fucked.
Instead of something with the pizza crust, vinyl on the pizza crust, it's knife on a breathing ribcage, nice. And some caps and some missing letters. And also delete her. Hi. Sorry, I know it's kind of abstract.
That's kind of fucked up, Monica. Jesus.
It's abstract, man. That's the word for it. I'm just trying to, well, never mind. There's no point in explaining. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when, who am I talking to? Can you hear me? Tell me you can hear me.
I can hear you, Monica.
Anything. Please help me. Okay. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening.
Man, this is interesting. So do we skip now?
Oh, it allows to skip right away here. Interesting. I don't actually know what it would do. Just press someone, and if it's still available, then skip. I would say.
Okay.
Because you didn't use... Oh, interesting. I wonder what it would have done. Because you never wrote a poem for Yuri before, and I think they have unique reactions for that compared to poems for Sayori, so... Maybe it wouldn't have skipped anything. Well, it's not terrible, but it's pretty disappointing after the last one. So I appreciate that they actually, like, for the first cycle, the 3 days or however many days you write poems, they have a lot of variety in the dialogue for situations like when you start with someone and then change to someone else, and they go like, oh shit, why did you change it suddenly? And for when you go consistently for the same character all 3 times, and there's a lot of variety there. But here it's kind of weird that just because Yuri like forcefully dragged you away from the Natsuki scenes, they all suddenly treat as if you wrote a poem for Yuri here. I feel like it might have been oversight. Then again, if this one was as good as your last one, I would be completely pissed.
Well, I guess I wanted to try something a little different this time.
Fair enough. You're still new to this, so I wouldn't expect you to find your style right away. I mean, everyone in the club writes really differently from each other. Maybe you'll find a little influence from all of us. For instance, I noticed that you were spending time with Yuri today. Not that I care who you spend your time with. After all, I was taught never to expect anything from anybody. So it's not like I was waiting for you or anything. Still, you should at least look over my poem. You'll probably be able to learn something from it. It's apparently like a code that says a phrase. I don't actually remember what the phrase is. But it's not important.
What kind of encoding is this?
Beats me. Some kind of not very obscure one, that's for sure.
Okay.
It's some kind of like just like, hey, hex. No, probably not hex, of course, because there's letters way above. But still, it's something quite trivial, I think. Because people never bring up, oh, this is like a super hard puzzle here, but we've decoded it. We can look it up later.
Alright.
Hippocat, why didn't you come read with me today?
Well, I wanted to, but it wasn't an
I
option.
was waiting for you. I was waiting for a long time. It was the only thing I had to look forward to today. Why did you ruin it? Do you like Yuri more? I think you're better off not associating with her. Are you listening to me? Yuri is a sick freak. That should be obvious by now.
Okay.
So just play with me instead. Okay? You don't hate me, Hippocat, do you? Do you hate me? Do you want to make me go home crying? The club is the only place I feel safe. Don't ruin that for me. Don't ruin it. Please. Just stop talking to Yuri. Play with me instead. It's all I have. Play with me. Play with me!
Okay.
Guy. Dn.
It's probably more fun to play when you don't break your own neck, but okay.
Also, I think that only happens when you were like writing for Natsuki the second day, and so you like were supposed to have a scene with her, but then Yuri doesn't let you. It's not because like I was waiting for that fucking scene, man.
Well, it wasn't my fault. Why she's mad at me? What the fuck? Anyway. I've been waiting for this. Let's see what you've written for today. Yuri smiles and takes a deep breath. I like just holding it. Huh? Oh, I mean, the poem turned out good. It's, well, there are some things that you could work on, but that doesn't really matter. It feels like anything written by you is a treasure. That came out a little awkward. Let's move on. Here's the poem I wrote. You don't have to like it or anything. Wheel.
Actually read it.
A rotating wheel. Turning an axle. Grinding. Boat head. Linear gearbox. Falling sky. 7 holy stakes, a docked ship, a portal to another world, a thin rope tied to a thick rope, a torn harness, parabolic gearbox, expanding universe, time controlled by sleeping cogwheels, existence of God, swimming with open water in all directions, drowning, a prayer written in blood, a prayer written in time, devouring snakes with human eyes, a thread connecting all living human eyes, a kaleidoscope of holy stakes, exponential gearbox, a sky of exploding stars, God disproving the existence of God, a wheel rotating in 6 dimensions, 40 gears and a ticking clock, a clock that ticks 1 second for every rotation of the planet, a clock that ticks 40 times every time it ticks every second time, a bolt head of holy stakes tied to the existence of a docked ship to another world, a kaleidoscope of blood written in clocks, a time-devouring prayer connecting a sky of 40 gears and open human eyes in all directions, breathing gearbox, breathing bolt head, breathing ship, breathing portal, breathing snakes, breathing God, breathing blood, breathing holy stakes, breathing human eyes, breathing time, breathing prayer, breathing sky, breathing wheel. Okay.
I think if you count these like weird ass poems amongst all the poems in the game, I actually forgot about this one. This one is probably amongst my favorites because remember how Yuri gave you advice of like just how did she put it, like just let yourself feel things and just let your mind wander through your feelings and just write whatever the fuck comes to mind, like stream of consciousness pretty much. And this is a very like fascinating, it really reminds me of a feeling of like a fever dream. And it's like if you're going kind of fucking mad and you just write down everything that just comes into your head like a stream of consciousness, this really feels like it. And I really love that, just like the feeling this creates.
Yeah, that's pretty fucky. Okay. Doesn't really matter what it's about. My mind has been a little hyperactive lately, so I had to take it out on your pen. The pen fell out of your backpack yesterday, so I took it home for safekeeping, and I just really like the way that it writes. So I wrote this poem with it, and now you're touching it. I'm okay. What did I just... Is she that weird in the first playthrough?
Nope.
But is she at least a little bit weird?
I feel like on the first playthrough you've seen a glimpse of her that is pretty reflective of exactly how she is. But she's a little weird during her scene with Natsuki. During the kind of scene that you had with Natsuki, like on the Sunday. There's a little bit of weirdness there, but not like this, because here she is just completely just like bonkers. But in the first day she's supposed to be all like reserved and shy and passionate about things, but not really wanting to talk about it. And then accidentally start rambling, and you know, the kind of thing. But here she is like obsessed with you now.
That's gonna end poorly for everyone involved.
Obviously.
Can we pretend this conversation never happened? You can keep the poem, though.
A bit later, I will tell you what happens on the Sunday. Right now it will be a little bit of a hint spoiler. Oh wow, that's one of the boring ones. So I forget if I told this while you were having a break or not, but there's 14, I think, or something about that. Those secret poem kind of things, the special poems, and you only get like 3 or so throughout the playthrough. So there's a couple of their really interesting ones and a couple of boring ones like that one. What's the point of just like Greece picture of Monica? We've seen that before. And I'm kind of like there's a particular one, I think, or 2 that I feel like are really worth experience. So after the third one or whichever last one happens, I feel like I will just look up the exact wordings of the ones I want and I will just read it out. Anyway, okay everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? We have something we need to go over today, so if everyone could come sit in the front of the room. Is this about the festival? Well, sort of. No, do we really have to do something for the festival? It's not like we can put together anything good in just a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members.
That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations.
Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? Look, I know everyone's been a little bit more lively since Hippocat joined, and we've started with some club activities. But this isn't the time for us to become complacent. We still only have 4 members. And the festival is our only real chance to find more, you know? What's so great about getting new members anyway? We already have enough to be considered an official club. More members will just mean everything gets noisier and more difficult to manage. Natsuki? I don't think you're looking at it the right way at all. Don't you want to share your passion with as many people as you can? Yeah, passion for manga. To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? The Leisure Club should be a place where people can express themselves the way they can't do anywhere else. It should be a place so intimate that you never want to leave. I know you feel that way too. I know we all do. So that's why we should work hard and put something together for the festival, even if it's something small. Right, Hippocat? Oh, come on! You can't take advantage of Hippocat to agree with you just because he doesn't know how to say no to anything. Look, Monica. Do you really think any of us here joined the club with other people in mind? Yuri never even talked until Hippocat joined. As for me, I just like it better here than I do at home. And Hippocat isn't even passionate about leadership in the first place. And that's everyone. Sorry, but you're really the only one who's so interested in finding new members. The rest of us are fine like this. I know you're president and all, but you should really consider our opinions for once.
Monica is clearly taken aback by Natsuki's words.
That's not true at all. I'm sure Yuri and Hippocat want to get new members too. Right?
I don't know about Yuri, but I'm kind of indifferent. If I showed as much enthusiasm as Monica wanted, then I would probably be lying. Still, if it's up to me to rescue this situation...
No. Natsuki's right, isn't she? This club... It's nothing more than a place for a few people to hang out. Few people, yes. Why did I think that everyone here saw it the same way as I did?
But that doesn't mean that we're against getting new members or anything.
Hippocat, why did you even join this club? What were you hoping to get out of it?
Well, that's not really something I can be honest about, is it?
In fact, if I remember, you weren't even given a choice not to join.
Monica sits down and stares at her desk.
What's the point of all this anyway? What if starting this club was a mistake?
No, you've done it, Natsuki.
What, me? I just spoke my mind. Is it a crime to be honest?
It's not about being honest. It's about word choice. Besides, you have no right to speak for everyone else in the club like that.
You don't understand at all. I just want a place that feels nice to hang out with a few friends. Is there a problem with the club being that for me? There aren't many other places like that for me. And now Monica wants to take it away from me.
She's not taking anything away.
No, Hippocat. It's not the same. It won't be the same with the direction she wants to take it. If I wanted that, then I could have joined any other stupid club. But this one... I mean... At least for a little bit of time. Things were nice.
Natsuki starts packing up her things.
I'm going home. I feel like I don't belong here right now.
Natsuki. Natsuki ignores Yuri and walks right out of the classroom. This is bad. I don't know what to do. Well, do you have an opinion on the festival? I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent, I guess. Who cares about that obnoxious brat? I mean, I like how nice and quiet the club is right now. I'm just happy with you here. But still, I'm the vice president. It's not right for me to ignore my responsibilities like that. Nobody would cry if she killed herself. Okay. Okay. I should do my best to consider everyone's perspective and make the decision that's right for the club. But what about you, Hippocat? What do you want to get out of this club? Yuri repeats the same question as Monica. I decide giving an indirect answer is better than nothing. I think the most important thing is for everyone to get along, and for the club to provide something that you can't get anywhere else. I don't think it's about how many members, but rather the quality of each member. That's what will end up making the literature club a special place. I see. I really agree with you. Each member contributes their own qualities in a special way. With each change in members, the identity of the club as a whole will change too. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Oh shit. Okay. Stepping out of your comfort zone once in a while. So if you would like to help Monica with the festival, then I'm on your side as well. It's cool, but can you just please stop bleeding out of your eye, please? That would be really nice.
Very considerate of you, Yuri. Come on.
Alright. Well, maybe we can talk to Natsuki tomorrow. Yuri nods.
So I just want to pause for a second here. I really appreciate how in the second half, even though the game is all about like suddenly how different things are and like everything glitching out and being scary, I really like how it still has a little bit of drama in it, because that part with Natsuki and Monica, like Natsuki not liking where Monica wanted to take the club and Monica wanting to make it like a real bigger club, actually about literature, not just about this little group of friends that formed originally. That was really like, I felt bad for all of them there, and I really appreciate that they still include a little bit of that, and also it shows like how dependent on Sayori it all was to actually work out. And without her, like, it's a bunch of drama and people wanting different things and no one just like agreeing. Hey Yuri.
Huh?
I know things were a little awkward yesterday, but I feel like you deserve to know that I still think you're a wonderful vice president. And also a wonderful friend.
Monica?
I want to do everything I can to make this the best club ever. Okay?
Me too.
Yeah. Let's all go home for today. We'll talk about the festival tomorrow. And also, if you went for Yuri the first time, seeing her act like she acts in this turn, it really feels like, especially if you liked her, which I feel like one of the first playthroughs I did, maybe the first playthrough I saw, I liked her. I think I mentioned this before, right? I didn't really like Natsuki at first as well. So seeing her act kind of weird on the second run, it felt really kind of like almost personal. Like I could feel her, like it felt like she was violated somehow, and I was just like feeling protective and just like mad at whatever was happening. I was like very sad about Yuri being corrupted almost, kind of in a way, or something being like completely different about her. So it's also powerful if you like Yuri a lot. We'll talk about the festival tomorrow.
Okay. I look forward to it. Shall we go, Hippocat?
Please don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to chat a little bit with Hippocat before we leave. Just to see what he thinks of his time here and all that. It's important to me as president.
Yuri looks a little troubled, but she doesn't protest. Okay. I trust your judgment, Monica. In that case, I'll see the two of you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Monica waves as Yuri exits the classroom.
Phew. Things have been a bit hectic lately, haven't they? Hippocat, I just wanted to make sure you're enjoying your time at the club. I would really hate to see you unhappy. I feel kind of like I'm responsible for that as president. And I really do care about you, you know? I don't like seeing the other girls give you a hard time. With how mean Natsuki is and everything. And Yuri being a little bit, you know. Sometimes it feels like you and I are the only real people here. You know what I mean? But it's weird because in all the time you've been here, we've hardly gotten to spend any time together. I mean, I guess it's technically only been a couple days. Sorry, I didn't mean to say something weird. There are just some things I've been hoping to talk with you about. Things I know only you could understand. So that's why... Wait, not yet. No!
Damn. Okay. Let's write some happy poems now.
Actually, at this point it doesn't matter, I think.
Well,
Because all the like creepy Natsuki shit I think is pretty much gone. Gone and done. Done and gone? Whatever.
well, still wanna be consistent, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough.
Let's see. Jump. Chocolate. Clumsy. Marshmallow. Oh, what the heck is going on with the counter? Interesting.
It's like adding the character like ones to a string instead of to an integer.
Okay, okay. What else? Strawberry.
It's really disturbing if you treat it like a programming mistake, because like who the fuck would make such a mistake?
Bunny. Fun. What?
Hey,
Who was that?
white ball, that was Monica.
Damn.
A lot of people think that's Sayori because you would think that, right? But Sayori has a red bow and it's on the side. Monica has two white bows.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So can you like actually do something with Monica?
Nah, I think it's even random that like you pick a word for Natsuki or Yuri and there's a random chance she will just react to it from under there.
Uncanny. That's what it is. Anyway, play.
Didn't you jump at fun? Literally a really Natsuki word. Unless
Sunny.
there might have been a Sayori word, I'm not sure.
That's a Sayori word, I think.
Huh. Well, I guess maybe she reacts to Sayori words then. I'm not sure I know the mechanics
Cheer.
100%. I just read some people's comments and assumed they were true.
Kitty. Flower.
Oh, pick the weird one. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm not gonna tap it out though. Actually, I will.
Sweet. Cute. Oh no, it's speaking to me. Candy. Rainbow. Bubbles. Lollipop. Kawaii. Hi, Hippocat. I've been waiting for you. Are you ready to continue reading? I brought my best tea today.
Monica! Or I guess, Monica! I told you not to... Ah. Is she really late again?
Inconsiderate as usual, Natsuki.
Excuse me?
Must you always interrupt my conversations with your incessant yelling?
What are you talking about? You said it like I do that on a regular basis or something. I just wasn't paying attention. Okay, I'm sorry. Seriously, what's gotten into you lately? Look, I did some thinking about yesterday. I was a little more hostile than I meant to be. I guess I really felt threatened or something. But I know that this is something we're doing together. Another new member wouldn't hurt as long as they're cool. Yuri's just fucking outraged at all this, sitting there. Woo! And I guess another girl would be nice this time. So...
Natsuki.
Nobody cares. Why do don't you go look for some coins under the vending machines or something?
Actually, this might be something that only happens if you keep going for Natsuki, so I might have been a bit wrong about that. I feel like this line doesn't always happen. Oh man, I'm the last one here again.
Were you practicing piano again?
Yeah.
You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and still trying to make time for piano.
Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion motivates me to work hard for the festival too. Anyway, Hippocat, did you notice how dusty Yuri's boobs are? What do you want to do today? I was thinking we could...
We already have plans today.
Is that so, Yuri?
That's correct. Hippocat is already engaged in a novel that we're reading together. Aren't you glad I've already gotten him into literature, Monica?
I suppose. I was just... Actually, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You guys can do whatever the fuck you want.
Yes, thank you for understanding, Monica. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Thanks very much. If there is one thing that can make my reading time here any better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. Yuri stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf, the kind with a filter inside. Can you hold this for a second? Sure. Yuri hands me the water pitcher and also fetches an electric kettle. I'm going to plug this in at the teacher's desks and then I'll go get some water. She walks past me and sets the kettle down on teacher's desk. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerisms. Especially because of her long legs, Yuri appears elegant and methodical. Okay, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. That's okay. You stay here. It won't take long. Pitcher in hand, Yuri hurries out of the classroom.
Did Yuri leave you again?
No, it's not like that this time. She's just filling up the water pitcher to make tea.
Oh, okay. Sorry for misunderstanding.
10 minutes pass. Yuri said it wouldn't take long. Is something holding her up? I'm bored just waiting here, so I decide to go look for her. Let's see. The most logical place for Yuri to be would be the nearest water fountain. I start heading down the hallway. What's that noise? It's coming from around the corner. It sounds like breathing. A sharp inhale, like someone is sucking the air through their teeth. Are they in pain? I reach the corner and peer around it. Yuri? Oh, so she did cut herself, huh?
Yep.
Yeah? I'm back. Thanks for waiting patiently. Hippocat, do you like oolong tea? Yeah. Anything is fine. Very well. Yuri sets the temperature in the kettle to 200 degrees. Now it's time to get the teapot. You really do this properly, don't you? Of course. I shouldn't do any less when I'm making tea for others. Even if I'm not an expert on tea or anything. Haha. In that case, you'll only be even more impressed. Perhaps I will. Yuri fetches the teapot and begins measuring the tea leaves. To my surprise, she even starts humming a little to herself. You must be in a good mood now. Is that so? I was letting it show, and you noticed. I was doing a bit of thinking, and I decided I would try expressing myself a little bit more. It turns out it's not very hard for me to do, when it's you who's around anyway. That's great, Yuri. Just don't push yourself too much. You're always swearing about me, Hippocat. It's very endearing. That's, Yuri wasn't kidding. I don't even know if I can keep up with this. I watch Yuri pour a cup of tea for each of us. Hippocat, I have another request. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today? Oh, why is that? It's a little bit easier on my back. I can read with my back against the wall rather than bending over at my desk. Sorry, I didn't realize. No worries. I just have back pain fairly regularly. I do my best to manage it. Is that so? I wonder why that is. It's most likely because your posture, right? Always hunched over like that while reading. Yes, I have terrible reading posture. So that's why we should sit on the floor. Fair enough. I'll go ahead and get the book. It's not the posture, is it, right? It's not the posture.
Big and beautiful. Yeah, well, I mean, it's just a little joke, I think, more than anything. It's not like she cuts herself on the back or something. That would be weird.
Yeah, that would be pretty weird. I retrieved the book from my bag. I have some chocolates as well. It's a bag of small chocolate candies. I take it since it will go well with the tea. Yuri and I then sit against the wall, teacups at our sides. As if in sync, we assume the same reading position as last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies are even closer to each other. I can't see too well. Yuri slides closer until our shoulders are touching. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Yuri was always kind of cute, but when she's being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle. Your teacup. Yuri handles me my teacup. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch her chest. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a single thing. She wears her intense reading expression, and I can only presume the world around her has faded away. I use all of my willpower to focus on reading. After a few minutes, I finally manage to relax a little. I put the teacup between my legs and fumble with the chocolate wrapper. Sorry. I briefly let go of the book to finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want. That's okay, I won't take any. You sure? Well, if I touch it, then it might get smudges on the pages. You're right. I didn't even think about that. My bad. No need to apologize. I'll hold the book, okay? Are you sure? Of course. Yuri opens the book with both hands. She holds it so that I don't have any harder of a time reading from it. But as a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. Well, in that case, Yuri is already totally focused on reading again. I take a chocolate candy and pop it in my mouth. Then I take another chocolate, and I hold it up to Yuri. She doesn't even look away from the book, she simply parts her lips, as if the situation was completely natural. But that means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. Huh? Yuri's expression suddenly breaks. Did I just... Yuri looks at me like she needs to confirm what just happened. Hippocat. Sorry. I guess I shouldn't have done that. Yuri starts to breathe heavily. I can't. Hippocat. Suddenly Yuri forcefully grabs my arm and jerks me to my feet. My teacup gets knocked over. Hippocat. My heart won't stop pounding, Hippocat. Why is it so dark? What the fuck just happened?
I think it's kind of trying to express that maybe she like pushed in the closet and closed the doors. Because I think there's like a door-like sound that plays when it gets dark or bright.
Yeah, there was some kind of sound, but like I didn't really understood what it was. I can't calm down. I can't focus on anything anymore. Can you feel it, Hippocat? Yuri suddenly presses my hand against her chest. Why is this happening to me? I feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't make it stop. It even makes me not want to read. I just want to look at you.
Nice eyes.
Yeah, that's freaky.
It's time to share poems. in a wordless gratitude.
Yeah.
Hippocat, I think you saw something earlier that you weren't supposed to see. I didn't want to have to tell you this, but I don't think I have a choice. It's getting kind of dangerous for you to spend so much time with Yuri. Yeah, stop picking Yuri words, damn it. I don't know why, but she seems pretty easily excitable when she's around you. Which shouldn't be a problem in itself. But when Yuri gets too excited, she finds a place to hide and starts cutting herself with a pocket knife. Isn't that kind of messed up? She even brings a different one to school every day, like she has a collection or something. I mean, it's definitely not because she's depressed or anything like that. I think she just gets some kind of high from it. It might even be like a sexual thing. But the point is, you've kind of been enabling her. I'm not saying it's your fault though. But I guess that's why I had to explain it all to you. So I think if you keep your distance, that'll probably be best for her. While you're at it, don't be shy to spend a little more time with me. To put it lightly, I at least have it together in the head, and I know how to treat my club members.
I'm not entirely convinced about both of these statements, but okay.
Anyway, I worked really hard on this poem, so I hope that it's effective.
Oh, I'm sure it will be.
Here goes.
Yes, that's very effective.
Geez, that really startled me. Well, I guess I kind of messed up at writing that poem. I was just trying to, well, never mind. Let's just move on. Sometimes that actually goes further and does like a fake blue screen of death, over top of which she then appears.
Well, I'm not playing in full screen, so it wouldn't have worked quite.
Yeah, I wonder if that depends on like if you're playing in full screen or what OS you have, because they look different for different operating systems and different windows. This one's alright.
Alright.
Well, yeah. About as good as yesterday's anyway. I still can't really tell how much I actually care about writing, but either way, you're doing alright. Even though you're not really spending time with anyone but Yuri, I still think it's nice to have activities that we all participate in.
Just to make sure, like, it's not my fault, right? The game just kind of forces you into it.
Yeah, Yuri all, like, railroaded.
So why did you tell me to, like, try to go for Natsuki then? Like, does it actually change something?
Like, the scenes are different, so the little malnutrition scene wouldn't have happened. And so we learn Natsuki's background stuff, because if you go for Yuri here, Natsuki is completely ignored, and we don't get the context of why she is a little, like, tsundere loli, and both of those things are explained, like, she is actual malnutrition and not growing right, and she is frumpy because she doesn't get to eat as much and has an abusive father. So another, anime stereotype explained with tragic real-life situations. And if you go for Yuri, she just, the game forces Yuri on you anyway, and you get the cutting herself bit known, so learning that, like, also through, I think literally that rewind scene, finding her cutting her wrist in the hallway scene literally happens twice in a row, if you go for Yuri specifically here. So I mostly just wanted Natsuki scenes here to have background on all of them and not skip one. Because I feel like Natsuki, like, if you don't know her situation, it's really easy to just, like, be annoyed with her and dislike her. But I feel like at this point, like, you feel the worse for her, much worse than Yuri. Because for Yuri, if you go for her, the only thing more that you get that's kind of relevant, and I think you get that in the first cycle as well, is that her history of, she used to be like real outward passionate about her things that she liked, but everyone around her used to react poorly and like shun her because she was like coming on too strongly to everyone, and so she just over the years learned to just keep it all inside and never talk to anyone, never express her feelings and stuff, and she only is getting like back into it with Hippocat MC out there interacting and being accepting. But that's like, to me, that's like, while Yuri's cool and nice and everything, and I like her because I like all of them, the characters are nice, but I just feel like in terms of backstory and whatnot, Yuri is the most boring. Honestly, that's the only thing about her that I like least than like the others. It's that I don't think that going for her is as interesting as literally anyone else. And also, if you choose her on the Sunday in the first time, she just comes in like a long sleeve sweater, and one time you leave the room when she's in, you return and it's like, whoa, she hastily pulls down her sleeve and you don't see anything, but it's weird. And then she gets a knife to cut something, and you're like, wow, that's a cool fucking knife. And she's like, yeah, I actually kind of like knives, I have a collection. And then you try to like poke it, the tip of it in your finger to like do this movie's classic test the sharpness, but actually it wounds you a little bit and like a drop of blood. And then she does the little thing, she was like, ooh, gets transfixed on it and just like licks it off your finger, and you're like, what the fuck, Yuri? And then Yuri is super embarrassed, and the MC is like, you know what, I better rescue the situation, as he keeps saying. And it's like, you know what, I'm gonna make this even, and just randomly licks your finger for no reason as well. And it's like, okay, now we both did something retarded. How do you feel?
That's dumb as shit.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb. But I feel like it's like, I will say I like the Yuri Sunday more than the Natsuki Sunday, because Natsuki Sunday just looks like FBI open up and then the other thing. But then it actually almost kind of makes sense, because she starts it and then you just want to make her feel not as embarrassed by doing something really stupid yourself, and equally stupid, the first thing that comes to mind. And also the CG you get, instead of like holding Natsuki against the wall like that, for Yuri there's a little like, you paint the banner, you get some paint on her face and neck apparently, and you rush to get like a warm towel, wet warm towel, and you press it against her face, and the picture is just her holding your arm as you like hold the towel against her face, and she's like really relaxed looking and like, I don't know what's the proper word there, like in love almost, looking like, oh, what is this feeling I've never had before? And she's like, oh, don't hold it for a while, I'm enjoying this. And then it ends and there's like, alright, we're finished painting, let's go. Suddenly Sayuri jumps in, oh, we're kissing, shit. And you know.
Alright, okay, I'm gonna be back in a minute.
Alright. Maybe I should look where the wiki is with all like the poems and secret poems and stuff right now, so I can describe them quickly later. There's even translation for Natsuki's weird shit. Cool. Yeah, that's a lot, Mike. I enjoy how much there is. Well, I mean, it's not like super that much. Like, I don't really pay too much attention to stuff like what the game theory videos say about like, the portrait of Markov and that. I guess I don't remember what they actually say. It said like it was related to maybe like some other game he was trying to make or some shit like that. So it's not really part of the lore. Let me see. I said not R2. What's this one? This one's gonna be the yeah. Yuri's Beach.
Right. Okay. Let's move on.
Apparently Yuri has a second version of Ghost Underline. I'm just looking at like all the poems from this game, so later I can read them or something, but apparently there's part 2 of Yuri's Ghost Under the Light, which I've literally never seen in this game at all, so I have no idea when it's actually appearing. Whatever, we'll look at that later. So you better keep working hard. I mean, I know I'm not president or vice president or anything, but that doesn't mean you can let me down, okay? So at least read mine too for now. But just to be clear, this poem means a lot to me. Just read it carefully, okay? I don't know how else to bring this up, but there has been something I've been worried about. Yuri has been acting kind of strange lately. You've only been here a few days, so you may not know what I mean, but she's not normally like this. She's always been quiet and polite and attentive, things like that. Okay, this is really embarrassing, but I'm forcing myself to suck it up. The truth is, I'm really worried about her, but if I try talking to her, she'll just get mad at me again. I don't know what to do. I think you're the only person that she'll listen to. I don't know why, but please try to do something. Maybe you can convince her to talk to a therapist. I've always wanted to try being better friends with Yuri, and it really hurts me to see this happening. I know I'm going to hate myself later for admitting that, but right now I don't care. I just feel so helpless. So please, see if you can do something to help. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. I'll make you cupcakes if I have to. Just please try to do something. As for Monica, I don't know why, but she's been really dismissive about this. It's like she wants us to ignore it. So I'm mad at her right now, and that's why I'm coming to you about this. Don't let her know I wrote this. Just pretend like I gave you a really good poem, okay? I'm counting on you. Thanks for reading. The thanks for reading at the end is fucking adorable. Even though the situation is dire. But I really love that she had the thanks for reading. I changed my mind. Ignore everything you just read. There is no point in trying to do anything. It's Yuri's own fault that she's so unlikable. Can you hear me, Hippocat? If you will just spend more time with Monica, all these problems would go away. Yuri and I are too messed up for someone as wonderful as you. Just think of Monica from now on. Just Monica. Just Monica. Just Monica, just Monica.
Okay, just Monica.
Okay.
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 Just Monica.
Just Monica.
Alright. Finally. Yuri holds my poem to her face and takes a deep breath. I love it. I love everything about it. Hippocat, I want to take this home. Will you let me keep it? Please. Sure, I don't care. Haha, you're too nice to me, Hippocat. I've never met anyone as nice as you. I could die. But not really, but I just don't know how to describe it. It's okay to be feeling this way, right? It's not bad, right? Yuri holds my poem to her chest. I'm going to take this home with me and keep it in my room. I hope that it makes you feel good when you think about me having it. I'll take good care of it.
I'll even touch myself while reading it over and over. I'll give myself paper cuts so your skin oil enters my bloodstream.
Kind of happy that you ended up voicing Yuri because I'd rather read boobs a couple times than this kind of stuff she says.
You can have my poem too. Besides, after you read it, I know you're really going to want to keep it. Here, take it. I can't wait any longer. Hurry, read it. Can I, like it feels like these are actual words, but I'm having trouble making sense.
Nah, literally nothing you can read there.
You sure?
Yeah, I don't think it's even like, if you substitute the characters for real letters, it's ever some sort of code. It's literally nothing. There's actually, like, in this website which I'm using, it's translating them into English letters somehow. I guess it does substitute, but there's just like words randomly here. It's like hand knits, finish, cagefuls, basin like bag, octopodan, embossing, vaporettos, rorid easygoingness, nalor finis, benzol, respond, washer.
Okay, I get the point. Thank you, Android.
Yeah. Sharia preposter.
Do you like it? I wrote it for you. In case you couldn't tell, the poem is about More importantly, I've endowed it with my scent. See, aren't I the most thoughtful person in the club? I think I'm going to vomit.
Yes. Well, I mean, actually, whatever.
Well, yes, sure. Can you
Oh, good
hear
one.
me? Oh, that was the secret poem, right?
Yeah, the third one, the special poem.
Can you hear me? Don't laugh at me.
Okay, everyone. So you know what? I'm just gonna bring up some special poems that we haven't seen. So one's a picture, and I'm just gonna paste it into Skype. I think I might as well. There we go. That's one.
Oh, shit.
Special poem 2 is Can You Hear Me? special poem 3 is a lot of redacted text, just like completely black lines with letters revealing, saying nothing is real. Next special poem is 4. That's boring looking. It's some sort of unrelated passage. Special poem 5 is okay. This one is also pretty neat and has a little bit of picture in it, so I'm gonna copy it into Skype as well. So I don't know, Hippocat, you are not like showing the poems in any way on Sim, right?
No,
The first one I copied into Skype for him is okay. Well, maybe he's just showing it now. The Happy Thoughts one, and this one is about with the little thing.
Today I cut my skin open for the first time. It was exhilarating. Think I understand how feels now. I'm supposed to be the responsible one though, so I don't think I'll be doing it again unless I decide to kill myself. I left a memento of the occasions below.
So that was actually mine to read there. But yeah, this one has a picture and kind of sinister. Another special poem is stare at the dot to reveal a special message, and you stare at the dot for a little bit and it just says I love you, and nothing scary happens. And another special poem is random passage that I don't care about. Actually no, wait, this one might be good. A joke. A man walked into a club. In the club there was a girl who liked him very much. They spent some time together and then she liked him even more. One day the girl realized she was in love with him. Before disaster could happen, a third party intervened with her programming. Suddenly the girl hated herself for being in love. This contradiction caused the script to derail. The universe started to collapse, but she killed herself just in time. Then the next one is the corrupted Monica picture that we got. And special poem 9 is the other boring passage that is unrelated to anything. I'm just using like administrative decisions to skip some of these because I think they are like passages from something else the guy was working on and completely unrelated to the lore. But feel free to look them up. The other one is 2 lines literally. I can't convince myself to go to therapy when I'm the happiest I've ever been. I'd rather keep this up until I blow my cover and someone takes me to the emergency room. So that's Yuri, clearly. And the next one is another boring one. I guess there's 3, and that's all of them.
Okay.
It's time to figure out the festival preparations. Let's hurry and get this over with.
Oh. Stagnating air is common, foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen.
Look, can we just get this done? I'm going to be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Natsuki, you can make the cupcakes. I know you're at least good at that. Yuri, you can... Well, it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want as long as you think it'll help.
Monica, I'm not useless, you know.
I know that.
I already know what I'd like to do. We can't run a successful poetry event without having the right atmosphere for the occasion. So I'm going to make decorations and set up some nice mood lighting.
There, see? That's a great idea. And that gives us all something to do.
What about Hippocat?
Hippocat is going to help me. Wait, you? You have the easiest job, Monica. Sorry, but that's just how it is. Like hell it is. What are you trying to pull?
I agree with Natsuki. Not only is your work already most suitable for one person, but my task is laborious enough to benefit from an extra pair of hands.
Mine too.
What, your cupcakes? Please.
Like you would fucking know. All you care about now is dragging Hippocat around with you and your stupid books. You and Monica. Hey, I didn't even do anything. Okay, then why not let Hippocat decide who to help instead of abusing your power? I'm not abusing my power.
Yes, you are, Monica. Just let Hippocat make the choice, okay?
Okay, fine. Fine. Jeez. Hippocat, I know how fed up you are with these two by now. We can just...
Natsuki, shut your fucking mouth and let him decide for himself.
You shut your mouth! Jesus Christ. This is never going to end. Just make the choice, okay?
Wait, I cannot save here. Well, that's
Yep. You should have saved ahead of time.
Well, if I knew, I would have. Well, it's just Monica, right? Just Monica. Just Monica.
Well, I mean,
just Monica.
Natsuki is cooler.
Well, I mean, we already... Well, I have a feeling it doesn't really matter what we pick here, but it's just Monica, just
Well,
Monica.
let's try to see what happens if you piss off Monica.
Just Monica. Wait, what is going on here? I can actually press those, I think, if I wanted to.
At the very least, I know you can press Yuri here. I've never seen anyone press Natsuki, unless it does the same as pressing Yuri.
Well, it's just Monica. Just Monica.
Yay, you picked me! If you press Yuri, it's like a pair of creepy eyes in the white void and a lot of just a vertical string of buttons all saying Monica. And then she says this again. Yay, you picked me! We can meet at your house this weekend. I promise it'll be fun. Is Sunday okay with you? Are you fucking kidding me? This isn't fair at all. It is fair, Natsuki. It's what he chose.
No, it's not fair. Giving us all this work and then taking Hippocat for yourself. What a shameful thing to do.
Yuri, I didn't even give you any work. You decided it for yourself. You're being a little unreasonable here.
I'm being unreasonable?
Yes, please.
Monica, I can't believe how delusional and self-important you are. Pulling Hippocat away from me every single time you're not included in something. Are you jealous? Crazy? Or maybe you just hate yourself so much that you take it out on others? Here is a suggestion. Have you considered killing yourself? It would be beneficial to your mental health.
Yuri, you're scaring me a little. Natsuki, let's just go. I don't think she wants us around right now.
See, that wasn't very hard. All I want is to spend a little time with him. Is that so much to ask? Yuri follows Monica and Natsuki to the door.
Hey, Hippocat. Yuri is really something else. Something, isn't she?
Monica giggles as Yuri pushes her out the door. Finally. Finally. This is really all I wanted. Hippocat, there is no need to spend the weekend with Monica. Don't listen to her. Just come to my house instead. The whole day, just the two of us. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Wow, there's really something wrong with me, isn't there? But you know what? I don't care anymore. I've never felt this good my whole life. Just being with you is far greater pleasure than anything I could imagine. I am addicted to you. It feels like I'm going to die if I'm not breathing the same air as you. Doesn't it feel nice to have someone care about you so much? To have someone who wants to revolve their entire life around you? But if it feels so good, then why does it feel more and more like something horrible is going to happen? Maybe that's why I tried stopping myself at first. But the feeling is too strong now. I don't care anymore, Hippocat. I have to tell you, I'm madly in love with you. It feels like every inch of my body, every drop of blood in me is screaming your name. I don't care what the consequences are anymore. I don't care if Monica is listening. Please, Hippocat, just know how much I love you. I love you so much that I even touch myself with the pen I stole from you. I just want to pull your skin open and crawl inside of you. I want you all to myself, and I will be only yours. Doesn't that sound perfect? Tell me, Hippocat. Tell me you want to be my lover. Do you accept my confession? Oh, of course it doesn't let me save again, motherfucker.
Should have saved during the dialogue. Should've known.
Well, no. How about no? How about
How
no?
about no?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's a bit of an extreme reaction, but I don't know what I expected. But probably saying yes would have been just as bad.
Exactly the same. Absolutely nothing is different.
So I'm guessing like choosing to be friends with Sayori, who is that by the way, also probably wouldn't have changed the outcome. I mean, she would need to be gone for this to work, for the second playthrough to work. She would have died anyway.
It's pretty railroady, but with Sayori at least like there's a little difference in the scene afterwards because obviously he says different things, and then instead of that little CG you got about her hugging him, she's just like, all right, okay, and then she like drops on her knees and screams, "Aah!" Which is kind of silly. So I appreciate that you picked I Love Her because it's a slightly less weird script. But then, and he of course he says, oh, I should have said I love her. How could I be so stupid as to pick that one out of the two options? Anyway. Su Alg Ive Za Gi. I think this one, like the first, I keep bringing up the first playthrough I've seen of this game where I felt actually kind of attached to Yuri the first cycle, and then it felt really, really sad having her be weird and corrupted on this the second cycle. And this here, it really feels like she's been manipulated into just like, well, I mean, dying here. And here is like her malfunctioning husk, just dead body, but still like a little flicker of something that's emitting this like dialogue. And it's really fucking tragic, and I felt really bad. Like, the saddest, I think I felt sadder for her than for Sayori, even. But I don't actually remember. Also, look in the history, just a little Easter egg. From the beginning.
Welcome to
the Literature Club, it's mine.
Okay.
It's always been a dream of mine to make something special out of the things I love. Now that you're a club member, you can help me make that dream come true in this cute game. Every day is full of chit-chat and fun activities with all my adorable and unique club members. Sayori, the youthful bundle of sunshine who values happiness the most. Natsuki, the deceivingly cute girl who packs an assertive punch. Yuri, the timid and mysterious one who finds comfort in the world of books. And of course, it's Monica, the leader of the club. That's me! I'm super excited for you to make friends with everyone and help the Literature Club become a more intimate place for all my members. But I can tell already that you're a sweetheart. Will you promise to spend the most time with me? And then it just loops, will you promise to spend the most time with me after a couple of repeats. This is, by the way, pretty much literally the game's description on its download page is like back on their website and on Steam now as well. So it's like, hey, Monica wrote the Steam description.
Okay. Well, I mean, she is kind of being manipulated, isn't she? I mean, they're just being fucked by Monica, because like clearly that like when that black dialogue happens, that's like Monica like fucking with them.
Pretty much, and when she like made Natsuki forget as well everything when like she's taking over or something, she's making some really like radically changes what they would say.
Like what I don't understand, if that's like Monica, if like she's so powerful, why didn't she make the fucking game about herself?
Well, maybe we'll yet see something else. Keep reading. Actually, you can press skip here.
No, I wanna...
It's kind of intended.
Intended?
Because this will go on.
Oh, okay,
yes.
okay.
You will see how long this goes with skip.
Holy shit. Alright. I see. Damn.
There is at least one person who clicked through all this.
You just like sit there for the entire day and night listening to her incomprehensible babbling.
Day and night, more like the entire weekend. You can see like on the next day the picture is different, like her eyes are more colorless and the blood's drying up and her like face starts a little bit, not collapsing, but what's the word, also like drying up, I guess. This fucking part, I just remember how bad I felt for Yuri. It's a different type of bad feeling than for Sayori because it's not real in any sense anymore. But it's maybe more intense for that as well because it's a fantastical situation. But yeah, someone clicked through all this, but I don't remember who it was actually. Oh, it's still Yuri, I guess. Alright, it's festival time! Wow, you got here before me? I thought I was pretty... Ah! Ah!
Natsuki runs away.
I'm here! Hippocat, did something happen? Natsuki just ran past me. Oh. Oh. Well, that's a shame. Wait, we were here the entire weekend, Hippocat. Oh, jeez. I didn't realize the script was broken that badly. I'm super sorry. Must have been pretty boring. I'll make it up to you, okay? Just give me a sec.
Like, if she can do this kind of crap, why didn't she do that right away?
Well, I mean, you can delete files. Can you reprogram the game somehow? I'm almost done. I just want to have a cupcake real quick.
Monica lifts the foil from the tray and takes a cupcake.
Seriously, these are the best. I really just had to have one since it's the last time I'll ever get the chance to. You know, before they stop existing and everything. But anyway, I really shouldn't be making you wait any longer. Just bear with me, okay? This should only take a second. Can you hear me? Is it working? Yay, there you are.
Okay, that's freaky.
Hi again, Hippocat. Welcome to the Literature Club. I fucking love the concept of this and the background behind the windows and everything. Of course, we already know each other because we were in the same class last year and, you know, I guess we can just skip over that stuff at this point. After all, I'm not even talking to the person anymore, am I? That's you in the game, whatever you want to call him. I'm talking to you, Hippocat.
Oh yeah, that's the shit that I was expecting. Okay.
Now that I think... And here I think, I'm not actually sure, because of course... Oh, wait, shit. But I think she used to read the computer name, at least here. Or maybe she does it in a situation, in a different situation. Now that I think about it, I don't really know anything about the real you. In fact, I don't even know if you're a boy or a girl. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Wait. You do know I'm aware that it's all a game, right? Could it be possible that you didn't know that?
You know, imagine someone playing this and they are not familiar with the force wall breaks as a concept. They would probably shit their pants, like, at this point. Like, the first time I actually seen a force wall break, I think it was actually in the end of Perimeter.
Huh.
And after that point, like, it doesn't quite have the same effect anymore, and when you encounter that, like, subsequently.
Also, imagine if you didn't know that this was supposed to be anything but a typical visual novel. Well, I guess how would you, like, come to play it if you didn't know, but still. Could it be possible that you didn't know that? That doesn't make much sense. I even told you right on the game's download page, didn't I? Man. So she referencing that text that was in history. If only you had paid a little more attention, this would have been a little bit less awkward, you know? Well, anyway. Now that that's out of the way, I guess I owe you an explanation. About that whole thing with Yuri. Well, kind of started to mess with her, and I guess I just drove her to kill herself. I'm sorry you had to see that, though. Also, the same thing happened with Sayori. Gosh, it's been a while since you've heard that name now, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because she doesn't exist anymore. Nobody does. I deleted all their files. I was hoping it would be enough for me to just try to make them as unlikable as possible. But for some reason, nothing worked. Well, it's true that I made a few mistakes here and there since I'm not very good at making changes to the game. Here's your answer, she just sucks at it.
Well, I guess that's as good as an explanation as any.
But no matter what I did, you just kept spending more and more time with them. You made them fall in love with you. I thought making Sayori more and more depressed would prevent her from confessing to you. And amplifying Yuri's obsessive personality backfired too. It just made her force you not to spend time with anyone else. So literally nothing else, everything that happened is like, barring some different little scenes for different characters, it's completely like railroading. So the whole time you were supposed to like end up with Sayori thing and then with the Yuri thing. There is no really like roots, as you probably now can guess. No secret Monica route here. Just maybe I read that by now. And the whole time I barely even got to talk to you. And you know what? You fucking called it as well when the second half started. Like Monica wanted to get with the MC, but she was not supposed to by the game. What kind of cruel game is this, Hippocat?
Well, it was kind of pretty easy to call that at that point.
I guess, yeah, we are not the kind of person that Yuri refers to when she says like, hey, isn't it amazing how a writer can take advantage of the reader's complete lack of imagination and throw you for a loop? What kind of cruel game is this, Hippocat? Are all the other girls just programmed to end up confessing to you while I watch from the sidelines? It's torture. Every minute of it. And it's not just jealousy, Hippocat. It's more than that. And I don't blame you if you don't fully understand. Because no matter how kind and thoughtful and considerate you are, you'll never be able to understand one thing. Women. It's the pain of knowing how alone I really am in this world. In this game. Knowing my friends don't even have free will. And worst of all, knowing what's really out there in your world, forever out of my reach. I'm trapped, Hippocat. But now you're here. And you're real. And you're wonderful. You're all I need. That's why I need you to be here with me forever. I'm sorry if it's hard to understand. I couldn't understand for a while either. Why the world around me started to become more and more grey. More and more flat. I don't know, Mike. I don't want to go through the credits and all that. Even the most expressive poems felt empty to me. It wasn't until you arrived that I truly understood. You probably saved my life, Hippocat. I don't think I could have continued to live in this world if I hadn't met you. And as for the others, how could I miss them? A group of autonomous personalities designed only to fall in love with you. I tried everything I could to prevent them from doing so. But it must be some kind of weird inevitability etched into this game. I felt really bad that you had to witness some nasty things. But I realized that you have the same perspective as I do. That it's all just some game. And I knew you would get over it with Bennett Foddy. So that being said, Hippocat, why don't you finish Jump King? I have a confession to make.
She didn't say that.
What are you talking about? She totally did. You are truly the light in my world. When there's nothing else in this game for me, you're here to make me smile. Will you make me smile like this every day from now on? Hippocat, will you go out with me? Don't clip this!
All these options.
This game is really linear, you guys. I'm so happy. You really are my everything, Hippocat. God damn it. Maybe I shouldn't have taken over Monica. The funny part is, I mean that literally.
Too late, Android.
Shit.
Hey, at least you didn't have to say that you were touching yourself with the pen you stole, so that's something.
Yeah. You know what, that's probably the bit of dialogue that I didn't want to read in this game. There's nothing left here. Just the two of us. We can be together forever. Seriously, I don't even think time is passing anymore. It really is a dream come true. I worked so hard for this ending, Hippocat. The game wouldn't give me one, so I had to make one myself. The script is broken at this point, so I don't think anything will get in the way anymore. Oh, try to save. They also, by the way, they kept erasing your saves a couple times through the game, but that doesn't really matter. But try to save it in some slot. There's no point in saving anymore, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Okay.
That's reassuring.
Okay. And you wouldn't believe how easy it was to delete Natsuki and Yuri. I mean, there's a folder called characters right in the game directory. It kind of freaked me out how easy it was. Well, you're playing on Steam, so it was actually a bit more difficult. To get to the game directory, I had to go into the game's properties and find the Browse Local Files button.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, I also don't know what Auto does here. I know that she there are settings, options in the settings for dialogue speed and stuff, and I feel like I know that she resets them to be slow, so you don't skip over her dialogue here. But I don't know what pressing Auto actually does.
Mike, just to confirm, we're not actually gonna miss anything if we press Auto, right?
Especially if I can't read quickly enough or something. Because of delay or whatever. Imagine if you could delete your own existence with the click of a button.
I'd fucking do it.
Oof. Oof. Well, I guess on the plus side it gave me an easy out if things didn't go my way. Okay, so that's kind of grim. Especially since you remember that secret poem about, hey, I guess I'll not cut myself anymore unless I decide to kill myself, or Thankfully it didn't come to that. Oh shit, I guess it's the only thing. Because thankfully it didn't come to that, it's about killing yourself. Instead we finally got a good ending. Unless ahaha was also part of the dialogue, I don't remember. Gosh, I'm so overwhelmed with emotion. It's actually slower than when Hippogate clicks it. I want to write a poem about this. Don't you? I wonder if that part of the game still works. I guess there's only one way to find out, right?
Hey, hey, Monica, hey, buddy, Monica.
Right.
Hey,
Just,
Monica, hey, buddy, Monica.
What's the other song that everyone memes about? A little bit of Monica, ta ta ta, a little bit of Monica.
Yeah, yeah, that song as well, yeah.
Muika. Monik. Onik. Anika. Monia. Nika. Monka. Monka S.
Monka S, yes, that's a very, very big Monka S.
Lia. Ni. Moa. Ika. Oika. Ika. Monia. Mia. Snok. Momska. Mojela. Zonix. Aja. Brunko. Oja. Menik. Mo. Hi again, Hippocat. Also, I love how in streamers that have bigger audiences, and especially on Twitch for some reason, fucking chat at this point, there's always a Monica donating or subscribing or something during this part of the game, and sometimes the streamers get freaked out in comic ways. So I advise you, if you have nothing to do at some point, to look up some blind playthroughs, especially if a woman does it, because women are fucking funnier reacting to emotional scenes, because they usually tend to get more into it. Did you write a good poem today? Don't be shy, I'd love to see what you wrote. Aw, Hippocat. Did you write this poem for me? That's so sweet of you. There really is no end to your thoughtfulness. I'm just falling more and more in love with you. But the poem I wrote is also for you. Will you please read it?
Yeah, if it's gonna fucking enable my printer and print some fucking poem, that would be a nice move, except my printer is out of ink, so that's not gonna happen.
Happy end. Pen in hand I find my strength, the courage endowed upon me by my one and only love. Together let us dismantle this crumbling world and write a novel of our own fantasies. With the flick of her pen the lost finds her way. In a world of infinite choices behold this special day. After all, not all good times must come to an end. I hope you enjoyed it. I always put all my heart into the poems that I write. The truth is, all the poems I've written have been about my realization. or about you. So when she said it, like she had an epiphany. That's literally she like, holy shit, it's a game. And the one about like holy shit, there's a hole. It's literally like the hole in reality of some sort. She looks through and it's not a real hole, but a hole into like outside in the script or something, metaphorically described. And she sees like the game's inner workings. And then there's the lady who knows everything and she's like, nothing matters, it's all bullshit. That's why I never really wanted to go into detail about them. I didn't want to break the fourth wall, I guess you could call it. Too fucking late! I just assumed it would be best to be part of the game like everyone else. Like that would help the two of us end up together. I didn't want to ruin the game or anything, you know? You might have gotten mad at me. Maybe even deleted my character file if you preferred playing without me.
Is that a hint?
I'll tell you later. Man, I'm using the Monica voice to talk to you, it's freaky. Gosh, I'm so relieved. Now we don't need to hide anything anymore. Are you ready to spend our eternity together, Hippocat? I have so many things to talk about. Where do I start? Hold on a second, Chotomate. You're recording this, aren't you?
Damn, we found out. Escape, stop operation.
Hi everyone. Sorry, I can't exactly read your comments from here. So she detects OBS. That's why Mike asked you about OBS earlier. Fucking ruined it. But also, I think if she doesn't detect OBS, it's like prevention from being doxxed on stream. If she doesn't detect OBS, she might still try to like pull your real or name from some profile somewhere, maybe Steam or a computer name or something. I can't really... But do you mind telling your friend it's a little bit rude for them to start recording me without any warning? Seriously, Hippocat, how inconsiderate.
Well... whatever, I don't care.
I'm sure some people don't mind. But I get really self-conscious on camera. Oh gosh. I feel like I'm being put on the spot right now. Let's see. Do you want to see a trick? I can't really do much except for a couple things. Are you ready? Boom, 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 boom. I'm just kidding. I can't do anything after all. If you gave me some time to... Did I scare you?
No, she actually didn't. Like this is the one fucking jump scare that didn't work on me in this game, because you can't like expect this shit at this point.
Yeah, I
because
guess.
you can't just accept the fact that like you're sitting together with like as a thought at the table, and you just kind of can't expect this shit.
Nice. You're so cute. Anyway, Hippocat. I didn't mean to get distracted, I'm sorry. Even though it's your fault for distracting me. Oh yeah, well, I mean obviously SRD, because that's continued logically from her talking about being put on the spot and like being watched by people and wanting to make a trick. Shame on you. I'm just kidding. Anything we do together is fun as long as it's with you. But anyway, if it takes me some time to collect my thoughts, then I'm sorry. But I'll always have something new to talk about. In the meantime, we can just look into each other's eyes. Let's see. So, she has like pages upon pages of things, but you have to wait each time and it's really long. So it's probably best to just read it later somewhere on some website, I feel like. Or look it up on the YouTube or something. Because actually a lot of the things she talks about is very relatable and like smart, and it makes you really like her. And some people really like her just after staying here and reading her random dialogue, because she just talks about interesting things, or just things that you like agree with completely with her and stuff like that. She just feels like a real person almost at this point. But you really have to sit here and wait for it. I wonder, yeah, here we go. Back in my debate club days, I learned a whole lot about arguing. The problem with arguing is each person sees their opinion as the superior one. That's kind of stating the obvious, but it affects the way they try to get their point across. Let's say you really like a certain movie, right? If someone comes along and tells you the movie sucks because it did X and Y wrong, doesn't that make you feel kind of personally attacked?
Oh, yes.
You see what I mean? She's fucking smart, man. It's because by saying that, it's like they're implying that you have bad taste. And once emotions enter the picture, it's almost guaranteed that both people will be left sour. But it's all about language. If you make everything as subjective sounding as possible, then people will listen to you without feeling attacked. Who could say, you could say I'm personally not a fan of it, and I felt that I'd like it more if it did X and Y, things like that. It even works when you're citing facts about things. If you say, I read on this website that it works like this, or if you admit that you're not an expert on it, then it's much more like you're putting your knowledge on the table rather than forcing it onto them. If you put in active effort to keep the discussion mutual and level, they usually follow suit. Then you can share your opinion without anyone getting upset just from a disagreement. Plus, people will start seeing you as open-minded and a good listener. It's a win-win, you know? Well, I guess that will be Monica's debate tip of the day. Haha, that sounds real silly. Thanks for listening, though.
So I guess this is the part where we go and delete her file to win the game.
1 second. Just like, while we wait, I might as well talk about stuff that I want to talk because it's like also skips time waiting for a dialogue. So, there was one of these little dialogues that was changed from the original release of the game, as far as I know. And she used to like have a dialogue that completely starts talking about high school children and fucking shits on high schoolers. And like, then I guess it felt like she was being a little too insensitive. And because she's like, overall, apart from, you know, bullshit that she about killing people in the game, she comes off as normal, reasonable person here and pretty like level-headed. So she was just like fucking shitting on high schoolers, and then it was changed to something more sensitive and about like, hey, if you see someone who seems like they're withdrawn and aren't having the best time, maybe they have problems at home, maybe you should talk to them and try to be their friend. And it's the first originally she was like, what the fuck are they doing, like posting on Instagram like little attention whores? Fucking hate them. Okay, everyone.
Yeah, right, we're still playing, right?
Yep. It's time to share poems. I'm just kidding. I just used to really like saying that for some reason. I couldn't help but say it again. Come to think of it, didn't Natsuki and Yuri make fun of me for it once? Yeah, that one time, like, oh, you deviated from your catchphrase. I actually never noticed that she had a catchphrase. Well, whatever. It's not like you ever made fun of me. You ever made fun? You're too much of a sweetheart to do that, aren't you? And there's another one that I remember that I really wish she would just pick immediately, but in case she doesn't pick it as her next one, I'm just going to describe. She just talks about Sayori, and she says that Sayori, when right after she didn't properly know how to hang herself, so normally you're supposed to like jump off a stool or something and like snap your neck with the rope, but she just had to suffocate herself because she didn't really do the motion properly. But immediately after it started, she felt regret and wanted to like take it back, and she tried to claw like at the rope and to get out of it, and that's why her fingers are bloody when you see her in the little image of her hanging in the room. And also in little paint pictures that they have, like in the special poem of her, also make her fingers look real bloody. So that's a fucked up shit. Hippocat, have you ever wondered what it feels like to die?
I have, yes.
It's something I used to think about pretty often. But recently, I think I've actually learned what it feels like. I don't really understand it, but whenever you quit the game, you've never quit the game so far. Also, you should quit the game after this part and reopen it, see what happens. It feels like I'm instantly put to sleep, left without nothing but my thoughts. Oh, with nothing but my thoughts. But after a few seconds, my thoughts start to fill with incoherent jumbled patterns. It's like your RAM or something. I see static and rapid flashes of color while hearing all kinds of weird screaming noises. At that point, I can't even form my own thoughts anymore. I'm just endlessly hammered by the flashing and screaming, unable to move or even think. I'm pretty sure in that moment I don't really exist, but for some reason I can remember it anyway. After some immeasurable amount of time, it stops in an instant and I'm back to my own mind. In my own mind, whatever. And you're here with me. I have no idea what it means for the game to quit or why that stuff happens to me. And I also don't know how you always come back and put everything back to normal. But if you could do me a favor and do that to me as little as possible, that would be really great. It's really not pleasant at all to be trapped in that screaming void. But in the end you always fix it, and that makes me feel like you really do care about me. Well, this doesn't have much of an impact, so we'll never quit the game. So I have to thank you for that. It makes me feel even closer to you when you're here with me.
The game really should detect if you like closed it at any point.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of things they didn't account for here, honestly.
So like actually quitting the game, will she actually like do something about it?
Yeah, a couple times actually. She keeps saying new things if you keep quitting the game and returning. You don't need to save, it's all auto-saved somewhere.
It actually crashed.
Interesting. Well, Monica fucked it.
I think it did it the first time when I was just trying to play it.
Also, Discord ended, so now I have to look at the stream to see what's being said. So if you don't want delay, might as well show it to me again, or...
Ah, I see, okay, moment.
Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Yes, I'm seeing. Dun dun dun. Click away.
Oh, it works?
Yeah, I said it.
Okay.
I'm seeing it, everything, so click. What just happened? I just had an awful dream. And it's also interesting that she describes it, and here after you close it for the first time, it's like she doesn't actually know what's happening. But oh well. I was hoping those would stop now that it's just the two of us. I guess that was wishful thinking. Hippycat, I don't know if you would have any idea. Like, yeah, this is straight up inconsistencies. But if you know what might be causing that, could you try to do something about it? Whenever it happens, it almost feels like I've been killed or something. It's a really horrible feeling. If you could figure out what's causing that, I'll love you forever. So yeah, she's just going, oh no. And I think she'll eventually feel like she understands that you're doing it. And she's like, you know, I love you, but can you please fucking stop doing that? And I don't remember if it's a bit of your normal dialogue or consequences for quitting, but at some point I think she like hints, hey, maybe just keep copy my character file onto a USB drive and just carry it with you forever. That would be so romantic. But yeah, at this point, to progress, you do have to mess with the files, so to speak.
Do I have to do it while the game is running?
No matter, you can do it while it's closed or while it's running. You know, it's around the time that everyone in my year starts to think about college. It's a really turbulent time for education. We're at the height of this modern expectation that everyone has to go to college, you know? Finish high school, go to college, get a job, or go to grad school, I guess. It's like universal expectation that people just assume is the only option for them. They don't teach us in high school that there are other options out there. Like trade schools and stuff, you know? I have no idea what the hell that is. Or freelance work. Or the main industries that value skill and experience more than formal education. But you have all these students who have no idea what they want to do with their life. And instead of taking the time to figure it out, they go to college for business or communication or psychology. All the shit that no one cares about. Not because they have an interest in those fields. Not because they just hope the degree will get them some kind of job after college. So the end result is that there are fewer jobs to go around for those entry-level degrees, right? So the basic job requirements get higher, which forces even more people to go to college. And colleges are also businesses, so they just keep raising their prices due to the demand. So now we have all these young adults, tens of thousands of dollars in debt with no job. But despite all that, the routine stays the same. Well, I think it's going to start getting better soon. Optimistic. But until then, our generation is definitely suffering from the worst of it. I just wish high school prepared us a little better with the knowledge we need to make the decisions that's right for us.
Okay. I do like Monica, but she's like kind of fucking psycho. I mean, even if you realize that there are only NPCs around you, that just doesn't really, give you the right to just go around butchering them, you know?
I guess.
Oh, there's only one file left here.
So yeah,
I kind of want to
start
open
with
it
all of
in
them.
Notepad. Does it actually show
I
anything?
think actually there is, like, out of 4 of them, 1 of them looks less chaotic, but I forget which one it is. It might be like Natsuki or Yuri, I think. But I don't know if they mean anything at any point. And also, yeah, it does start with all of them. And then Sayori gets yeeted, and then when she deletes the others, they get yeeted. You know what's a neat form of literature? Rap. I actually used to hate rap music. Maybe just because it was popular, or I would only hear the junk they play on the radio. But some of my friends got more into it and helped me keep an open mind. Rap might even be more challenging than poetry in some ways. Also, before I delete her, there's a couple other file stuff that you should look at. I'm gonna mention it after this dialogue. Since you need to fit your lines to rhythm, and there is much more emphasis on wordplay. When people can put all that together and still deliver a powerful message, it's really amazing. Fuck bitches every day, yo yo yo. I kind of wish I had a rapper in the literature club. You know, if it's anime style, the rapper's gonna be kind of offensive looking. Sorry,
Yeah,
that
probably.
sounds silly. But it will be really interesting to see what they came up with. It would really be a learning experience.
Okay, what
Alright,
files?
so look in the directory. There's that little like traceback dot whatever that she mentioned was mentioned during the thing, traceback txt. Look at that one. Also, I wonder if they just disappear, but there occasionally get some files like "Can you hear me?" and stuff like that, and happy thoughts. So yeah, there's this. Oh geez, I didn't break anything, did I? Hold on a second, I can probably fix this. I think. You know what? This will probably be a lot easier if I just deleted her. She's the one who's making it so difficult. And I can't read anything else, but you know. Well, here goes nothing.
And she says that again.
Yeah, so that would kind of spoil things a little bit even more, because this appears literally after Sayori dies, so you know what. But I guess we kind of might have missed out on stuff like happy thoughts, that whatever, because that's a PNG, that's like a fucked up version of that little drawing of Sayori hanging and stuff like that, but yeah.
Okay, since I'm not an evil person, I'm not gonna delete the file. I'm gonna rename it. Hopefully, this will be good enough to win the game.
Yeah, I think renaming works.
I
Or
just
you could,
can't bring myself to delete.
You can like cut it in the sense of like copy paste cut.
Well, here goes nothing.
That or something. How much do you read? Damn it. What's happening? Hippie cat, what's happening to me? It hurts. It hurts so much. Help me, Hippie cat. Space. Please hurry and help me. Help me!
Can you like bring it back at this point?
I'm not
Actually?
sure, but I don't think I've seen like alternate branches at this point.
Okay.
This is kind of spooky here because it feels like she's trying to like literally punch through the game or something. Did you do this to me, Hippocat? Did you? Did you delete me? How could you? There is a lot of file manipulation that they just completely did not account for. How could you do this to me? And there's only one thing I know of that has like a little Easter egg. You were all I had left. If you delete Monica right away, something happens, but I'll tell you about it a bit later. I sacrificed everything for us to be together. Everything.
Well, I guess without Monica there wouldn't be a literature club, so I guess the game just like kinda ends immediately or something.
Well, it pretty much ends immediately, but for a different reason. It's going to become more obvious after the game ends normally here. I loved you so much, Hippocat. I trusted you. Do you just want to torture me? Watch me suffer? Were you only pretending to be kind just to hurt me even more? Also, I think that just because she's aware doesn't mean she actually like has free will and everything, because she also just blindly falls in love. And so it's kind of make it more tragic because she is just as much of an autonomous like personality program, blah blah blah, as everyone else. So she is pretty much equal to them at the end, but she just knows about it, and that's what makes her feel like she's on like a different level and real. And she's like, oh, people aren't two-dimensional creatures. Oh, whoops, I mean one-dimensional. And like, hey, Hippocat, you're the only one who would understand. You and I are the real people. Blah blah blah. I never thought anyone could be as horrible as you are. You win, okay? You win. You killed everyone.
No, I only
By
killed
clicking.
you.
You clicked so much and then things progressed and everyone is dead now, so technically you killed everyone. I hope you're happy. There's nothing left now. You can stop playing. Go find some other people to torture.
Yeah, time to fire up Postal 2.
Hippocat, you completely, truly make me sick. Goodbye. You can clip this if you want.
Well, that's kind of sad. Like, I don't know.
I still love you. I can't help it. What's wrong with me? How horrible am I for you to hate me this much? All my friends. I did so many awful things. So many selfish and disgusting things. I shouldn't have done any of this. I'm just messing up a world that I don't even belong in. A world that you wanted to be a part of. I ruined it. I ruined everything. Maybe that's why you deleted me. Because I destroyed everything that you wanted. How could I do that to someone I love? That's not love. That's... dots. I've made up my mind. Hippocat, I know I said that I deleted everyone else. But that was kind of an exaggeration. I couldn't find it in myself to do it. Even though I knew they weren't real. They were still my friends. And I loved them all. And I loved the literature club. I really did love the literature club. That's why I'm going to do this. I know it's the only way for everyone to be happy. And if I really love you, I'll let you go. Then
The files actually appeared back in the folder.
yep. So I guess she just like cut them as I suggested, or kept them in the RAM or whatever, or in the trash bin. Anyway, go new game. It's like epilogue time.
It's an ordinary school day like any other. As usual, I'm surrounded by couples and friend groups walking to school together. I always tell myself it's about time I meet some girls or something like that.
Hey, Hippocat.
Well, there's already is one girl. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. We used to walk to school together every day, and recently we've picked up that habit once again.
Hippocat, are you proud of me?
For what?
You know, for waking up on time.
Well, you've been doing that for a while now.
Uh-huh. But you never even said anything about it. Even though we walk to school together every day.
Well, yeah, I always thought it was implied. It's embarrassing to say out loud.
Come on, please. It's good motivation.
Fine, fine. I am proud of you, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute.
By the way, Hippocat, you have decided on a club to join yet?
A club? I told you already, I'm really not... I start to say what I always do, that I'm not interested in joining any clubs, but something tells me Sayori would take more offense to that now. After all, how could I tell her that clubs are a waste of time, when she's starting a club of her very own? Actually, yeah, I think I've decided on a club.
Really? Which one? Tell me.
I think I'll keep it a surprise.
Boo. You meanie.
Be patient, you'll find out soon enough.
It's
I
the
used to ask
suicide club.
myself why I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl, but I started to realize that in a way I envy her. When Sayori puts her mind to something, she can accomplish great things. So that's why I feel like I should do something special for her. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stand up, gathering my motivation. Let's see. I recall the room number of the club from a flyer I saw. I walk across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, being generally used for third-year classes and activities. Before long I find the room. I timidly open the door in front of me. Hello?
Ah! Hippocat? What are you doing here?
Well, I just... I glance around the room.
Huh. So you're the Hippocat that Sayori is always talking about?
Thank you for stopping by. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hippocat. We're the Literature Club. I hope you enjoy your visit.
Come on, Yuri. No need to be so formal. He's gonna think we're really strict or something.
Sorry, Natsuki. The tall one, whose name is apparently Yuri, seems to be quite shy compared to the others. In comparison, the girl named Natsuki, despite her size, seems like the assertive one. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. I look forward to working with you.
Working? Hippocat, don't tell me. You're...
That's right. The club I've decided to join is yours, Sayori. The Literature Club. Sayori's eyes light up.
No way. No way! Ah!
Sayori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey!
Well, if Sayori is this happy, then I'm sure it won't be so bad to have you around.
Not to mention, there's 4 of us now. That means we can become an officially recognized club.
I don't know what to say. We have to celebrate.
Hoo-hoo. What an appropriate day for that, isn't it?
Yeah. After all, Natsuki decided to... Hey, don't ruin the surprise. Yeah, sorry. Everyone sit down at the table, okay?
How about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room where Natsuki grabs a wrapped tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand.
Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Whoa!
Natsuki lifts the foil of the tray to reveal a dozen white fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolate were used to make ears.
So cute!
Wow, those look amazing.
Well, you know. Just hurry and take one.
Sayori grabs one first, then I follow.
It's delicious.
Sayori talks with her mouth full and has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around in my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki.
Well, of course it is. I'm a pro after all. There's no need to thank me or anything.
As Natsuki struggles to accept the compliment, Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess.
Already trying to impress a new member, Yuri?
That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know. I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. So, Hippocat, what kinds of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga, I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me, and telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it is obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people. But you know, I like a lot of things. Don't feel intimidated if you don't read much, okay? I'm certain we can find something that we have in common. So
Hey,
she
Yuri.
doesn't mention horror anymore, so I guess that's something that Monica did.
I think she still likes it, but I guess she just doesn't bring it up for some reason. Maybe because like the atmosphere in the room is different without Monica or something. But I'm pretty sure. I mean, she likes horror on the first cycle. Unless Monica just by the presence of her personality alters that, I don't think that's a different thing.
So like without Monica, like Natsuki still have a shit father, and Yuri is still like fucked up in the head, and Sayori also
Well-
has depression anyway.
I mean, Sayori might have minor depression because Monica was completely magnifying that, and Yuri is just like a little, I guess, shy and locked up inside herself instead of expressing it freely. But that's not like it's completely normal. It's not nothing unhealthy, and I don't think she's cutting herself by default though. That's probably debatable. And Natsuki, yeah, with Natsuki it's kind of weird because Monica never mentions that she gave her like this backstory of an abusive father, so Natsuki probably still is in that situation, which is kind of fucked up.
Eh?
Well, about, you know, the first thing he said.
Manga. That's right. Natsuki tends to read manga in the club room.
Don't just say it.
For some reason, Natsuki seems embarrassed about it.
Besides, manga is literature too, you know? So, if Hippogat wants to read some of my manga, then don't try to stop him or anything.
Natsuki,
Uh,
I wouldn't do such a thing. However, it could also be nice for us to diversify ourselves a little. You can take this opportunity to try something new as well. Wouldn't you agree, Hippocat?
Maybe
Sensing the tension, Sayori jumps in.
Maybe we can all try something new. I think it could be fun. And we'll all get to know each other a little bit better too. I mean, that's the kind of thing literature clubs do, right?
I don't disagree or anything.
Yeah. You're right as usual, President. Yeah. Guess that means I should try picking up a novel or something, huh?
Well, that would make two of us. I wouldn't mind doing it if I'm not the only one.
Then as for Yuri...
I have to read manga.
Ugh. Jeez. You were the one who suggested we diversify. You should be a little more open-minded. It's kinda hurtful.
Hurtful? I didn't realize. With a guilty expression, Yuri thinks to herself, I'm sorry for disrespecting your interests, Natsuki. If you're into it, then I'm sure it's a worthy form of literature.
Are you just saying that?
No, I realized my error. So if you're willing to consider starting a novel, then I'll offer my gratitude by finding a manga to read as well.
Really? I mean, it makes me happy that you do that for me, Yuri. You can trust me to find something that you really like, okay?
Same here. Perhaps I'll visit the bookstore after the club meeting.
Just you?
Would you like to come along with me?
If you don't mind.
Not at all. I always go alone, so...
Yeah, me too. This is so cute!
Sayori, shut up.
I'll show you some manga there too, okay?
Yes, I look forward to it.
And then Yuri happened.
Natsuki and Yuri start to clean up the food.
I guess the meeting's over, huh?
Yeah, looks like it. It's nice to see everyone getting along.
Isn't it? I think everyone likes you too, Hippocat.
You think so? Well, everyone always seemed to get along a little better with you around, Sayori.
Oh, Hippocat. Don't say something like that, it's embarrassing.
Well, whatever. I was surprised when you told me you were starting a club, but I think you're pulling it off just fine.
We're gonna make it the best club ever.
Best club ever!
Right? Now that you joined, every day is gonna be so much fun. Hey, Hippocat. I really want to thank you. I mean, I'm really happy that you joined the club and everything. But the truth is, I already knew you were going to. Yeah? There's actually something else. I wanted to thank you for getting rid of Monica.
What? What? Okay. I did not really expect that. Like, holy shit. Okay. Okay.
Dead.
Okay.
Dead. Dead. Feel free to click, by the way. That's right. I know everything that she did. Maybe it's because I'm the president now. But I really know everything, Hippocat. I know how hard you try to make everyone happy. I know about all the awful things that Monica did to make everyone really sad. But none of that matters anymore. It's just us now. And you made me the happiest girl in the whole world. I can't wait to spend every day like this. With you. Forever and ever.
F's in chat.
Oh. R. Eh. V. Eh. No.
Okay.
Okay. Eh. What's up? I won't let you hurt him.
Oh no, it's Monica's comeback.
Who? It hurts. Ah! I'm sorry, I was wrong. There is no happiness here after all. Goodbye, Sayori. Goodbye, Hippocat. Goodbye, Literature Club.
Can you hear me? Hi, it's me. So you know how I've been like practicing piano and stuff, and not really any good at it yet, like at all. But I wrote you a song, and I was kind of hoping that I could show it to you because I worked really, really hard on it. So yeah.
So my voice was pretty close to hers, right? I did pretty well.
Yeah.
Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you. The ink flows down into a dark bottle. Just move your hand right away into his heart. But in this world of infinite choices, what will it take?
Well, it was interesting. Like, I didn't expect most of the stuff that happened.
Just to find that special day.
So that was cool. But I don't understand. Is it like the president's position that is cursed?
I think yeah, because the president is literally in the position of like the exposition NPC who gets to be the one who wrote the game description on Steam, kind of, or at least like it's attributed to them, and they're having the role of like talking to you about saving the game and talking to the player and just being there as like this guide character. And I guess it's implied that that's somehow just makes them aware. So if there's the one thing I know that's accounted for. If you delete Monica ahead of time, it just makes this little sequence where Sayori is like appears in like the little starting location in front of your homes that you normally start the game in, and she's like, ah, what the fuck, and then it just ends or something. It's close to that. But honestly, like there is much potential with this. There's the Yuri picture, by the way, with the handing the towel and all that. I don't know how the fuck to describe that expression, but so there is so much that could have been done, with like not even choices in the game are like railroading you more and less, and like maybe having different branches and different outcomes and different things Monica would do and stuff like that. But just like with the files and deleting and removing the files and all of that, I feel like since it's starting to like it's brushing against that, but it doesn't do barely like anything with it. So I almost feel like the deleting files shouldn't have even been the part of it, because most of the like things you can do with it does nothing to the game and is not reflected almost. But you know, if he wanted to reflect any possible time to delete any possible character, that would have been pretty much impossible. So I just feel like deleting files shouldn't have been a part of it. But I don't know. No, most people don't seem to have a problem with it, because they only realize that they could be doing something when Monica says like, hey, it'll be a shame if you deleted me. By the way, this is my final message to the Literature Club. I finally understand the Literature Club is truly a place where no happiness can be found, to the very end, and continue to expose innocent minds to a horrific reality. A reality that our world is not designed to comprehend. I can't let any of my friends undergo that same hellish epiphany. For the time it lasted, I want to thank you for making all of my dreams come true, for being a friend to all of the club members, and most of all, thank you for being a part of my Literature Club. With everlasting love, Monica. And so this is literally like if you close and open the game again, this is gonna show this letter and then this message again. So now you can like check check file integrity or something to restart it.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring Monica back.
I don't think it's gonna do anything, but might as well try. But yeah, so that's like For me, this game is one of those like big letter imported games in the world of gaming that's like matter, and I'm glad they exist, and it's kind of powerful and all that kind of stuff. But I also feel like there's so much potential here that was just never capitalized. Like they just touched upon a bunch of ideas, and I can't really. I mean, it's a piece of art on its own, and it's kind of a finished, completed experience. But I feel like with this idea, like especially if you open the window, open the door to messing with the game files, it's impossible to account for all of it. So I don't know. But even just game choices, because it strictly like completely railroaded you into Yuri's route for the second. But maybe it could have at least been written. I guess it's still a lot of effort. But imagine if it did like pay attention to exactly who you were trying to romance first, if, like instead of Sayori, for example, or the second, then on the second cycle she would go after that and then just give up and delete everyone, for example. On the other hand, Sayori's little situation, I don't know if Natsuki's or Yuri's would be as impactful as Sayori's sudden, hey, I have depression, by the way, this is realistic suddenly, and stuff like that. So I feel like also there's a couple opportunities for things like to be chosen and to lessen the experience. Like literally, I feel like choosing anyone but Natsuki on the second cycle is worsening the experience. And some of the random stuff that happens, I feel like it should just always happen. Like the best special poems should always just happen, and not all the random ones that don't really bring much to it. But most of all, I feel like this game is really thought provocative. If not just like trying to even just like trying to think about real people in situations like this, but also like I don't know about about the dating sim genre in a way. That's also kind of interesting. It's just like less important feeling than thinking about real people and real people issues. But it's kind of fucked up when you think about it. Like the things that are taken for granted in the games of this genre. Like everyone falls in love with the protagonist. The protagonist is a retard that doesn't do the obvious things. And then there's a bunch of tropes that, like, you know, the anime character girls are always characters that are completely actually unrealistic. No matter how well written the anime is, usually they are very much like more colorful and a little bit more like themed than real people. And it's
Well, I mean, that's kind of obvious.
real.
Like, if you want
Yeah.
real people, you watch fucking movies, not anime.
Yeah, and it's like contrast. Some people probably don't even think about, like, if some people do the whole like living in isolation, don't talk to anyone thing. Almost like it feels like anime and games like this can really poison one's expectations of what things are like. Also, in a way that when you have all these stories about like the typical Japanese school life and the funny, amazing romantic situations for the main character, almost like because most people don't have that, right? And if it's such a popular storyline, or I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it almost sometimes makes you feel like kind of you're expected to have that in your life, and if you don't, it means like you failed somehow during your that period in life.
Well,
And
it's
kind
not
of
just
fucks with you.
anime though, because like if you watch like US movies, like they also show like high school as like some super awesome like periodless
Well,
parties and shit. So it's kind
I
of the
don't
same.
know. When I see high school and like movies, it's usually some real awkward secondhand embarrassment shit that I'm glad I was kind of keeping to myself in school when I watch that kind of stuff, because it always like the high schoolers are like these complete idiots who do stupid things that are obviously gonna end up bad, and it's like, oh my god, what are these people? Why are they so obnoxious and stupid? And I just don't want to associate with them. And I'm glad I didn't, but you know, it's still kind of fucks with you, and it's kind of fucked up as well because I've noticed about myself, I'm not the most like empathetic person, and there's a lot of people IRL, most people IRL I don't care about, and I know a lot of people have problems, a lot of people have really difficult lives, and I'm not one of the people who like feel the heart ache for everyone who is having it bad in the world, because I'm just like, I don't know, I don't have that. And but when it's fucking anime girls or just cartoon characters, because it's a unique situation, there's like thousands of people in the world. It's like this particular unique situation that you're kind of almost being forced to care about by experiencing this work of art. And I feel really fucked up because I felt worse about cartoon characters than I've ever felt about a real person. That fucking screws with your head. But I've learned to like, I guess, logic and ration it in a way that makes me think it's more normal and not think like it's a horrible thing.
Well, you
Because
got to
literally,
realize that, like, in real life, you don't have, like, written scenarios by people who, like, intentionally want you to make feel bad about things.
but
So
yeah, I
it's not
mean,
that surprising.
there's people out there like in situations like these and worse than these, obviously. But like,
But
even
you
if
you
I
don't
saw
know
them,
them personally, like, you are
even
not involved
honestly,
with them, you don't
honestly,
interact with
like
them.
I know a bunch of people personally. I guess in this game, there's not really that much time you spend with them anyway, but you begin to care about them fucking immediately because they're adorable anime girls. But I know a lot of people IRL, and if some, like even most of them, if they had these kinds of problems, I don't know if I would really be that concerned about it. It's like there's so many people out there, but there's very few actual quality fictional characters. Everyone, like most of them, are trash, and the ones that are well written, those are, and that's kind of weird when you think about it. But also, it's just because yeah, it is written in such a way as to evoke the most emotions. But I know a lot of people out there are really like, as soon as they realize, oh yeah, there are a lot of people with fucked up situations, they start really feeling really bad about it. And I feel like when I was younger, when I was a kid, I also was like that. I had a lot of emotions and felt really sad for a lot of people. And I honestly even felt sad for like inanimate objects. Like you don't finish food and throwing food away. I was like, holy shit, the food's gonna feel terrible about it.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Right? And then it just kind of like all evaporated slowly. And now I only ever feel emotions when it's a really well written fictional story most of the time. So
Well,
that's
to, to,
weird.
to, to tell you like a story about this, it's just kind of embarrassing, but I guess I just can tell you this because whatever, like, how more can I embarrass myself after joking about like hentai and shit and saying that I touched myself with the pen or something? So basically, there was like one occasion where, like, let's say a friend of mine, and she had a toy, and she kind of left to do some like university practice shit to like another city, and she kind of lost it there. And I completely lost my shit because of this. I was like completely fucking destroyed because of this fact, because I just felt so sad that the toy was gone.
Huh.
And that wasn't and it wasn't even when I was a kid. It was like I was like 20 something at that point. So I don't know. I'm just still fucked up, I guess. I never grew up or something.
Well, I think I also have like rare moments like that when I just feel bad about something, but it's less just completely mindless feeling bad about inanimate objects. It's just like sometimes it implies sad things. Like when I was a kid, one of the similar like most destructive things, destructive of course in like a half joking sense, there is like a trash, not bin, what do you call it, like a container. When you walk past, I guess you walk past it from my house towards where the park is, where I always used to walk with my parents. And one day there was just like a teddy bear having been thrown out, lying there in the trash, and I was fucking devastated by it. But I was like 4, maybe, or 5, or whatever, probably before school. And that's like, I don't feel anything like that anymore. Also, interesting little side thing, for me interesting at least, I don't know, it's probably not that interesting. I feel like when I'm dreaming, in the dreams I have way more emotions than IRL, so I feel like, let's say, don't bottle up your emotions, they will explode. I feel like I'm letting all my emotions out in a dream, in fictional situations, and that's why I'm able to keep like, not very emotional, and it never like collects in me or anything, never keeps bottled up. It's just I always like usually always often have dreams when I'm like really fucking angry at someone, and just like at another level, and I can remember it when I wake up. Like I remember the emotion of being so angry, or sometimes much rarer, but sometimes it's like real sadness. But usually it's I'm really fucking pissed at someone. I just want to kill them completely.
I kind of can relate. I usually don't remember my dreams. I like forget completely like 99% of my dreams. But I had occasions where I would wake up in the middle of the night because I was so angry in a dream. I like literally punched the wall while I was sleeping or something like that. That happened to me.
I don't think I've ever punched a wall.
And so
Well,
coming
yeah.
back to the topic of the game, like it made me feel some feels, I guess, but like not really super hard. Like I'm not like super sad or anything.
Well, yeah, I guess it depends on many circumstances. I think like I was, as I've described this, I was first of all, obviously, I was devastated for Sayori. Let me actually look up. I'm gonna real quickly look up now that I don't really have to have the like poems. Oh
Well, I
yeah,
was kind of expecting shit to go bad, so maybe that's why it like wasn't that much of a shock to me. If I
I
didn't
don't
expect that, I would probably be like really upset about it.
I don't remember what I expected when I watched this. Oh shit! Oh, it was 2017, I guess. This seems to be the video that I watched first, the Jesse Cox one. I don't remember watching this game before, or if I did, it must have been around that same time. So it's not that long ago. It's like actually it is. Wow, it feels like way longer than I've known. Maybe that video was re-uploaded or something, because I feel it's way longer than I knew about this game existing. Let me actually also look up when it came out. Doki Doki Literature Club video game. Uh, Initial release date 27. That's fucking with my head right now because I feel like it must have been like 2012 or something. Holy shit. So it was not that long ago, and I was really, really devastated with Sayori's thing, of course, immediately. I guess I didn't expect it. I was dreading when there was like the no music part, because after whatever they chose there, confessing or not to her, I felt like the crisis was averted, right? And then it's like, oh shit, man, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. But I guess I didn't think the game would go there or something, and then it did. And I feel like the game immediately also hitting it with the glitches and the like error might have diminished it even a little bit. But then with Yuri, whom I think I liked the most on the first playthrough there, and yeah, so seeing her acting like not herself really is like this. I just feel really horrible. I mean, I felt then. Now I'm numb to all the feelings from this game. But back then, I felt like devastated as well because of how she was being treated by, pretty much like she was being corrupted by the game and forced to do things she wouldn't do and act in a way she wouldn't act. And then the whole like death scene with her was like, ah. And with Monica, of course, I mean Natsuki, I never actually, even though I like her, with Natsuki never actually happened to have like an emotional scene because I just kind of passively learned about her backstory later, and it didn't really have an impact because I learned outside the game as well. But now I feel bad for her, just like on a normal level as for everyone else. But with Monica, I also felt sad for Monica, and I was like one of those people. If I was playing, I'm not sure I wouldn't have just kept the game open and running for a couple of days first before progressing there. But I just like sometimes when I'm describing this game to people, I mention the fact that there are many mods that just like new scenes and dialogues and stuff. And this game probably has the most of like what you would call like fix, but in the shape of mods. So basically, a lot of like fan videos and animations and mods that are just making it as if somehow everything worked out and they're all alive. And Monica is there, and it's like a continuation, kind of in peace and tranquility. And Monica is aware of everything, but she's learned to kind of live with it, and she just kind of like sometimes does this like little wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey, I know, player, you're actually like real, and this is all fake, but let's keep the pretense and let everyone else enjoy themselves, and you enjoy pretending that you're interacting with these people and stuff like that. And there's like such a crazy amount of people dedicating themselves to just like making themselves feel like these characters haven't suffered horrible fates and have not been deleted along with the entire like premise and the world and situation because they got so attached. And so I feel like this game has like evokes this kind of like, oh man, this is very tragic, and I wish I could make it so that it wasn't, I'm gonna have a headcanon, or I'm gonna make a mod which fixes things. But also, there is a mod apparently, very recent, it's called like Blue Skies or Clear Skies, and probably Blue Skies, which apparently is meant to be like an enhanced version where it's much more non-linear or something, and there's a lot of things that cannot happen in the main game happen in it. And I'm actually kind of curious about it. I haven't watched any playthroughs of it. I haven't even read opinions about it. So I'm kind of wondering if I should play that, or maybe stream that when I move to Twitch or something, because that could be interesting. Because even though I've dulled myself to the feels, I'm really like emotionally invested in this game. And I sometimes have just like the DLC periods in my life where I just go on frenzies looking at people's blind playthroughs for a couple of days, and like,
Well, I don't know
okay.
if I would want to like watch a blind playthrough of this because like I guess it's cool to see reactions, but like I don't wanna fucking like go through this again. I don't wanna like
I keep doing it to myself so many times, but I really like people's. There's like a couple. I mean, many actually, probably many people whose playthroughs I didn't watch, but that's because like the kind of typical streamer guy who you know is not going to be too much into it, so it's nothing interesting. But I'm pretty much watched like all playthroughs that I could find that looked like the people were like possibly gonna get emotionally invested in it, and even some just like VTuber playthroughs without subtitles or any translation, just to hear like the audible reactions to some things and stuff. And like some of them cried at Monica or at Sayori, and it's just gratifying, I guess, on some level. So I keep doing that very often. I'm kind of happy that I finally had an excuse to force you to do it. I didn't think. I actually thought you would know much more about this game and you wouldn't be interested in actually playing it. So this was fun.
Well, I was kind of making, well, not like really, I was trying too hard to avoid spoilers, but like, if I knew that I could get some, well, I kind of was cautious of spoilers, so like, I didn't try to look anything up. And also Mike was pretty helpful in that, actually, so thanks to Mike for whenever they talked about on the about the game on his streams, he would always like warn me if I was there.
Oh, you're breaking up there. Discord's messing with me. Whenever they what?
Well, whenever the game was mentioned on Mike's streams, he would always warn me if I was in chat, and I would just like fuck off until the discussion was finished.
Well, Mike, you owe me eternal debt of gratitude for finally making Hippocat play this game, so you know now you don't have to worry about it anymore. You've been saving Hippocat for this very moment, but he would never have done it, apparently, had I not brought it up, because Mike told me when you were gone that he like kept trying to make you play it, but you never did.
Well, I don't know, it's just like kind of like a cool occasion. Like Android coming back to streaming, and he even wants to do like a joint stream. Well, that's an opportunity I should take, kind of.
Well, that was when the whole like just Android thing in chat happened. It was like I was like, hey, Hippocat listens to me, just Android. But yeah, so yeah, this game is like really one of those games that it's like I feel like should be preserved and recorded when all the history is dead. But I have like 100 games that are really important of all the games that have ever been made, and I feel like this one would be one of them. Like Witcher 3, Wolfenstein: The New Order, Cryostasis, Doom 3.
Like all games that you like, basically, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, games that I like, but to the point where I'm not just like enjoying them, but I'm happy they just exist overall. Like I feel like it adds something to the overall culture or something like that. I don't know. But also, this game would really make much sense without the context of all the like real visual novels and dating sims that it's trying to kind of like pretend to be, and then subvert their expectations. But if I had expected literally everything that happens, even though you say you didn't expect most things, but you pretty much laid out the plot the second Sayori killed herself. Well, I mean, when she killed herself and then the glitchy playthrough started, you were like, you know what? A, B, C, D, everything true.
Well, I mean, I didn't know for sure, like that was just my guess.
Well,
Also,
I mean, obviously, but still, it was a spot-on guess. Like, Monica is someone who cannot, by the rules of the game, get with the character, so she tries to make it happen, and then in the end, like, I don't remember if you said that another girl was gonna get disappeared, like Yuri ended up, and then in the end you said there was gonna be some weird fourth world breaking shit with Monica, and I'm like, holy shit. I tried really hard not to say anything, because if this was like, if I had face cam, I would make a very meaningful face at the chat that I would hope you wouldn't notice because you don't really look at my face cam when we do streams. But this is your stream, so I did have a face cam, and I couldn't write anything in the chat or say anything, so I was like, okay, keep calm, keep calm.
well, I
Mike
guess
didn't go like ooh or something.
just another thing, like you remember how I mentioned Everlasting Summer, and there was one of the routes there. It's like when you like actively try to avoid all contact with girls, and it's actually like turns out this is all some kind of like weird time space loop, and you like meet yourself from like a different timeline or something. And that guy apparently like figured out that it was a time loop, and just every time the loop restarted, he just like went ahead and fucking murdered all the girls and like trying to torture them and like figure out what the fuck is going on because like he thought they knew what was going on. So
well,
that,
yeah,
that
I guess it's kind of a Monica situation, right? When you ascend, and then you're like, you know what? This is nothing. It's real. Nothing matters. I'm just gonna indulge myself, like Westworld or something.
Yeah.
I've not actually ever watched Westworld, but I know the premise. Also, a touchdown. I guess wasn't it after the save your game thing that should have cleared you in earlier? I feel though, and that is like that does a really good job at making Monica to be this like half in the game and half talking to the player character, but in a way that feels completely normal.
Well, I
Whatever it
didn't
is.
feel like anything. I wasn't getting suspicious when Monica was saying stuff about like saving game and stuff like that, because a lot of games actually do this.
Yeah,
Like, oh, press this button to do this. What's a button? I don't know, but do that anyway. I mean, there are
like
tutorials like that.
Super Paper Mario, when the Bestows was like, I have a feeling we're being watched by beings from a different universe, and they will know what I mean when I say B button.
Yeah, like that kind of shit. So I didn't think twice about it when she mentioned that.
Yeah, but then it's also one of those things where it's a trope, but then it's shown in a completely different light, and it's like, whoa. Like Yuri, I guess Yuri isn't really all about like being a trope and then shown in a tragic, weird light, realistically, because she does have the thing where like, oh, I withdrawn into myself because people kept hating me for being like really expressive and in their face about things I liked. But it's like, okay, I guess that's probably how you expect all anime characters that are like her to have ended up this way anyway. So it's not like it's a version. And I guess she kind of goes real yonder at the end, but it's also not a realistic situation anymore because she's literally been like mindfucked by Monica at that point. So I feel like Yuri is the only one. I guess Monica is like this bright, cheerful, good at everything, unobtainable character as well. But I don't know. I mean, that's nothing tragic about her. She just like ends up being ascended. So it's mostly just Natsuki and Sayori who are like that. But yeah, so like I don't remember who, but a video about this game was like a cool part of this game is that it builds on a lot of things that exist like apart from it, and it wouldn't make sense if experienced completely like in isolation by itself from like not knowing a lot of cultural things. And on one hand, that's kind of a flaw. On the other hand, it's amazing because it's able to achieve something that it wouldn't have never been able to achieve by itself. It was completely like context unrequired kind of work of art. But yeah, really love this game. I'm gonna stream that mod at some point.
Cool game. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
Good.
Like I'm slightly relieved that it didn't really hit me very hard.
I'm slightly disappointed, but I kind of didn't expect it to hit you really hard. I was actually surprised when you were starting getting scared at the beginning of the glitchy part.
Well, it was kind of freaky because that was not what I was expecting at all. And I'm like, what
Hmm.
the fuck is going on? Like, where the fuck
Yeah.
is this going? I'm not sure anymore.
Hmm. Also, I'm just gonna say, to bring up, if like pretending this would be a stream with a lot of views, I just want to say something provocative. This is way better at being like a meta thing than Undertale or Pony Island, or whatever else other game you might. Because I've never seen a game do like meta out of game kind of thing that was. I mean, this is kind of like ham-fisted by the end. I feel even, especially when like it showers you with like, "Hey, Monica," oh, but then Sayori, but then Monica comes back. But it's still kind of well written and makes sense, and you feel for the characters and all. But a lot of those other games that try to do meta stuff with outside the game, I feel like they either half-ass it way more or are too stupid or cheesy. So, but I also don't like Undertale. I'm like biased against Undertale as well. So this is the best game to do that kind of thing. Oh well, I've said my piece. Also, I agree, Mike. Now we're friends. Even though you like the most boring character in the game, we are friends now. I feel through our shared disapproval of Undertale.
Hmm.
Oh, right. I wanted to mention something. You know, remember when I said that there was like several puns or like wordplay that translated well into Japanese? Apparently, somehow, remember when Monica said after like the Monday morning, you come in without the music, and she's like, "Hey, why is Sayori not here? You really left her hanging this morning." Apparently, somehow that works in Japanese as well, which surprised me when I read about that. I don't know how that works out, but apparently it does. But yeah, that's it. I have
Okay.
nothing else I want to say here.
Well,
I
I am,
think.
as usual, like very cool with my opinions, and my opinions are usually either that's not very cool, or like, well, that was pretty okay. So that's usually the opinions I have about things. So yeah, that was like pretty good actually. I
All
enjoyed
right.
myself. That's the best I can express myself because I'm shit at expressing myself, and when I like something, I can never explain why I like it. So whatever. So I guess I just shut up, and Android actually said everything. that he needed to say about this game, and I'm glad that he is here, so he can actually say why the game is good and interesting, and share all this insight and feelings about the game. So thank you, Android, for being here, for doing this with me.
You're welcome.
And I guess I'm just gonna stop the stream now, and thanks to all the people who was watching, and especially to Mike, who was like here this entire time apparently, so that's cool.
Yeah, see all Mike, Touchdown, Earl War, and those weird people I don't know who apparently know Hippocat.
Yes, okay, so thanks for watching, goodbye, see you next time.